A fleet of police cars stopped in front of the building. Tian Wingming got out of the car with a group of special police officers. Everyone was shocked as soon as they got off the car. What's going on? 200 to 300 people outside fell to the ground, writhing in pain and moaning continuously. This scene is so impactful. As the top police chief in Shou City, Tian Wingming prides himself on being well informed, but this was the first time he had seen this scene. No matter what, first make sure Mr. Yi is safe, nothing else matters. Tian Wingming said anxiously. Something huge has obviously happened here. He didn't expect that he would come right after hearing the news. It was only 20 or 30 minutes of hesitation at most. Why did the place turn into this scene? It was a little hard for him to accept. They walked into the two-story building together. Now the fog has dissipated and there is no poison in the air. As soon as I walked in, I was stunned. On the first floor and the stairs leading to the second floor, many people were lying there, like a crowd. The person didn't die, he just fainted from the pain. A special police officer said after checking. Call Tian. Wingming wiped the cold sweat from his head. If so many people died, it would be a national crime. If you can't hide it, Shou City will become the focus. He has no good fruit to eat. Follow me upstairs, he kept saying. A group of SWAT officers cleared away all those who had fallen on the stairs. Then he rushed to the second floor. Seeing Yi Yang sitting in the center, drinking tea leisurely, Tian Wingming breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, this one is fine. Otherwise, there will be a big fuss today. Hey! Lao Tian. You are finally here. Catch this kid. He is so evil. I saw Tian Wingming leading the special police upstairs. Lu Bian shouted overjoyed. These major forces have been entrenched in the Shou family for many years and are deeply entrenched. Naturally, they have deep connections with local officials. When I saw Tian Wingming coming in at this time, my first thought was that he was here to save me. No matter how arrogant these people are, they can't openly fight against the public system. In China, no matter how crazy a person is, they would not dare to do this. Public power is heaven in China, who dares to go against heaven's will? Man cannot defy heaven. Tian Wingming saw Lu Bian and Shi Mao, his eyes twinkling. These two guys almost killed him. He sneered in his heart, don't say it's me, even the city governor of Shou City or even the governor of Jiang province can't protect you. He didn't care about the two Lu Bian being beaten into rotten dogs. Tian Wingming came forward respectfully. Zhang Jiutian's mouth trembled. Nowadays, the public power is as powerful as the rainbow, cracking down on gangsters and evil. And he has a natural fear of these policemen. It's over now. It's hard to deal with Shi Mao, a guy with black attributes, but Lu Bian is a well-known big businessman in Shou City. He probably has many connections with the public in Shou City. Now, I'm afraid it will be hard to deal with. However, he had not yet figured out how to deal with it. Tian Wingming stood facing Yi Yang. He gave a standard military salute and straightened his waist. Lieutenant General Yi. After I heard the news, I led the team to rush here. Unexpectedly. I was still half a beat too late. Please punish me. These words echoed in the two-story building. Such as Honglu's big bell, which made everyone's eyes widen. Even the gangsters who were rolling in pain were so frightened that they forgot to scream and their voices disappeared. Among them, Lieutenant General. Lu Bian's lips trembled. This is not someone he, a businessman, can touch. This kind of super big man in a public vessel is a real dragon. In the clouds, a part of the sky. He just said that humans cannot defy heaven. He never thought that he would offend a god. Completely finished. When you come to Sioux City, you can equip yourself with a battalion of guns and live ammunition. Coming alone like this really makes Sioux City very frightened. I'm afraid, Lieutenant General Yi, that your safety will be compromised. Tian Wingming said repeatedly. What? What kind of dragon and tiger's den is Sushi City? If you don't bring a battalion, you can't come. Yi Yang said coldly. Many things can be seen from Lu Bian's reaction when he saw Tian Wingming coming in. He didn't have a good impression of Tian Wingming either. No. General Yi, you have misunderstood me. Tian Wingming's cold sweat suddenly fell like a waterfall, and he was shivering. No? Yi Yang stood up and said calmly, I think so. I've only been here less than 2 hours ago, but I've learned a lot. Tian Wingming understood. This is naturally talking about the 400 men brought by Shimao and Lu Bian. In this world, even fights make the news. Not to mention such an arrogant hundreds of vicious gangs. Generally, when so many people are mobilized now, they are confident that public opinion can be completely controlled. Normally, if it was not Yi Yang who came to save Jingxian this time, but a small person like Zhang Jiutian, he would be surrounded if he was surrounded, and he would be beaten if he was beaten. On the news? Impossible. Public opinion is too complicated. What everyone is qualified to see is always only a part of it. Just like you can't see clearly the hearts of everyone in the world. I think the public security in Sioux City is not very good. Yi Yang clapped his hands. You don't need to take over these people. Control them all and transfer them to the Magic City Police tomorrow for trial. This. Tian Wing knew that. Yi Yang was angry. Although he only found out that Yi Yang was a lieutenant general, such a young lieutenant general, he knew with a brain that he was definitely valued by the 9 wills. His status is definitely higher than other big guys with the same title. It's no problem to regard him as half a general. Under the anger of this cloud dragon, it's already the limit for him to protect himself. It's impossible to protect Lu Bian and Shimao. Especially Shimao, who has a gangster background. Just dig out a few bad things he did in his early years, which is enough to kill him 8 times, not to mention the crime against Lieutenant General Yi this time. The crime is too serious. He feels cramps in his calves just thinking about it. You should know what to do. Yi Yang said calmly, before the national investigation team comes, you can wish for the best. He patted Tian Wingming's shoulder calmly and led people away. Pa. Tian Wingming fell directly to the ground, his face pale. Are you okay? Police inspector. The special police behind him all rushed to help. Why don't you deal with these people for me? Then divide some of the forces to protect Mr. Yi throughout the whole process. What are you helping me for? Tian Wingming said angrily. Yes. Tian Wingming took a long time to breathe a sigh of relief. Yi Yang did not kill them all. At least before the arrival of the Supreme Supervisor, Sioux City still had time to deal with some of the beginning and end, so it would not be the most tragic situation. If they can clear themselves before then, the problem will not be too big. And he is the one who Knows best what bad things Shimao and Lu Bian have done in the past few years. He instantly figured out what to do. Second update. File all the cases for me. I want these two people to be sentenced to death before the inspection team comes down. All the illegal and disciplinary things done by the double-headed snake and the Shou Chamber of Commerce in recent years will be investigated, no matter who is involved, all cases involving me, whether within the government or outside the government, will be handled as well. Tian Wingming said in a low voice. If you take care of yourself, you will end up with a better outcome than if others take care of you. Just like the sentence for surrendering will always be lighter than if someone catches you. This time the person was offended so much that if he didn't make any mistakes, it would only be exposed more thoroughly. The next day, the news of the demise of the two-headed snake organization shocked the entire Suzhou city. Everyone who is paying attention to this matter is in disbelief. Yesterday, the three major local forces in Sioux City came out in full force. And the news of one person being charged spread like wildfire. I don't know how many people were staring at this matter. But not long after, it came out. President Su He, Chen Qingling, withdrew halfway, apologized, and left. At that moment, it became clear to everyone that the identity of that mysterious figure must be quite high. Otherwise, even if Shou Chamber of Commerce rectifies the loss again, at most he will just leave without bowing his head and apologizing. Apologizing to you means admitting that you are qualified to discuss friendship with my peers, even my elders. After that, no news came out. It was as if all news was blocked by some huge energy. No one can find out what happened next. This abnormal situation makes everyone uneasy. Just because it can't be found doesn't mean it didn't happen. On the contrary, the more undetectable something is, the more terrifying the truth behind it is. Until early this morning, the news of the collapse of the two-headed snake organization suddenly swept through all major circles of influence. In Suzhou City, the uneasiness in everyone's heart has been completely verified. Sioux City is about to change. Everything should be related to the mysterious man who came to Sioux City. Before everyone figured out what was going on. Another piece of news about the earthquake in Sioux City has spread. Lu Bian, chairman of the Shou Chamber of Commerce, was arrested together with Shimao. He will be transferred to the Demon City for supervision. After the evidence of guilt is confirmed, he will be transferred to the Supreme Court of Jiang Province. It is basically confirmed that he will be sentenced to death. This, for someone like Shimao, who has had a bad past, it is not surprising that he was sentenced to death for provoking a big shot. But Lu Bian is a big businessman. He is also a local boss. It will definitely not be easy to deal with him. That's right, it seems that the mysterious figure yesterday was something special. I haven't waited for this news to pass. Sioux City was shocked. Again. The highest level official in Suzhou City is trying its best to trace the two-headed snake and the Shou Chamber of Commerce for all their crimes over the years. Check and clean up. The Shou Chamber of Commerce collapsed in one day, and its top executives were imprisoned one after another. It existed in name only. Throughout Sioux City, people were in jubilation. The top management is worried. Everyone in the business district and underworld is in danger. Shou Chamber of Commerce building. Chen Qingling was wrapped in fleece clothes and looked out the window with deep eyes. President. The person next to me came forward. No need to panic. Chen Qingling shook her head. Once Shimao and Lu Bian fell, he was the biggest boss outside Sushi Gongqi. The information received is naturally more detailed than others. This matter will only be related to the Sutong Chamber of Commerce and the Shimao gang, and will not involve us. He sighed, it's just that I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so scary. President. Several people present were of high status in the association, and they also went there yesterday. At this time everyone was extremely scared. If only yesterday the president had lost a little bit of wit and immediately confessed and left, the fate of the Suha Chamber of Commerce today would never be better than that of the Sutong Chamber of Commerce. Magic City. On the way back, Jing Xian talked on the phone with his fiancée for a while. Ling Xiaowen also noticed something was wrong and was looking for him through connections. Jing Xian told her about his previous experience. She also had lingering fears and was ready to come back from Jinling to see him immediately. It seems like you two have a good relationship. Yi Yang smiled. Jing Xian smiled, obviously very happy. Subsequently, Yi Yang and Jing Xian chose a hot pot restaurant for dinner. Thanks to you, boss, this time. Jing Xian sighed, if it was one more day late, he would probably starve to death. And maybe there will be other methods of abuse. Although Ling Xiaowen has a powerful family, her influence ultimately lies in Jinling. Although Jinling is not far from Sioux City, it is not our territory after all. Only Yi Yang, who has huge influence and transcends a certain region, can solve this matter so quickly. Why are we two still bringing this up? Yi Yang waved his hand, but you have to be more careful in the future. Jing Xian nodded in agreement. He doesn't like fighting, he just likes to do something he likes with peace of mind, without any big ambitions. So even after following Yi Yang and making 10 to 20 billion from stock trading, he didn't think about doing anything else and just managed finances normally. Money. No status. He is just a fat sheep and will not be feared by others. Yi Yang said, this incident has already warned you. Let's do this. I'll find a professional team. You invest 10 billion in cash and run a company with a market value of tens of billions. This will also be your business card of status in the future. A young person like Lu Wudi will be deeply afraid of you if he wants to touch you. Okay, I'll listen to you, boss. Jing Xian always obeyed Yi Yang's words. Then I will find a few companies in which I fully control and allocate shares with a market value of around 10 billion to you. Yi Yang continued. No. Boss, I won't ask for your money. Jing Xian waved his hands repeatedly. Yi Yang has long wanted to help him. If he had been willing, he would have been a super boss of Tingshuan or a super company. But firstly, he doesn't like power struggles, and secondly, he doesn't want money to be involved in brotherly love. Therefore, he never directly asked for the shares or money donated by Yi Yang. I'm going to lend it to you. If you trade stocks with me this time, don't talk about it and I'll make you tens of billions more. Just pay me back then. Yi Yang naturally understood what this brother was thinking, and with a wave of his hand, Jing Xian was relieved of his inner worries. The most important thing is to establish our identity first. Jing Xian scratched his head. Are you getting married soon? Yi Yang asked. Well, we are already making preparations. It may be in the next few days. Jing Xian nodded. Lu Wui said that this Ling Xiaowen is from the Jinling family. If your identity is not high, It will be difficult for you to get married, right? Yi Yang said with a smile. Jing Xian was suddenly hit with a pain point. He and Ling Xiaowen have a sincere relationship, so naturally there is no difference in status. But no marriage from a famous family can really go as one wishes. There is a lot of resistance within the Ling family. He has suffered a lot during this period and has been holding back his anger. All because he has no family power. Moreover, my personal share assets before were only a few $100 million. First update. The Jianling family has existed since ancient times. It has been passed down to this day with a transcendent foundation. The inheritance has lasted for more than 300 years. The descendants of the clan are spread all over China, and their identities are spread across all circles. The scale of the owner's apparent industry alone has reached 100 billion. Not to mention the many celebrities in politics, military, science and art. Just listening to the assets may lead to unintended consequences. But when it comes to the Jianling family, it is a famous family throughout southern China. Not only money, but also status, and even reputation and heritage. The legitimate daughter of such an ancient family has an extremely noble status. According to their family's internal arrangements, if the person they marry has no family background, they must at least have the hope of becoming a first-class Chinese boss. If the family of the person you marry is also a famous one, then it only needs to be that your potential can reach the level of a top talent. Jing Xian graduated more than a year ago and can be regarded as a top talent because he can become a director of a company worth tens of billions and holds more than 500 million shares. But he has no background, and he has not even passed the passing line for the Jianling family to select sons-in-law. So when I went to their house to get engaged, I received a lot of looks and cynicism. Although he didn't care. He didn't want to see Ling Xiaowen being cursed. That's why I have recently taken the initiative to take on various tasks, hoping to improve my status. However, individual efforts have an extremely small effect in the face of the grand goal of class cross-border. If he hadn't taken 2 express trains with Yi Yang recently, his assets would have risen to tens of billions. On his own, if he could turn the 500 million in his hands into 200 to 3,000 million before his death, he would be considered a pretty outstanding person. If you follow what Yi Yang said, use the existing funds, establish your own company, and name a few company directors. It can almost increase his net worth to tens of billions or even hundreds of billions in a short period of time. Even if he doesn't have a family background, he still has enough confidence to talk to the Jianling family. He was moved. Ha ha ha. It's settled. Within a month, I will increase your worth to more than 50 billion. Yi Yang patted Jing Xian on the shoulder. When you get married, I will be the best man. I must go and shut the mouth of this great family. Jing Xian's eyes turned red and he shook hands with Yi Yang firmly. There is no need for words between brothers. For Yi Yang, this is just a piece of cake. According to Jing Xian's character, he would never let himself suffer a loss afterwards. He just paid Jing Xianhui's future wealth in advance. The 2 of them had a good drink and settled their worries. Jing Xian drank extremely happily today. After getting drunk, Ling Xiaowen also happened to rush over from Jianling. Yi Yang took a look at his sister-in-law. The first impression of this girl was that she was a lady. That kind of temperament is indeed outstanding, and the appearance is also beautiful and cute. The look in Jing Xian's eyes was also full of love. He nodded, feeling happy that Jing Xian had found a good wife. Then I'll take him back first. After Ling, Xiaowen, and Yi Yang helped Jing Xian into the car, they smiled lightly at Yi Yang, then drove away in the Ferrari. After returning to Yandingshan Villa. Within 2 days, the outcome of Lu Bian and Shi Mao's treatment was basically decided. Death. Penalty. It's so urgent. Yi Yang raised the corners of his mouth. It seemed that those in power in Shou City who had colluded with local forces to commit corruption and illegal acts could no longer sit still. He wanted to execute Lu Bian and Shi Mao before the supreme eunuch arrived. Fortunately, he transferred the two of them to the Magic City in advance. Otherwise, it would be really easy for the people in power in Shou City to fool this matter. Delay the trial until the investigation is completed. Yi Yang responded to the official who called for his opinion. His many positions include such responsibilities, and he has every right to do so. This kind of scum, who uses the rights given by the people, instead of doing things for the people, to harm the people, really deserves to be damned. He has hated this kind of people since he was a child. Now that we have a breakthrough, we naturally won't let it go easily. He has the 10th will to speak out. No one dares to say no. Although the people in Shou City are crazy about wanting people from the devil, hoping that the devil will transfer the people to Shou City and then execute them quickly. However, their wishful thinking will never be realized. The next few days were very relaxing. With his current status, he doesn't have to do everything himself. Although he has been brought up to this status, he is not involved in many core matters. If he wants to know, he has the right to know, but he himself is not a person who likes to work. Or is Shenhao's state of happy life more suitable for his state of mind? Being transcendent, satisfying life, and supporting justice are his ultimate pursuits. Yi Yang was humming a song and was in a good mood, driving a Ferrari with one hand. He went to Qin Kellen's house last night, taught her fitness exercises, ate a delicious abalone, and drove around on the highway 7 or 8 times. Now he feels comfortable. Incomparable. After getting off the car, the two went to watch a sweet movie. When he was single, he didn't even bother to watch this kind of love movie. Being single was very painful, so he forced himself to feed dog food to make him feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable. He wouldn't do such a thing. If you don't have time to watch romance movies, why not watch some science fiction movies to cultivate your imagination, watch documentaries to gain knowledge, and watch immortality movies to cultivate your skills. But now that I have girlfriends, things are different. Being in a sweet environment, watching a romantic movie is still a bit immersive. The two bought couple seats. With Yi Yang's status, it is easy to book a theater. But if a couple goes out to watch a romantic movie together, isn't it just to show their affection? Wouldn't it be meaningless to book a theater? Just like that, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, entered the theater together and sat in the couple seats, making others envious. There were not only couples in the couple seats, but also a pair of boys sitting to their left and a pair of children sitting to their right. They were all crying. Look at the male and female protagonists on the screen, they are so intimate. When you look to the side, the handsome man and the beautiful woman are also intimate, even sweeter than in the movie. What kind of human suffering is this? On the screen, the male protagonist set off a rain of fireworks for the female protagonist on her birthday. Yi Yang smiled and said, "Your birthday will be coming soon in a few days. When the time comes, I will give you a gorgeous rain of fireworks covering the sky for fun. Listen, listen. Is this human talk? This is simply torturing the dog to death. The single guys next to them were all hit by 10,000 critical hits. So romantic. I want it too. The girlfriend imagined the gorgeous scene and was looking forward to it. Mua. Jean Kellen smiled sweetly, with a heroic spirit of fitness on her soft face, and she was full of charm. The two boys next to them almost hugged and cried. I also want a kiss from such a sweet girl. Second update. Oh my God. Why should I choose to watch love movies? They all speak loudly from within. We are obviously here to find the feeling of longing for love. Why did it turn into torture, for no apparent reason? Woo. Woo woo, oh soon, the movie ended. A pair of brothers and a pair of best friends stood up with burning eyes. We want a sweet love. I want a virgin. Yes. Elephant. I was ignited with endless fighting spirit. And I was discouraged as soon as I walked out of the cinema door. Singles are singles for a reason. They have been accustomed to being single for more than 20 years since they were born, and it is difficult for them to accept another person into their lives. People are always afraid of unfamiliar life. Especially when you have wonderful expectations for that unfamiliar life, expectations will also bring burdens. He had just come out of the cinema with Jean Kellen and was ready to go shopping. Brother, buy a flower for your beautiful sister. A little girl wearing thin clothes walked over holding a bouquet of flowers. Yi Yang looked at the little girl's little face that was slightly red and swollen from the cold, and felt a little distressed. Life in the city is not easy. This little girl may have suffered at home, so she went out to sell flowers at such a young age. Okay. I bought them all, there is no need to look for them. He casually took out $1,000 from his wallet and took the bouquet of flowers. Thank you, big brother. The little girl's eyes lit up and she bowed repeatedly. I wish my eldest brother and sister to love each other forever and be sweet and sweet. Yi Yang and Jean Kellen both smiled. This kid is very smart. The child bowed to Yi Yang again, and then ran away happily. Ding, the host's benevolent consumption is detected, a special critical attack is triggered, and the position of full head of the Hwasong charity organization is rewarded. Yi Yang was a little surprised. Nowadays, even if he spends hundreds of millions, he rarely gets any rewards. Today, he bought 1,000 yuan of roses and directly attacked a charity organization? He checked the Hwasong charity organization. One of the top 10 charitable organizations, one of China's national charities, with tens of billions of charity funds. Yi Yang nodded. This charity is different from a normal company. The money does not belong to him. Of course, leaders of other charitable organizations may not necessarily think so. But who is Yi Yang? It's so funny, there's no shortage of money at all. Tens of billions of charity funds must be used entirely for charity. Then, he thought that since he was already so rich, he really should do some charity. When he was studying, he thought that if he could develop in the future, he would give back to society. The general pattern of saying something great and benefiting the world has always been in his heart. In life, doing something with a big picture is the ultimate height. Thinking about it, he directly invested 50 billion in charity funds. Soon, senior members of the organization received this staggering donation. After checking the source, he turned out to be their new president. Even more messy. I simply don't know what to say. This new president is too arrogant. It was a unanimous decision from the top management. Directly changed the names of Hua and Song charities to Yiyang Charitable Foundation. When Yiyang heard the news, he also dumbfounded and acquiesced. People who have been in the workplace all year round are always good at flattering, and he doesn't dislike this kind of flattering. After all, nothing can be worn without flattery. In China, even those with money may not be able to establish such a national charity organization. After going through all the procedures and applications one by one, it will take at least 1 or 2 years to build a national level one. The acquisition of this charity saved him this time. This little girl is really a lucky star. If you can meet her again, just ask her if her family has any difficulties and help if you can. Yiyang held Qin Kellen's arm. After another afternoon of shopping, he wanted to buy some more gifts for Qin Kellen, but she refused. In the end, the little rich woman bought him a bunch of gifts. Oh, I have money, but I can't spend it. It's all because I'm too handsome and was taken care of by a little rich woman. Yiyang smiled teasingly. Humph, Qin Kellen smiled proudly. How does it feel to be taken care of by a rich woman? It's simply too good. Yiyang was extremely moved. You can be poor. Qin Kellen rolled his eyes charmingly, feeling very happy. After another dinner, Yiyang Kai sent her back to her villa. After returning to the villa, then he saw Shou Qingxian sitting on the sofa in a daze. What's wrong, goddess Shou? What makes you unhappy? Yiyang asked with raised eyebrows. Shou Qingxian has always been carefree, and this kind of absent-minded look is rare. Oh, no. Shou Qingxian shook his head. I just suddenly found some of the past. Past? Yiyang nodded, sat next to her, and lit a cigarette for her. Tell me about your past? Ouch. Bad boss. Shou Qingxian pouted, play tricks in moderation and refused to smoke. Ahem. Yiyang put out the cigarette, but he didn't smoke. But he couldn't help, but someone always gave him gifts, and there were a lot of them in the villa. I sent a lot of top-quality cigarettes back to my dad, but I didn't dare to send too many. After all, smoking is harmful to health. The rest are placed in various corners of the villa for whoever wants to use them. Actually, boss, you know that before I was adopted by Hurricane, my sister and I were both orphans. Shou Qingxian scratched her head. After being taken into the organization by Hurricane, I was busy with training and learning. My memories of my childhood are already modeled. But I vaguely remember that when I was young, my sister and I were in an orphanage. The director was very kind to us. I suddenly want to go back there to take a look. Yiyang smiled and said, okay, I'll go with you. He knew that Shou Qingxian was afraid that after the sisters left, they would be too far away from her and unable to provide protection. Then he would go and take a look. Really? Shou Qingxian didn't expect Yiyang to directly express that he wanted to go with her. Well, this is the benefactor who raised my two most reliable beauty bodyguards. Yiyang smiled and said, thanks to your kind director, otherwise I would have missed you too. Beautiful and capable beauties? Oh. Shou Qingxuan's face turned red. Cough. Yiyang coughed, and there was indeed some ambiguity in his words. But that kind of small detail is not important at all. I want to personally thank your dean. Yiyang nodded confidently. Maybe we can find your biological parents or something. No. Xiao Xiaozhu came over from The side, we have already discussed it. If they don't raise us, they are not our parents. We don't want to find them at all. Yi Yang nodded and didn't mention it anymore. Okay, get ready, and leave now without delay. Yi Yang smiled and waved. First update. Soon, the luggage was packed. This time I just went back to take a look, so I didn't need to prepare anything more. When the Shou sisters were young, their charity organization was very biased. After confirming the news with Hurricane Insider, the location was confirmed. In the southern border of China. Landong County, Xiguang Province. Landong County is a less developed area in Xiguang Province, so there is no convenient transportation. There are none at the airport. You can only fly to the nearest airport first and then drive there. Call. G950 landed at Hechi Jiangjing Airport. Jiangjing Airport cannot accommodate large private jets such as the F-1000. So, this time I came by G950. As soon as I got off the plane, I felt the vastness and special atmosphere of Xiguang Province. This area has not yet been completely invaded by modern prosperity and retains many of the original landforms. The airport is surrounded by woods and mountains. The air is very fresh. There is a feeling of getting away from the hustle and bustle and returning to nature. Some people have come to the airport to pick you up. Yi Yang now has assets under his name, spread all over the world. Xiguang Province is naturally no exception. The local subsidiary sent someone to pick up the plane and brought a luxury car delivered nearby. Yi Yang looked at the heavily equipped off-road vehicle in front of him. If you want to travel in the mountainous and complex road conditions in Xiguang, of course you must prepare a heavy-duty off-road vehicle. The 6.0-liter 8-cylinder engine has a maximum output of 304 horsepower, 224 kW, and a peak torque of 488 Nm. From the data, you can see how wild this car is. From the outside, it is distinctively thick and domineering. The dark golden body is extremely eye-catching. It looked like a giant diamond beast lying on the ground. It is currently the fastest civilian heavy armored SUV on land, Kai-Bai Battle Shield. This thing was originally built for the military. However, later due to the special needs of some non-chiefs and consortium owners in special regions, a commercial version was also developed. This vehicle can be equipped with a heavy machine gun at any time, turning it into a medium-sized military off-road vehicle. It's domineering enough, I like it very much. Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction. Transferred the car purchase money from the subsidiary to them. Very few people know about this thing, because the output is so small that it requires 28 senior technicians and 1,500 hours of manual installation. To be able to buy it, one must not only have money, but also have unimaginable status and special channels. If Yi Yang hadn't been the president of the famous car club, it would have been difficult to buy it in such a short time. 40 million Chinese coins are not too expensive. Yi Yang nodded. When this thing came out a few years ago, it sold for nearly 4 million euros in Europe. He thought the price was very affordable. Boarding. The engine roared instantly. Like a roaring giant ape running on the ground. One of the pinnacles of off-road vehicles, most terrains are trivial to it. Buzz buzz. Speeding all the way, China's infrastructure madman is not called for nothing. Although special transportation is not developed here, the highway is still connected in all directions, so the off-road performance is not used much. In more than an hour, we arrived at our destination directly along the Shangkuan Expressway. I found a small restaurant and ate snail noodles there. This is the authentic snail noodle, Yi Yang looked at the big bowl of snail noodles in front of him. The smell and taste of this stuff are really not friendly, so I have never tried it. The Shou sisters strongly recommended it and brought him to the store directly. Forget it, just hold your nose and eat it. He tasted it and it seemed to taste really good. This local, authentic snail noodle doesn't smell very good, but it tastes pretty good. Consumption is also very low. 3 bowls of noodles, plus some snacks, drinks, etc., only cost a few dozen yuan. Well, Yi Yang felt a little emotional, he hadn't had such a cheap meal in a long time. Eating. A group of people just walked in. The leader, looking like a rich man, came in swaggering. The people following him were all very impressive, and those following him were the ones who said good things. After this group of people came in, they found the boss inside. Hey, brother Zhu, you are indeed still in Landong County. Boss Zhu looked at the boss in charge with some strangeness. Who are you? Oh. I was the one who was in the orphanage back then. Isn't your nickname Zhu Jihe? Dahai laughed and said repeatedly. Oh. Boss Zhu remembered it and immediately recognized the people behind Dahai. They were all playmates in the orphanage. Why are you all back? Isn't this just making some money to repay the favor? You are staying in Landong County. Don't you know that something happened at the orphanage? These people are all connected. Boss Zhu nodded. I've already gone over to see it. Alas, it's a bit miserable. The expressions of a group of people all changed. They were all orphans adopted by the kind-hearted old dean. If the old dean had not been kind-hearted, they would all have died long ago. 20 years ago, it was still a borderland of China, and neither the environment nor the conditions were the same as they are now. Survival is difficult for adults, let alone children. We just heard that the orphanage was having some difficulties, but we didn't expect it to be more serious than what we said on the phone? Dahai frowned. Boss Zhu sighed. It rains all night long when the house leaks. It's a pity that I'm just a small restaurant owner. I'm a humble person and don't have much money, so I can only try my best to help. Do not worry. Dahai patted Boss Zhu on the shoulder. Everyone we can contact is back. I'm not bragging. I can handle any difficulties. Yes. Brother Dahai is doing very well. He is a super big boss. He is the one who takes the lead in coming back this time. That's right. The next few are all in succession. That's great. Boss Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. Come on, Lao Zhu, come back with us. Many people have heard about this in the past few days and are rushing back. There will be a party at the Changlan Hotel soon. After the party, we will go to the orphanage together. Dahai smiled. Is the orphanage you are talking about called Landong Love Orphanage? The question came from behind. Yes. Dahai scratched his head. There is only one family in the entire county, it must be. As soon as he turned around, everyone fell silent. Holy shit. What a beauty. What a beautiful woman. 2 beauties. Nowadays, beauties are all in big cities. Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu, 2 stunning ladies, stopped here and looked extremely beautiful. It makes one unable to move. Well, we are also from the Love Orphanage. The beautiful smiles of the two sisters fascinated the boys present. Such a beautiful girl. Must have made an impression if she was in the orphanage back then. Dehai and the others looked at each other, only to find that they couldn't recognize him at all. We are Shou Xiaozhu and Shou Qingxian. The two girls smiled. Ah. When a group of people heard this name, they seemed to recall the deepest fear in their hearts, and they all took a few steps back. Second update. You are the two female devils back then. Dehai realized that for such a big boss, he was so frightened by the shadow of his childhood that he took several steps back. He was a little embarrassed, coughed a few times, and said repeatedly. Shou Qingxian chuckled, as for that? Didn't I just beat you a few times, remember it? Till now? These two female overlords are so impressive. One is strong on the outside and can fight, while the other is dark on the inside and can play with herbs. Girls develop early. When Shou Qingxian was a child, she was naturally very strong and she was simply the king of children. If the two of them hadn't been adopted suddenly, Dehai would have had no chance of being the leader. At that time, they seemed to have been adopted when they were very young, so they were unrecognizable. I didn't expect that these two beauty overlords would look so awesome when they were young, someone muttered. Shou Qingxian glared. A group of people had trembling legs. Childhood. Shadows are the most difficult scars to heal in the human heart. That's really scary. Ahem, let's not talk about the embarrassing things from back then. Dehai waved his hand and kicked out of his mind the bad memory of having several shoe prints on his face by Shou Qingxian when he was a child. I didn't expect you to come back too. Uh-huh. Shou Qingxian raised her chin. Dehai nodded, looking at how you are dressed, you are having a good time. I am happy for you. Shou Qingxian and Shou Xiaozhu both nodded, you too. It was indeed not easy to survive back then. I didn't expect that after so many years of not seeing each other. You have become so beautiful. When I was a child, my face was dirty and I couldn't tell whether I was beautiful or not. In the crowd, there were several self-proclaimed successful young people, all of whom wanted to get together and make friends. However, Shou Qingxian and Shou Xiaozhu both stepped aside, one holding Yi Yang's left hand and the other holding Yi Yang's right hand. He smiled slightly and looked at the successful young people who were about to come over. Holy shit. 5 thunderstrikes. A group of people were confused. 2 super beauties. Why are you all leaning on the same person? They took a closer look and saw that he was indeed extremely handsome. But just to treat 2 goddesses to eat snail noodles, I guess they don't have much money, they are just pretty boys. They thought sourly in their hearts. I'll go, isn't this the big star Yi Yang? Someone recognized Yi Yang and shouted. Yi Yang pressed his hands and said with a smile, low-key, low-key. More and more people recognized Yi Yang. This is a big star. Why shouldn't he be worth hundreds of millions? Those guys who claimed to be successful young people all smiled sarcastically, and the gap was not even a small amount. They all came from orphanages and had no resources or support. The so-called success refers to being a senior executive of a certain company and earning tens of thousands a month. The success mentioned in Yi Yang's current circle is no longer the same concept. It's really rare for a big star to come to our Landong County. Apparently someone nearby also recognized Yi Yang. There are not many technological intrusions here, the average salary is even lower, and people rarely watch movies. In the minds of many people, big stars are similar to the protagonists and storytellers, and do not exist in reality. Unexpectedly, I saw it today. Really handsome, don't miss it. Ahem. Except for Dahai, there are few people present. Who can compare with the big stars? All the elite young people are avoiding it. Dahai and others all have families, and he laughed at this time. How great are the big stars? Only martial artists like Mr. Yi can defeat you two female devils. Shou Qingxian shrugged nonchalantly. Let's go, isn't there a party? I want to see how the orphanage is doing in advance. Xiao Xiaozhu said, listening to the conversation between Dahai and others just now. The orphanage is in a lot of trouble. Good. Dahai waved his hand and led a group of 8 or 9 people outside. Yi Yang led the Shou sisters from behind. What do they call you two devils? Oh boss. Don't listen to their nonsense, we were very gentle when we were young. They are all random nicknames. Shou Qingxian chuckled. That's right. Xiao Xiaozhu nodded repeatedly. Believe it or not. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. But think about it. If he didn't have some abilities that were different from other children, he wouldn't be focused on cultivating by Hurricane. After all, the Hurricanes are still a killer organization. It couldn't be that Shou Qingxian adopted them because they were too pitiful. Most of the people present do not work in Landong. Not many people are really capable of transporting luxury cars by air nearby, so Dahai directly rented a small passenger car today, which is more than enough for 10 people. Yi Yang glanced at the Kaibohi war shield parked next to him, and finally took the 2 girls into the minibus in an understanding manner. Showing off his wealth has lost its meaning to him today. It's just a means of transportation, I don't want to be special. Hoo-hoo. The bus drove along the streets of the county town and soon arrived at the Changlan Hotel. Along the way, the sea was bragging. But he is indeed quite powerful. Much more powerful than the old residence he found in the car, so everyone agrees with him. Yi Yang also looked at it with a slight smile. Although Dahai is a big boss to others, he actually only runs a chain of restaurants and has a net worth of about 200 million. However, he is a righteous person, which makes people feel good, so his small problem of bragging is not a problem. He just doesn't like those rubbish who pretend to be cool and have to step on others to show their abilities. If it doesn't hurt others for his own benefit, he generally doesn't care what others do. After bragging for a while, Dahai was tired. He also found that his bragging could no longer attract everyone's attention. More and more people looked back with a sly look. After all, the beautiful woman is really attractive. So he simply stopped bragging and watched the people next to him chatting with Yi Yang. This big star must make a lot of money a year, right? Someone asked repeatedly. As for my acting career, I haven't made much money yet. After all, I only made 1 movie. I didn't expect that I was lucky enough to become popular directly. In fact, I didn't get much pay. Yi Yang spread his hands. Although Yuan is popular all over the world, it is now the world's #1 box office in film history, with a box office of tens of billions. But he decided to share the box office revenue. As an actor, he only received less than 700 million yuan. Of course, if he was an investor, it would be more. 700 million yuan, for him, it is just a drop in the bucket, it is really little. This He wanted to be a little more low-key and modest, but others only felt his Versailles. Good guy, the first movie you acted in is the first in film history. Are you going to let other actors live? This is too amazing. First update. Dehai looked at Yi Yang's calm and modest appearance, and he admired him more and more. No one is stupid. It is impossible for him, a leading actor in such an epic movie that swept the world and ranked first in the box office history, not to get a dividend of 100 million yuan. But even if he got at least hundreds of millions of cash, he was still so humble and didn't brag about it at all. This is the true bearing of a strong man. He was impressed and thought that he still had a lot to learn. In showing his strength, everyone soon came to Changlan Hotel in a small car. The economy of Landong County is not particularly developed. Although Changlan Hotel is the largest hotel in the entire Donglan County, it is still incomparable to five-star hotels. Yi Yang and his party walked into Changlan Hotel. Today's Changlan Hotel is much more lively than in the past. Many people came here in luxury cars. The director of the Love Orphanage is very philanthropic and has taken in and trained many orphans in batches over the years. Among them are successful people like Dehai, and many people who have become successful now. The fact that there are super bodyguards like the Shou sisters can explain the problem. Of course, there are also some outsiders who want to add some honor to themselves, or come for charity. The banquet hall on the first floor gathered a lot of people. About dozens of people. Except for those who left the orphanage at a very young age, like Shou Qingxian. People who grew up in the orphanage generally have contact with each other. More than 20 years have passed, and many members of the orphanage have made some progress. Now the orphanage has suffered unprecedented difficulties. After hearing the news, everyone rushed over with different thoughts. Of course, there are also some big families in the neighboring areas. Dehai, you are here. The leaders of the other waves also came to greet them warmly. After introducing each other, everyone knew each other. As a star, Yi Yang naturally received a lot of attention in the field. Many people wanted to make friends with him, but he just smiled faintly. Not arrogant, but also had no interest in making friends. Most people left tactfully. If someone doesn't want to pay attention, there's no need to get close to them. However, some people felt that Yi Yang was a little arrogant and were unhappy. After all, they were all big bosses, and few people dared to be so disrespectful. Even if the other party was a big star, so what? He's only been popular for a few days. He dared to look down on the world like this? What will happen in the future? However, although they were unhappy, they still didn't say anything, just complained in their hearts. The atmosphere in the field was generally good. Hu Sanqian, the son of Hu Sanwan, a wealthy man in Guangxi, will come over later. He is a big boss. The situation in the orphanage is a little bad this time. We have to borrow his help. Since he wants fame, we must give him face later. A leader said solemnly. Brother Chonglin is awesome. He can even invite the son of Hu Sanwan's family. Guangxi's tourism economy is doing very well. Without saying much, just the sentence that Gillen's landscape is the best in the world is worth tens of billions. On the basis of this industry, many wealthy businessmen were born. Hu Sanwan is one of them, one of the 3 richest men in Guangxi. He is very famous in the business world of Guangxi. He has a huge reputation. He is involved in various industries in Guangxi, and it Is said that the output value is astonishing. He is far from being comparable to the guys from the orphanage. Present. Dehai is the best among the leaders of the orphanage, and his net worth is only 200 million. Not even a fraction of Hu Sanwan's assets. Hu Sanwan is famous, and the reputation of Hu Sanqian, the son of the Guangxi tycoon, is naturally prominent. At this time it was heard that Hu Sanqian was coming. Everyone present exclaimed in amazement. Unexpectedly, Zheng Changlin actually has such a great ability. He can invite the son of the rich man in Guangxi. This network is really strong. Everyone was amazed. I wonder when the son of Sanqian will arrive. There was a lot of talk in the field. If Hu Sanqian was there, the problems encountered by the orphanage this time might be solved. After all, he is the son of one of the 3 richest men in the province. As they were talking, there was a noise outside. Huh. A Porsche Carrera GT came into view. Oh my God, Porsche Carrera GT. A super luxury car worth tens of millions. This kind of super luxury car, I'm afraid it's impossible to drive it without a family background. Everyone was talking about it. It's really good. Just like the starting from scratch in an orphanage, being able to have a net worth of 200 million is basically a rare talent. But even if they have a net worth of 200 million, it is impossible to take out tens of millions of cash just to buy a sports car. Some things really can't be achieved by the accumulation of one generation. The car door opened, and the young man with black sunglasses walked down from the driver's seat, shook his hair styled by a hairdresser, and swiped his hand in the air, then took off his glasses, looked up and down at Changlan Hotel, and curled his lips in disdain. I know there are no good restaurants in this small county. It's not even a 5-star hotel, right? That must be it. Zheng Changlin, who invited Hu Sanqian to come over, laughed and walked over enthusiastically. We are from a poor and remote place, how can we catch the eye of Master Sanqian? Hu Sanqian nodded with great pleasure. He just likes being flattered. He looked back at the road he came from, and a smile with ulterior motives appeared at the corner of his mouth. In order to gain enough fame this time and create an image of a good young man who likes charity, he specially ordered his servants to contact many well-known media and reporters. But he can't show up by himself, that would be too deliberate. When he arrives at the orphanage, those reporters will appear at the right time and by chance, and then take pictures of his charitable deeds. Tomorrow, he can be promoted gloriously with a positive image. The image of a righteous and kind young man will be passed down through China. Countless beautiful girls think about him day and night, wishing to be a pair of wings with him in the sky and a pair of branches on the ground. The fantasy of a better future made the corners of his mouth fly up. His white teeth were exposed, reflecting the sunlight. But before that, he had to do enough preparation. He was counting on these guys to help him create an atmosphere later. He walked into the Changlan Hotel with his beautiful secretary. He glanced at the dozens of people present. Most people looked over. After all, he was the son of a wealthy man in Guangxi, and he had the aura of a protagonist when he appeared. Who dared not to look? He frowned, but only a handsome young man and 2 peerless beauties at one table ignored him at all. They were still talking and laughing. How dare you ignore me? He frowned. If it was an ordinary person, he wouldn't care. After all, pretending to be cool also requires coolness, but these 2 girls are too beautiful. Second update. Now you are indifferent to me, but soon I will put you beyond your reach. Hu Sanqian sneered and waved his hand. I believe that all of you here are fellow philanthropists and celebrities who have come to Landong County to show their love. It is a great honor to meet you here today. Oh, Master Sanqian, it would be an honor for us to have dinner with you. Yeah. After all, you are the son of a wealthy man in Guangxi. There was a sound of praise all around. Hu Sanqian nodded with satisfaction and glanced around. He found that the two beauties Shou Qingxian still ignored him. Good guy, he is rampant in Guangxi, and as soon as the name of Sanqian young master appears, whoever is involved in the business world knows about it. Now these people are completely indifferent to themselves. Isn't it from Guangxi? He was thinking. Since the fame method is not easy to use, let's change it. As a young man of 3,000, I have never been afraid of showing off. He said a few words to the secretary, and then sat on the main seat with Dehai and the other leaders, enjoying the tout of the sea. For him, being praised is the first-class enjoyment in life. After a while, the food was served. Yi Yang and others had just eaten and didn't use their chopsticks much. But after all, he is still a martial arts practitioner. He has a big appetite and can eat whatever he wants. Soon, the secretary came back with someone. There was quite a bit of commotion. Everyone looked over. The secretary cleared his throat. This is a gift prepared by our young master Sanqian for everyone. Meeting each other is fate. We are all philanthropists full of love in our hearts, so please accept these gifts. And there are gifts. Everyone's eyes lit up and they all looked over. Everyone, don't show up, just accept it. Hu Sanqian waved his hand grandly, very satisfied with the secretary's words. The gift boxes were handed out. Most people accepted it happily. Don't know what it is? Click, click, click. When the gift box was opened, everyone's eyes were shocked. For men, all gifts are high-end Hermes belts. One piece is nearly 20,000. Ladies, these are all Hermes brand name, high-quality bags. One, that's nearly 30,000. It's so strong. Gifts of 20 to 30,000 yuan, just give them as you say. This is really rich. There were dozens of people present, who were strangers to each other, and they directly took out more than 1 million yuan to buy a gift. They really took the money as money. How arrogant. 3,000 young masters are still 3,000 young masters. That's right. Eaters have short mouths, and takers have short hands. This gift worth tens of thousands of dollars is nothing if you don't take it. Just saying a few nice words can get you a gift worth 20 or 30,000 for free. For most ordinary people present, it is an extremely cost-effective business. Hu Sanqian raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Yi Yang's table. They didn't even open the gift box. He gritted his teeth inwardly. This is too calm. Don't you be tempted by a gift of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan? He also specially asked his secretary to add an extra diamond ring worth hundreds of thousands to each of the Shou sisters in the gift box to show his strength. It's a pity that people don't even look at it. Fame doesn't work. The wealth offensive doesn't work either. He was a little anxious. The secretary obviously noticed that Hu Sanqian was in a bad mood, so he walked over directly and said with a smile, "Guys, please accept your kindness from Master Sanqian." Uh-huh. Shou Qingxian and Shou Shaozhu smiled lightly and said, "If you accept it with your heart, you will not accept the gift. This? The secretary was stunned. What he said was perfect. It was hard to say anything else. Do you think the gift is too light and doesn't seem thoughtful enough? The secretary continued to ask. Receiving gifts is a favor. Do we still need to explain this truth clearly? Shou Qingxian naturally understood what the secretary said. With her character, she was naturally too lazy to pretend. And said calmly, isn't it possible that the 3,000 young masters who spent hundreds of thousands on gifts are not worthy of your favor? Then your favor is indeed a bit expensive. The secretary smiled slightly, but his heart had already exploded. She has worked diligently with her boss for so many years, but Hu Sanqian has never bought him such an expensive gift until now. Give hundreds of thousands of gifts at this meeting. Of course she was feeling sour inside. What if I say it's not worth it? Shou Qingxian sneered, without giving any face. Then you don't want to give Master Sanqian this face? The secretary was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The treatment she couldn't ask for. Hu Sanqian is handsome and rich. She has been working with him for so many years. Just to get into the car in a corner. Find a way to get some credit with Hu Sanqian. As a result, people didn't even bother to look at what I had been begging for so long. This made her a little defensive. It's so exciting. Face is given by others, not something you ask for. Shou Qingxian said calmly. Those who ask others to buy face are not worthy of asking for face. As expected of a female devil. Everyone in the sea was trembling. Although they don't know what Shou Qingxian and her sister are doing now. The shadow of their childhood is too big, so they think it is normal for these two people to confront the secretary. However, those orphans who have not experienced the era of the two demons showed incomprehension. This is Hu Sanqian's secretary. It's so brave to say to Hu Sanqian that he doesn't deserve face. In Guangxi, the emperor is far away. There are many local tyrants. Hu Sanwan, a wealthy man in a province, is famous and has more influence in the local area than the richest man. Who dares not to give face to this business prince? And say it to his face. They all looked at the table in surprise. Originally, they thought that if the young man with his back to them was sensible, he would definitely stand up and apologize to Hu Sanqian. Immediately. Unexpectedly, he sat there calmly, his back did not move at all. This table is really Hu Sanqian's face. Also turned cold. Ahem, Master Sanqian. Dehai and the others wanted to come up to ease the atmosphere. Hu Sanqian waved his hand directly, what a hot chick. If Shou Qingxian wasn't a super beauty, he would have been angry long ago. Then let's do this, I'll treat you to this meal today. Hu Sanqian pretended to be generous and said lightly. As long as the dinner is successful, even if the gift is not accepted, the favor is included in the meal. Just at this time, another luxury car stopped at the door of the hotel. It was another top luxury car worth tens of millions. In the car, a young man hugged left and right and walked into Changlan Hotel. I say, Brother Sanqian, I haven't arrived yet, and you want to pay the bill and leave. You really forgot about me. It's sad. Hu Sanqian's face trembled and looked at the person who came. This guy actually came too. He smiled lightly. Brother Lin, I thought you were just joking. I didn't expect you to really come. First update. The newcomer was a handsome man, about 28 or 29 years old. He was surrounded by women, very free and easy. This is Lin Yaoshi, the newly rising boss in Guangxi. Hiss. Today is really a meeting of the bosses. He's here too. This guy is really amazing. Not bad. I really admire him. He is just like the protagonist of a novel, with powerful means and amazing luck. In just 2 years, he has come to this point. He is a shining star in the Guangxi business world. Not bad, this Lin Yaoshi is a rising star in Guangxi. In the past 2 years, he is very popular and almost everyone in the Guangxi business world knows him. Lin Yaoshi's presence was beyond everyone's expectations. Hu Sanqian was very unhappy. The 3 giants in the Guangxi business world each have a son, known as the third prince of the Guangxi business world. 2 years ago, the 3 of them were in great glory. Who among the younger generation can compare with them in terms of elegance? Compare with happiness? But in the past 2 years, everything has changed. Everything is because of this Lin Yaoshi. This guy is not very old, but within 2 years, he started from scratch and became a billionaire. In a province like Guangxi, where the economy is relatively ordinary, the richest man is only worth 20 to 30 billion. With a net worth of billions, even many older businessmen have to bow down to him. In addition to the 3 tycoons, Lin Yaoshi's current net worth can basically be said to be the most advanced boss in Guangxi's business world. If you only look at the younger generation, there is simply no one who can fight. They are all garbage. He has long looked down on his peers, and being invincible is really lonely. He is rampant in the Guangxi business world and is called a big boss everywhere. Unlike Hu Sanqian, who relies on his father, Lin Yaoshi is really awesome. His reputation instantly overwhelmed the third prince of Guangxi's business world. Hu Sanqian and other third princes who were originally incomparable in glory were all suppressed by him, and they have been a little humiliated in the past 2 years. But this Lin Yaoshi is just like a street urchin. He can be seen everywhere in Guangxi. Once he meets him, it is definitely not a good thing. Although this guy is a rich man, he seems to have some hatred for the rich. When he sees their third prince, he wants to step on him. But he has strength. My father told me to treat it as a tempering mentality and not to go against him. This guy has been too popular in the past 2 years. Ahem, brother Lin. In Hu Sanqian's mind, he was about to perform the critical moment of slapping Yi Yang in the face and robbing 2 peerless beauties. The atmosphere was set up, and he was just waiting for him to be furious and directly set off the climax. Slap the face, then snatch the beauty. As a result, this guy actually came. Well, how is the food? Lin Yaoshi asked with a smile. It's delicious. Although Changlan Hotel is not very famous, the dishes seem to be surprisingly delicious. Everyone said honestly. Haha, just enjoy your meal. This is my restaurant. Eat for free today. It's all on my account. Lin Yaoshi laughed. I don't have any hobbies. I just like to give money to people in need. You are all good people who come to do charity. I'll treat you to this meal. Hee hee. Hu Sanqian sneered in his heart. See? I knew you were here to steal my cake. I was pretending to be so cool, but you stole the limelight. You probably also fell in love with those 2 beauties. Haha, then thank Boss Lin. I've heard that Boss Lin has countless businesses. I didn't expect that the largest restaurant in Donglan County is also your business. These people immediately began to compliment Lin Yaoshi. Lin Yaoshi laughed. He just wanted to do some good things. After all, he made his fortune from this. He didn't think too much about it. Turning around, his arms were frozen. It's really beautiful. No wonder Hu Sanqian looks so generous today. He doesn't usually pluck hair, but is very picky. He is a romantic person, and he is very direct. He won't pretend to be like Hu Sanqian. He plans to go up and flirt directly. If the other person doesn't like him, he won't be angry at all. Straightforward. Romantic and flirtatious. It is a portrayal of his own personality. Here we go again. Shou Qingxian rolled her eyes. Ladies, I am a male, named Lin Yaoshi, and my family has a small fortune of 5 billion. I wonder if the ladies are interested in going home with me to watch. Damn, is this his way of flirting with girls? Too damn direct. Rich and willful? Awesome. Everyone present was embarrassed by this way of flirting with girls, and wanted to do somersaults on the spot. However, think about it carefully. This is also good. It's clear that I am rich and I like your face. You think we can be together like this, which is quite straightforward. Those who hooked up with him were all business girls, who came for money and left for money. They were more gentlemanly than those villains who used bad means to seduce girls from good families. However, halfway through the conversation, Shou Qingxian directly said, "Get out." Lin Yaoshi secretly thought it was a pity they were not the same kind of people. It would be great if this was a gold digger. But he was not angry, and when he was about to leave, he was stunned on the spot. Damn it. Everyone was stunned, not understanding why this Guangxi Fengyun boss suddenly screamed. Benefactor. Lin Yaoshi screamed. Yi Yang had his back to the scene just now, so he didn't see clearly. Now that he was close, he recognized Yi Yang at once. Yi Yang was confused. Who are you? Do I know you? What the hell is benefactor? Lin Yaoshi knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yi Yang without saying a word. My life-saving benefactor. I finally see you. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? The Guangxi Fengyun boss, the first-class existence under the three giants, actually knelt down? And he called him benefactor. Look at the way he knelt and kowtowed, it doesn't look like a joke at all. This is really seeing a benefactor. But Yi Yang is the benefactor that Lin Yaoshi wants to kneel down and thank. This? Those who originally thought Yi Yang was a little arrogant instantly respected him. No longer dare to think that Yi Yang was arrogant just now. Let's not talk about the inside story. Yi Yang's identity as Lin Yaoshi's savior is enough to dominate Guangxi. Except for the three richest men, who dares not give face to Lin Yaoshi, the big boss. According to Lin Yaoshi's current development speed, in a few years, he may be the fourth largest business tycoon in Guangxi. He is a person who cannot be offended at all, and everyone avoids him. Yi Yang didn't want to be kowtowed to for nothing and took advantage of others, so he helped him up. We don't seem to have much in common. Ahem, Mr. Yi, you don't know me, but I know you. You are my idol. Benefactor. You are electricity, you are light, you are the only myth in my life. Lin Yaoshi was excited. Second update, weekly no prize quiz. Who is Lin Yaoshi? Tell me slowly, what is going on? Yi Yang asked with a smile. He didn't remember that a person named Lin Yoshi had anything to do with him. A year ago, my business withered, my wife betrayed me, and my brothers tricked me. My life entered the darkest trough. I almost thought I was doomed, the store was tricked, I was so depressed, and I wanted to commit suicide. Lin Yoshi sighed, his expression gloomy, obviously remembering the pain and sorrow of that time. It turns out the rumors are true. I didn't expect that boss Lin Yoshi would have such a past. There was such a sad past before the rise of the big boss. Everyone present was sighing. Now that Lin Yoshi has met his benefactor, he naturally doesn't want to hide anything. Although he rarely takes the initiative to mention his past, he has never been shy about mentioning it in front of others. His original character was also diligent, smart, and honest. I opened a shop in partnership with my brother. Live the life of an ordinary boss. But since his wife rolled up the money and had her name on it, the property deed for the house he bought went with someone else, and his brothers conspired to kick him out of the store. His temperament changed drastically. He didn't know why he, such an honest and good person, ended up like this. The more I think about it, the more frustrated I become. He drank alcohol every day to drown his sorrows, and even had thoughts of committing suicide. When he was completely despairing and was either scrolling through Douyin or drinking, he came across Yang. It was this quick meeting that changed everything. In just a few months, Yang went on the air several times and distributed hundreds of millions of red envelopes. It is said that after extreme bad luck comes extreme good luck. He was very lucky those few times. Got millions of red envelopes. In that life of extreme despair, these millions are a ray of light. It illuminated his gloomy soul. Everything has hope and turning point again. The human brain is very strange. If you change a small thought, things that could kill you seem to become unimportant. He had a great enlightenment. Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Honest people are not rewarded. Live a happy life, regard everything as trivial, and live with a true temperament. The good guys are more hateful than the bad guys. The bad guys only harm the good guys, but the bad guys help the bad guys, thereby harming the good guys. After he understood life clearly, he was like a martial arts practitioner who had opened up the two channels of Ren and Du from then on, doing business and stock trading went smoothly, and everything seemed to be cheating. In just over half a year, he became famous in Guangxi. Become the boss Lin known to others. The value has increased 1,000 times. Master billions of assets. He cheated on his wife by making money, and even killed his lover. The two brothers who cheated him are now considered to be in ruins. Of course, he would not mention the details of the above revenge, otherwise it would not confirm the fact that he committed a crime. But it doesn't matter anymore. After he understood life clearly, he would repay hatred and repay kindness, and he would be free and straightforward. He has the most extreme gratitude and the most monstrous anger. Become the ultimate true-hearted person. Even if one day things are revealed and he dies for the truth he pursues in his heart, he will have no regrets. After Yi Yang listened to Lin Yoshi's statement, he was silent for a moment. He patted Lin Yoshi on the shoulder. I didn't expect that I would unintentionally contribute to such a good thing. Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be rewarded with evil. This is also the world he pursues. This man's story is enough to fill a biography. More legendary than novels. You are my savior. My life is yours. Lin Yoshi doesn't care about other people's opinions at all. After kowtowing to Yi Yang a few times on the spot, Yi Yang helped him up. Others present were already confused. I heard the old story of the boss, will he be killed afterwards? Afraid.jpg. Hey, I originally wanted to contact you after the orphanage thing is over to repay my kindness. Lin Yoshi sighed. He had been working hard for more than half a year. Only recently has he truly become one of the top tycoons in Guangxi. Even if Yi Yang only reveals a little bit of information to the public, it is enough to reach a top-notch position in the entire Chinese business community. If an ordinary person wanted to see Yi Yang, it would be impossible. He also plans to strive to reach a net worth of tens of billions before trying to contact Yi Yang. Haha, then we are indeed destined to meet each other. Yi Yang laughed. Everyone in the venue also laughed in agreement, trying to lighten the atmosphere in the venue. After all, the scene just now was really disturbing. The atmosphere is still cheerful and comfortable. Hu Sanqian was embarrassed at the moment and didn't know what to say. Not to mention that they were robbed of the limelight halfway through their pretense, but now everyone's attention has been completely focused on Lin Yoshi and Yi Yang. Moreover, from the words, it seems that Yi Yang's identity is extremely complicated. How many millions did you grab for red envelopes? Dreaming. Putting all the red envelopes he has received since he was a kid together, they don't even amount to this amount. The leaders of Dahai looked left and right, and asked carefully, well, Mr. Lin, according to what you said, Mr. Ye's identity seems to be very complicated. Lin Yaoshi stood up and said proudly, of course. Yianren, look at China, there are few people who can compare to me. Others may have missed the news about Yi Yang and don't know Yi Yang's identity. But he is Yi Yang's diehard fan. He knows all the news about Yi Yang. He roughly pieced it together and was able to guess that even those richest people in China are ordinary people compared to Yi Yang. At least trillions of assets. What? Look at China, there are few people who can compare this. Everyone present was a little confused. This statement is too harsh. Yi Yang looks younger than Lin Yaoshi. Everyone thinks that being able to become a world-class movie star at Yi Yang's age and become a hit in a movie is already too incredible. It's already a great fortune, eh? Child of destiny. Few people in China can compare. This evaluation was made by Guangxi super boss Lin Yaoshi himself. This is worth pondering. They looked at Yi Yang with more respect. Haha, brother Lin, even if Yi Yang is your benefactor, you don't have to praise him so much. Hu Sanqian is now just like the Japanese. And the woman was taken away by someone else, and he had sex with someone else. He was in a very bad mood, his face was as sour as a pickled eggplant, and he said bitterly, his father is one of the richest people. Even if Yi Yang is really awesome, he can't be better than his father at such a young age. After all, Wang Xiaozong, a rich second generation in the top business circle, has only a few billion in personal assets. Not to mention relying on his own struggle. To despise my benefactor is to insult my face. Lin Yaoshi strode forward and rushed over. First update. This. Brother Lin, no, not at all. Seeing Lin Yaoshi coming over aggressively, Hu Sanqian immediately became timid. This guy is a madman. His father has said that this kid has been unstoppable recently, with good luck and cruelty. He Doesn't care about the consequences of everything, but every time he does something, the result is unexpectedly good. He acts recklessly. If he is really beaten here, I'm afraid he can only suffer in silence. My father is Husanwan. Husan Qian threw out his last trump card. But as expected, it was useless. Lin Yaoshi didn't care at all. He was reckless in himself, not to mention for his benefactor Yi Yang. Hu Sanqian became timid directly. While Lin Yaoshi didn't hit him, he bowed directly, Boss Yi. I was wrong. I was talking nonsense just now. Please don't be offended. I apologize to you. Good guy. Young master who is timid. This. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Awesome, there is no other word to describe it except these two words. Hu Sanqian is a big boss in their eyes, and Lin Yaoshi is a super big boss. Now Yi Yang's status and image in their hearts have risen sharply and become extremely mysterious. I just don't know what this big boss is. It's really powerful. In the entire Guangxi business community, except for the three richest men, no one can force Hu Sanqian to bow his head. After today, the names of Lin Yaoshi and Yi Yang will be well known in the Guangxi business community. Not bad. Everyone present kept sighing. Pa. Still got a slap in the face. Hu Sanqian was stunned. Brother Lin, I apologized. Why did you hit me? If you don't apologize, it will be more than just this slap. Lin Yaoshi's eyes were like lightning. Remember, if anyone disrespects Mr. Yi in the future, I will fight to the death with all my wealth. Everyone present bowed their heads. This is crazy. People with billions of assets are fighting with you. This is not a joke. Who can stand this? All were scared. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy is really a die-hard fan. Okay, it's just a farce. We have to go to the orphanage. After dinner. Yi Yang stopped him at the right time. Yes, yes. Going to charity is the purpose of our visit this time. Mr. Yi is right. Haha, everyone hurry up and eat. After eating, let's get down to business. Everyone said again and again. Hu Sanqian rubbed his face and sat in his seat in silence. Originally, he was the most eye-catching guy today. He should be the king of bullying. But what happened? He didn't pretend to be bullying, but was slapped in the face. Angry. Humph, fortunately I have a backup today, otherwise I would have suffered a big loss today. Hu Sanqian snorted in his heart. When he went to donate later, he arranged a beautiful reporter, and he came prepared. I won't make trouble again, but you can't stop me from donating money. You boasted 100 times more than me, but you didn't donate as much as I did. Aren't you ashamed? He sneered inwardly. Fortunately, he was fully prepared today. Otherwise, he would never get back at this. After all, Yi Yang and Lin Yaoshi are both real big guys. When donating money, they will be more awesome than him, a rich second generation. He raised his head and sneered. But when he saw Lin Yaoshi looking over, he immediately lowered his head to eat vegetables. When everyone saw this scene, they all wanted to laugh, but they couldn't really laugh, and they were so stifling. After a while, they finished their meal. Changlan Hotel is Lin Yaoshi's property, so naturally they won't charge money. Everyone took buses or private cars and headed towards the orphanage. The county town is not big, and soon they arrived in front of the orphanage. Many people have gathered here. How did it become Like this? After Xiao Xiaozhu and Xiao Qingxian got out of the car, their eyes flashed with fluctuations. In front of them, the building had collapsed, and many excavators were constantly digging something here. Next to the building, there were some simple houses. Very simple. In front of the excavator, two teams of burly men stood, smoking and looking at the group of people next to them with a look of arrogance. Behind the big man, there was a simple shed on the construction site. In the shed, there was a wine table. Two men in suits and leather shoes exchanged cups and laughed happily. Brother, a lot of people came today. The old dean has forced you to know. And, so you have called back all the people you can call. The man with a pointed face and dark skin on the opposite side grinned. Haha, that dead old man, this is his last struggle, he has no trump card to play. A man with a small green dragon tattooed on his face and an absurdly fat body like a mountain sat opposite and drank a small cup of wine with his head tilted back. I see there are reporters. Will there be any problems here? The sharp-nosed and monkey-faced man said worriedly, if the things here are exposed, we're all doomed. Haha, what the hell? If you don't say it and I don't say it, who here can expose this? Roshan man threw the wine cup on the table. Besides, when he forced the old man to build the orphanage, he didn't strictly follow the terms of land purchase and purchase. He used his head to scrape up 50 million for the land purchase, so that we can stop redevelopment? Ahem, it said that these people came back just to donate money to charity and help the orphanage. The sharp-mouthed, monkey-cheeked man was still a little worried. Ha ha. Ha ha. Roshan man burst out laughing, making the shed tremble. Charity? I have been living in Guangxi for so many years, and I have seen a lot of philanthropists. How many of them are sincerely engaged in charity? Of the 10 who engage in charity, 5 have ulterior motives. The remaining 2 are for fame and the other 2 are for profit. He pointed his hand at the noisy crowd outside. Even though this group of people is big, they are just a bunch of rabble. Those who really want to do charity usually don't have money. Those who come with bad intentions will naturally be disappointed when they see that there is no profit. No bleeding. Today, they came full of pride, but they are destined to return in defeat. The man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks laughed and toasted repeatedly. Brother Sean, you are well informed. You can point out the country. Ha ha ha. Roshan man was touted to be very useful. However, those guys led by that old guy are indeed a problem. He was talking about Dahai and the others. He didn't know if the others really wanted to come back to do charity. But Dahai and others must be sincere. These people's assets are not low now. If you go all out, you can pool all your cash and sell your assets to barely cover the purchase price. They can't take over this land. But I have been around the world for so many years and have seen a lot. I am sure that they will not do this. Give everything you have finally got? Anyway, people like him will never make this choice until they die. Second update. What happened? After everyone got out of the car, they also discovered that something was wrong. Here's the thing. Boss Shou, who sells snail noodles, said, some time ago, the orphanage building fell into disrepair and cracks appeared, and it was classified as a dangerous building. Because our director cannot produce the land ownership certificate, strictly speaking, this place belongs to the public. However, when the orphanage was established, there was no such sound law as it is now. Landong County was still a small village back then. This building was built by the director. According to the normal treatment, this place should also be continued by the orphanage. Keep it open. Boss Shou continued, after all, the dean is doing the social security work they are supposed to do for the county. Good. The listeners nodded. Back then, he was very poor and destitute, but the dean was kind and kind. Over the years, he has tried his best to raise the orphans. After decades, the land price has increased countless times. After the fall, he was asked to purchase the use rights of this land as commercial land. His intentions were sinister. Under normal circumstances, we will follow the normal handling methods. This time, someone must be causing trouble behind the scenes to cause the current situation. Right? Yi Yang asked. Good. Boss Shou sighed. A real estate company from the city came over and directly asked the county for this land for commercial development. The county said that if the dean did not have the money to buy this commercial land at the current price, it would let this real estate company develop it. This Dehai and others were a little angry, but also a little helpless. There is nothing wrong with the procedures they are following now. They are all legal, but they are just a little ruthless. Tomorrow, the county will publicly auction the commercial development rights of this land. If there is no land purchase money, the orphanage land will be rebuilt. Boss Shou sighed. In other words, at least this land does not belong to the real estate company now, so why did they bring the excavator over and knock down the orphanage? Dehai's eyes were red with anger. The orphanage is home to them. It is the softest place in the heart. Being pushed down so ruthlessly and unreasonably made them furious. This real estate company has great power in the city. With their numbers, no one can stop them. Boss Shou shook his head. Moreover, behind this matter, it is likely that Mr. He, one of the 3 richest men in Guangxi, is pushing it. No one dares to stop. Everyone tasted some different flavors. I'm afraid this real estate company has some collusion with the county. Under this seemingly reasonable charter, there seems to be some unexplainable secret hidden. However, no one dares to speak nonsense without evidence. Dehai and others asked repeatedly, how much does this piece of land cost? It costs more than 30 million at least, but this real estate company is bound to win it. I think it will be difficult to win if we don't have 50 million to bid tomorrow. Boss Shou smiled. Bitterly hiss. Everyone in Dehai took a breath of cold air. 50 million. That's cash money. They may be worth more than 100 million, but if they can really donate money for free, if they can put together 10 million, they will be exhausted. 50 million, you have to sell some real estate. But this takes time and it simply can't be put together in one day. Why are you in such a hurry? It was 4 days ago that the orphanage was rated as dangerous. The land auction will be held tomorrow? How weird is it to say that? There are no ghosts in it? The sea was furious. Just as he was talking, the old dean had already walked out of the simple room with some children. Old dean! Dehai and others all shouted. Children, just come back. The old dean felt very happy when he saw these familiar and unfamiliar faces. These children who might have froze to death on the roadside, under his hand, even became a few big shots with a net worth of over 100 million, how could they not be proud? Even though he had looked haggard due to the forced demolition in the past few days, he was now smiling and couldn't hide his happiness. Grandpa Dean, Xiao Qingxian and Shou Zhu also walked up and greeted with a smile. It's only 50 million, which they can easily afford. It's really not a big sum of money. You are. The old dean looked left and right, but he couldn't recognize it. I am Xiao. I am Shou Qingxian. The two girls smiled. Ah. The old dean instantly thought of these two sisters who were adopted when they were 6 or 7 years old. It turns out you two are the troublemakers. Xiao Xiaozhu stuck out his tongue. Shou Qingxian scratched her head in embarrassment. The two of them had gotten into trouble a lot back then, feeding their bullies with laxatives and blowing up the men's room with firecrackers. They got into fights, kicked several of the ribs of the little bully in the county who came to make trouble, and made the old dean spend thousands to treat people. There were countless such things. If the old dean hadn't been so kind, they would have been scolded. The old dean smiled. I have always been in contact with Dehai and the others, so I am aware of their development. But I have been worried about you. The person who adopted you two feels that the conditions at home are quite good. I often wonder, with the tempers of the demon kings you two are, would you be left out in the cold if you entered a rich family like that? Shou Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu looked at each other and laughed. We learned a lot of skills at our adoptive mother's house and are living very well now. Don't worry. By the way, Dean, let me introduce our boss to you. With that said, he pulled Ji Yang over. This is our current boss. He came back with us to see you this time. Shou Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu laughed. Ah. The dean looked at Yi Yang. He looked talented and handsome as a god. He was so handsome that he was speechless. It took him a long time to say, such a young boss. Haha, hello Mr. Dean. Yi Yang shook hands with the dean. Qingxian and Xiaozhu are my right-hand men. Thank you for taking them in. Kindness is priceless. The dean nodded happily. Hu Sanqian on the side gritted his teeth and couldn't help but want to express himself. He said repeatedly, I mean Mr. Director. I heard that our orphanage has encountered a lot of suffering and trouble. Mentioning this, the dean sighed. Not bad. He explained the dilemma again. It's basically the same as what Boss Shou knows. There is nothing we can do this time, so I want to call you back to see if we can think of a way. Dean Chen Jishan looked at Dehai and others. He had done good deeds and accumulated virtues all his life, but he never expected that when he got old, he would lose the orphanage he had spent his whole life building. He felt helpless and sad. First update. Don't worry, Director, no matter what you say this time, we will help the orphanage survive the crisis. Everyone in Dehai kept talking. Their lives were given by the Director, and now when it comes time to repay the orphanage, they will naturally not back down. He would rather sell his assets than let the orphanage be disbanded. However, time is really tight. In just one day, it's almost impossible. Moreover, some well-intentioned people still couldn't stand the auction tomorrow, and secretly told the dean. Otherwise, when the land was snatched away by Wuliang developers, they would not know it. Even if you want to sell your assets, it's impossible. Hu Sanqian snorted. It was finally time for him, the forced king, to make his debut. These two chicks felt low about giving gifts, but now he is doing charity. An act of justice. No matter what his purpose is, in the final analysis, he is just doing good things. With a purpose, and he will still do good things after all. Ahem, I suggest that we hold a fundraising event later. Most of the wealthy businessmen who are here today are here for charity. Let's chip in together. 50 Million is not difficult to get. Hu Sanqian waved his hand with great arrogance. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Hu Sanqian. Although this Hu Sanqian is addicted to pretense, he is really not a bad person, and is even a little kind, although his purpose is not pure. That's right, that's what we came here to do. Haha, young Master Sanqian takes the lead, of course we will help. The bosses who wanted to gain some good reputation and add a positive image to the company also smiled. Good. The dean knew that now, at this critical moment of life and death, he couldn't care less about pretentiousness. When I was planning to ask someone to set up a simple stage, I was planning to raise funds for charity. No need for you, old man. Hu Sanqian was extremely well prepared to show off this time. He flicked his hair, took out his mobile phone coquettishly, and made a call. Several large trucks drove into the field pulling equipment. A group of people got out of the truck and loaded and unloaded it. A very grand-looking fundraising platform was built and looked quite grand. Today is his home court for showing off. Of course, the venue must be laid out beautifully so that the photos taken by reporters will look good. After they are sent out, more beautiful ladies will fall in love with him. Of course, it would be better if the Shou sisters could turn to him. He giggled, but saw Lin Yoshi's unkind gaze. I shivered and didn't dare to think about it again. After setting up the fundraising platform, the reporters he arranged also rushed in and interviewed him directly. Ahem, keep a low profile. I have always advocated doing charity without making any noise. Hu Sanqian waved his hand and said in an exaggerated tone, I just want to keep a low profile and do good things. I didn't expect that I would be discovered after hiding like this. It seems that it is because I am so handsome. Seeing this scene, Dehai and Yi Yang were speechless for a while. Good guy. If these reporters are not mistaken, they were all lured here by your secretary, right? If you want to show off, can't you just say it? You still have to pretend to be low-key. Many people feel dumbfounded. But he didn't say anything about it. There are too few truly noble people like the dean. While respecting these truly perfect people, we must also learn to tolerate and respect these good people with some flaws. Compared with the rich second generation who take money to do bad things and bully others, Hu Sanqian is taking money to do good things. But the strange thing is that everyone understands the truth, but they just can't like this greasy guy, and they even want to beat him. He is simply born to be a villain. Surrounded by reporters, Hu Sanqian started onto the fundraising stage. Everyone's eyes were drawn to him. I have to say, this kid is really good at making things happen in order to show off. The Roshan man and the sharp-mouthed monkey cheek man who were drinking in the shed also noticed this. Huh? Why is he here too? Roshan man frowned. This is? The man with the sharp mouth and monkey cheeks is just a small contractor, without much knowledge. The young man on the stage, with all his teeth and claws. Roshan man said calmly. Ah. The man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks looked at Hu Sanqian. He looks a bit like he deserves a beating. Who is he? Hu Sanwen's son. Roshan man took out his cell phone from his pocket. Ah. The sharp-mouthed man with monkey cheeks was startled. A low-level contractor like him heard the names of Guangxi's 3 richest people as if they were legends. It turns out that this extremely good-looking thing is one of the 3 princes of the Guangxi business community. Why did he come here? Roshan man's eyelids twitched. We can't let this kid cause trouble. He checked all the people who left the orphanage in. Dehai. Who knew that Hu Sanqian would come out halfway? This is the son of a wealthy man. Even if it doesn't cost 50 million, 20 to 30 million is still easy. Plus Dehai and others' money is enough to give them a try. What should we do? The man with the sharp mouth and monkey cheeks panicked. Haha. There is a lot of trouble behind this matter. Wait for me to make a call and ask him to end this farce quickly. Roshan man frowned, then dialed a number on the fundraising table. Hey. Hu Sanqian's beautiful secretary finished her microphone test and said, I heard that the orphanage in Landong County had funding problems. Our Hu Yao Group's prince, Mr. Hu Sanqian, is extremely anxious. We specially held a fundraising event today to help the orphanage overcome difficulties. Next, please invite our kind-hearted Mr. Hu Sanqian to say a few words. Warm applause broke out from the audience. In order to build momentum, Hu Sanqian spared no expense to invite extras. As long as they showed up, everyone would be given a basket of eggs. In addition to reporters, there were a lot of old men and women in the audience. This is too much of a mess. I'm beginning to admire this kid. Several wealthy businessmen from other parts of Guangxi were both amused and helpless. Yi Yang laughed directly. Directed and acted by himself. Hu Sanqian is really a fool not to enter the director circle. Hu Sanqian's speech was generous and touching. Many people started live broadcasts on the spot. Many people were moved to tears during the live broadcast. He has a first-rate ability to be sentimental. I suggest that he should become a director of a melodramatic film. Shou Xiaozhu and Shou Qingxian got together to complain about Hu Sanqian. After talking for a long time, it felt like they had almost finished pretending. If they don't enter the donation phase, even a basket of eggs will not attract these grandpas and aunts to sit here and listen to his bragging. After asking the director to say a few words, he announced that the donation phase had begun. Some successful young people from orphanages came on stage first. Most of them have not worked for long, with an annual salary of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. They donated most of their savings. More than a dozen people, and donated more than 5 million yuan in total. What a grateful person. It's worth it that the director raised them up. That's right. In the live broadcast room, many people were moved. Second update. Alas, there are still many good people. It's really good. I admire these people who do charity. There was a lot of enthusiasm for the donation site in the barrage, and it became very popular in an instant. After these ordinary people donate. Some merchants who have inquired from various parts of Guangxi are also preparing to come on stage. However, before they went on stage, they received some phone calls. What? Okay, I get it. Understood. The expressions of some wealthy businessmen who were originally preparing to appear suddenly turned a little ugly. Some emergency happened at home. Ahem, I'll leave first. Well, I feel a little unwell suddenly. I'm leaving too. Ahem, that's right. Many merchants immediately stood up, pushed aside the crowd, and prepared to leave this. Dehai and the others looked at each other and obviously noticed an unusual smell. But they are here to donate after all, so even if they don't donate temporarily, there is nothing to blame. But what is hidden behind this sudden departure? Yi Yang's eyes also darkened. Various phenomena after arriving here show that the things behind this are not simple. Especially when these wealthy businessmen seem to have discussed it in a short period of time. Something suddenly happened. Lin Yoshi also received the call, looking a little strange. What happened? Yi Yang asked. It was a business partner who urged me to cancel the cooperation if I didn't leave here immediately. Lin Yoshi frowned. Apparently, I also discovered an unusual taste. Interesting. Yi Yang nodded. Are you ready to leave? Lin Yoshi laughed. No one can threaten me. The worst is to change my partner. He thinks too highly of himself. As he was talking, he received several more calls one after another. His expression became more and more wonderful. Haha, okay. All of them dare to threaten me. I'm not a man who made a fortune by eating soft food. In the end, he simply turned off his phone and didn't bother with it anymore. Yi Yang's eyes moved, and he secretly sent out several messages. The last few wealthy businessmen really couldn't find any excuses, so they bit the bullet and stepped onto the donation stand. Ahem, I am going to donate 30,000 today. After the wealthy businessman finished speaking, he quickly walked off the stage. Huh? I know this man. He is a very kind-hearted wealthy businessman. He usually donates hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. Today, this is a bit abnormal. People are free to donate as much as they want. Indeed, it's better than us who can't help anyway. In the live broadcast room, many people were talking about it. The next few wealthy businessmen also only took 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. The total amount is only a few 100,000, which is a drop in the bucket for 50 million. In the wine shed behind, Roshan man laughed loudly, drank the wine in one gulp, and wiped his mouth. Look. I'm just going to say it. It's useless. The man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks said, Brother Sean, you are so strong, you can settle the matter with just one phone call. Roshan man snorted and put down the wine glass. It's not that I'm great, it's this matter that these shrimp soldiers and crab generals can't touch. There are only a few people like Dehai left behind, and they can't change the world. Haha. The man with the sharp mouth and monkey cheeks also relaxed and was ready to laugh. Who? Sanqian was very happy to see it. The less you donate, the more awesome I will be highlighted. He raised his head and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was already ready to show off his super big dick and make all the pretty girls from Guangxi admire him. Call him cousin. Dehai and others came on stage one after another and took out all the cash they could now. On behalf of Zhiganghai Restaurant Group, I donate 6 million. I, Lin Yun Building Materials Factory, invested 5 million. These 4 people are all red-eyed. If the business is gone, they can start again. If the home is gone, there is nothing. In the end, the 4 leaders who came out of the Love Orphanage donated 20 million together. It's not that they don't want to sell off their assets, it's really too late. They have already used all the cash they can use. Hey! Aren't these people the richest people in Guangxi? Just a few ordinary bosses, this is. It seems like they just walked out of the orphanage. It's really touching to repay the kind place that raised them. This is really giving back with all your efforts. Someone in the barrage popularized the plight of the orphanage. Many people watching this scene were in tears. They all expressed their willingness to donate rewards. But the land will be auctioned tomorrow, so it will definitely be too late. Moreover, the people in the audience who started the broadcast are not all good people. Even if they deceive fans into donating the reward money, they will end up hiding 80% of the money and only donate a small part. The human heart is unpredictable. Now, a total of 26 million donations have arrived. There are at least 24 million left to be able to withstand tomorrow's bidding. Everyone is worried. Hu Sanqian looked at everyone's faces and felt that it was finally time for him to save the world. Standing on the stage, he kept bragging to the old dean, "Don't worry. I, Hu Sanqian, don't have any other merits, I just have love. What happened today is just a piece of cake." Haha. The old dean looked at Hu Sanqian and blinked. "Mr. Hu, what do you mean? Of course it's a donation. Wait for me to call and solve all the problems here." Hu Sanqian waved his hand. He made a call. His father is the honorary chairman of a provincial charity organization. He can directly find the chairman of this charity organization. This charity organization is very famous in Xiguang, with 200 to 300 million in charity funds. This little thing, can't it be solved by making a phone call? Tens of millions in cash are indeed a lot, but the money of the charity organization is originally used for charity. It is not his money that is spent, but his father's relationship. Borrowing flowers to send to Buddha, and also making his own reputation. Isn't it wonderful? He was calculating. Soon, the call was connected. "Hello? Uncle Zhang? I'm Sanqian." "Haha, little Sanqian? I'm your Uncle Zhang." The other side was very kind. "I want to ask you for a favor. It's also part of the organization's job. You say there is a loving orphanage in Donglan County, and it's being snatched away by a bully developer. How can we see this happen, right? So, I think our charity organization should also donate some money." "No problem." President Zhang agreed immediately. "Haha, I told you." Hu Sanqian was beaming with joy, and everyone in the audience was staring at him intently. Shou Qingxian and Shou Xiaozhu finally looked at him straight in the eye. For the first time, which made him very happy. "Haha, Shou Sanqian, I'll transfer 1 million charity funds to you, you can use it as you like, no need to thank me, Uncle Zhang. After all, I, your Uncle Zhang, have always been very generous." After that, the phone was turned off, and it stopped abruptly. First update. "Hello? Hello?" Hu Sanqian looked at the phone with a black screen, confused. "Good guy, a million? Incomparable atmosphere?" He was confused. The embarrassment in the local area is terrible. "What's wrong, Mr. Hu? But what's the problem?" Chen Jishan had just raised some expectations, but looking at Hu Sanqian's appearance, he sighed, and it really didn't work. Hu Sanqian turned his head, looking to his left at the reporters below, who were looking at him expectantly, and to his right at the Shou sisters and Dahai, who were looking at him. The corners of his mouth were twitching constantly. "Well, Dean, please wait a moment. I'll make a call when I get down. I'll be fine." Hu Sanqian laughed loudly, then turned around and left. What happened? What happened? What's going on? He didn't invite us here. If he doesn't donate money, how can we write an article to praise him? The reporters were all in trouble. Behind the fundraising desk, Hu Sanqian kept calling Uncle Zhang, but he couldn't get through. After his unremitting efforts, Uncle Zhang finally answered the phone. Uncle Zhang, maybe 1 million is indeed a lot. But this time the situation is special. You. Hu Sanqian was about to say something. You also know that this situation is special. There were questions from President Zhang sighed. Hu Sanqian looked confused. To tell you the truth, Shou Sanqian, this matter is not as simple as you think. If it is other matters, even 20 million or 30 million, our association can also approve it. President Zhang paused for a moment. You'd better not get involved in this matter again. But I've already boasted about my awesomeness. It's so embarrassing for me to step down like this. Hu Sanqian was anxious. If word gets out about this today, he probably won't be able to attract the pretty girls from Guangxi who call him cousin. Instead, he will be laughed at. I boasted so much and jumped around so much, but ended up donating so little money. It is an insult to the face of the third prince of Guangxi business community. Didn't I give you 1 million? This is money to save your face. President Zhang said calmly, this is also what your father meant. Do you understand? Hu Sanqian originally wanted to say something, but when he heard Hu Sanwen's name, he shut up instantly. His father told the truth at home, and he was in awe. I shuddered when I heard this name. Thinking about everything today, his mind became much clearer. You mean? Hu Sanqian sighed, I know Uncle Zhang. He hung up the phone dejectedly. He was definitely in disgrace today. Slowly walked onto the stage. He no longer looked as cheerful as before. I will donate 1.5 million. After saying that, he stepped off the stage directly. Don't dare to stay any longer. The whole place was silent. The reporters who had received the news a long time ago and came here specifically to donate money at a sky-high price were all embarrassed. This is messing with us. Well, Dehai and the others also sighed. No matter how much people donate, they are helping, and they deserve thanks. It's just that Hu Sanqian gave people too much hope and expectations before, and now it will inevitably make people feel lonely. I can finally see that the involvement behind this matter is indeed not trivial. Lin Yoshi snorted coldly, feeling very indignant. He stood up and prepared to go directly to the stage. Go halfway. Hu Sanqian stopped in front of him. What are you doing? Lin Yoshi frowned and asked. Brother Lin, my father asked me to bring you a message. Please sell the 3 rich men in Guangxi a thin noodle. Don't come on stage, they will treat you to tea after this matter is over. Otherwise, they will have to treat you to a drink. Hu Sanqian was in a very depressed mood and failed to show off, but now he has become the one who stopped donating money. He was completely humiliated. Have you not been beaten enough? Hu Sanqian raised his hand. Brother Lin, this is not what I meant. If you insist on taking the stage today, I will stop you no matter what. Hu Sanqian sighed, and the few people following behind him were already gearing up. A group of people in the sea were in a fog. It was obviously Hu Sanqian who organized this fundraiser. Why are you now blocking others from donating? If you dare to stop me, just try. Lin Yaxi sneered and knocked Hu Sanqian away. Those who were gearing up wanted to take action, but in the end they still didn't dare to take action. Behind the scenes is a group of reporters beating up a billionaire and exposing what happened behind the scenes. There is basically no difference. Lin Yoshi stepped onto the fundraising platform with all his might. This is a real boss. The latest riser. Lin Yoshi. The barrage in the live broadcast room has ignited hope. The reporters also have new luster in their eyes. They can't write about Hu Sanqian, but they can dig up stories about other big guys. Lin Yoshi stood on the stage and took the microphone. In the wine shed. When Roshan Man saw this scene, he stopped drinking. With a deep smile on his face, he slowly put down his glass, and his eyes became cold. Things have taken a huge turn. Why didn't Hu Sanqian stop this guy? Didn't he even listen to his father's words? He couldn't sit still anymore, stood up, walked out of the wine tent, and looked at Lin Yoshi nervously. Lin Yoshi glanced at Roshan Man coldly, and then said directly, I think many people present know me. Yes. Boss Lin, we all know you. That's right. The reporters said one after another. Lin Yoshi has always acted without scruples. In the past year, I don't know how many strange things he has done, which has provided these reporters with a lot of explosive materials. In Guangxi province, Lin Yoshi is Shou Yang, and he will be on the front page of the province whenever he has nothing to do. They all like Lin Yoshi very much, and he can be said to be their benefactor. You must all know that my career has only improved recently. All this is thanks to one person. Lin Yoshi took a deep breath, my benefactor, Yi Shenhao. Yi Shenhao. Many people watching the live broadcast. In the live broadcast room know Yi Yang, and they are all excited at this time. It turns out that these super bosses are fans of Yi Shenhao. Haha, Boss Lin likes Yi Shenhao, and I like Yi Shenhao too. So, I am equal to Boss Lin, worth billions. Haha. The atmosphere of the barrage suddenly became joyful. If he hadn't been so generous, saving me from prison, I wouldn't be here today. Lin Yoshi said in a deep voice, so I want to learn from Mr. Yi, do charity, and spread this positive energy. Today's donation not only represents me, but also a way for me to thank Mr. Yi. After he said that, he stretched out 3 fingers, I will donate 40 million. Hiss. 40 million. This Mr. Lin has nothing to do with the orphanage. He donated 40 million directly for a group of strangers. He is so kind and sincere, and his reputation is well-deserved. Everyone was stunned by this huge atmosphere. Second update. Directly 40 million. This. Everyone on the field had different expressions. Everyone in the live broadcast room was impressed by Lin Yoshi's generosity and righteousness. The reporters looked at each other with light in their eyes. So Hu Sanqian asked us to come here, not to write about him? But to praise this big brother Lin? Haha, did we misunderstand him just now? No matter what, today's hot spot is out. Dehai's eyes lit up. This time, not only 50 million, but also far exceeded this number. Mr. Lin really solved our urgent needs. Yes. This 40 million must be collected in the future and sent to Mr. Lin. Then, everyone looked at Yi Yang. According to Lin Yoshi, his donation of 40 million basically came from Yi Yang's face. A beneficiary of his casual red envelopes would spend 40 million for Yi Yang's face. This Mr. Yi is so terrible that it makes people tremble. I dare not even think about it. Yi Yang smiled slightly. Since the money was enough, he would not go on stage again. From the information his men had investigated, there was a lot of involvement behind this matter. It was not wise. to expose all the cards of the orphanage in advance. He would also go to the real estate auction site. Tomorrow. If there was any major emergency, it would be the time for him to take action. 40 million donations were extremely rare even in China, especially in a remote county in Guangxi. It was too hype. These reporters were digging deep and wrote a lot of articles on the spot. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that today's donation meeting was a little different. After digging deep into the story behind this orphanage, the reporter's eyes lit up. There's a play. The bully real estate company bullied the director of the orphanage and wanted to forcibly seize the land. This is simply a natural hotspot. I'm going to be famous. The reporters were immediately full of energy and started to dig deep and dig wildly. However, with their identities, they certainly couldn't dig deep, otherwise they wouldn't dare to write this report. Soon, these posts and the live video of the fundraising meeting went viral. The bully real estate company forcibly grabbed the land, and before the land was publicly auctioned, it forcibly colluded with the county government to classify the orphanage as a dangerous building. The topic of forced demolition was on the hot search that night. Charity is always the warmest soft spot of society. These bullies have made so much dirty money and now they are even bullying the orphanage. Anyone who still has some conscience will not be calm when seeing this news. Spend money to suppress the hot search. The rich and powerful behind this matter are all speaking. Soon, the heat dropped suddenly, and the hot list was controlled by money. It was warned by the highest power some time ago, and it improved after rectification. However, in the final analysis, this social platform is still stubborn and there are still many shady operations. Spending money to settle things and suppressing hot searches are not uncommon. Want to suppress public opinion? When netizens saw this scene, they were indignant and wanted to resist the more they were suppressed. However, they could not resist the money offensive, and soon, this topic would fall below the hot search list. Haha, a bunch of people fighting with me? Your millions or tens of millions of clicks can't compare to my connections and money. The rich and unkind rubbish behind the scenes gathered together, clinked glasses, and laughed. It seemed that they had seen the scene of tomorrow real estate falling into their hands and realizing their vicious goals. Huh? The wine was not finished yet. Seeing this topic soaring, it rushed to the top of the hot search. What's going on? The rich and powerful were all in doubt and kept contacting the social platform manager. What's going on? Didn't you spend money to avoid disaster? How did you let the topic be on the list? Not only on the list, but also on the list. The manager said in embarrassment, this order was issued by the chairman himself. It is said that a super big shot has paid attention to this matter. He said that whoever dares to suppress public opinion will be made to disappear from society. We can't help you. Return the money to us, the rich businessman said angrily. It can't be returned. We have already helped you suppress it. Now there is force majeure. Sorry. After saying that, the supervisor hung up the phone. Fuck. The rich and powerful were like dumb people eating bitter herbs, unable to speak out their pain. Has a big shot paid attention to this matter? After being angry, they also calmed down and recalled the words of the manager with some fear. I don't know what level of big shot he is. Haha, everything must be done according to the rules. We haven't done anything to break the rules yet. Even if he is a big shot, he can't do anything to us. That's right. Thinking of this, all the big guys breathed a sigh of relief. Besides, this place is under our control. As long as it's not the people who hold the highest power in the world, it's impossible to go beyond the rules and control us. Even the governors of other provinces are not qualified to control our affairs. Haha, that's right. As long as it's not the person in charge of this system, even the governors of other systems have no right to control us. The mice in the shadows laughed wildly again. If they dare to do this kind of thing for so many years, of course, they have their own support. If any big shot paid attention to this kind of thing, they wouldn't be able to do it anymore, and they wouldn't be alive today. The influence of hot searches is growing. The county government finally couldn't bear the pressure and announced that tomorrow's public land auction would broadcast the key bidding process to the public, and forced a suspension of the real estate company's destruction of the orphanage. After all, openness and transparency in government affairs have been what we have been striving to achieve in recent years, and this requirement is not too much. Landong Hotel. After Yang saw this result, he nodded slightly. The people behind it are obviously determined to get this land. Even if we raised close to 70 million in donations today, if these guys really spend their money tomorrow, 70 million will still not be enough. The bidding process will be made public tomorrow, and he will have room to operate in the shadows. It's so funny, what's the use of this? Do you really think that if the process is made public, we won't be able to get this land? Several powerful people sneered. If it is not made public, with their power within the county government, they can collude with each other and play tricks. Even get the land at zero cost. Now it's just about bleeding money and really fighting for money and strength. The most important thing we lack is money. Do they really think the little money they raised is useful? How naive. That's right. The biggest threat to today's fundraiser is Lin Yoshi. If we have to send him away tomorrow, there won't be any changes. That's right. These powerful people did not take this orphanage seriously at all. First update. Soon, the sun will be in the sky, and the time for the public auction will come. The orphanage is the home of the Shou sisters, and Yang will not let anything go wrong. He said that he would accompany Chen Jishan. Chen Jishan had no experience in bidding. Of course, he was overjoyed to have the boss Yang offered to accompany him and agreed repeatedly. Lin Yoshi was originally going to follow. However, something suddenly happened at home and he had to leave. These bastards actually did this. How arrogant. If anything happens to my parents today, I will risk my life and kill them all. Before Lin Yoshi left, his expression was extremely cold. Auction site. Yi Yang and everyone were sitting there. In the live broadcast room, many people poured in. One night of hot searches was enough for many people to know the news. The live broadcast room is very popular. Lin Yoshi really didn't come. Roshan Man, as the representative, breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the seats. He only passed the name of the person who came to the donation table to the people behind him. He felt very strange when he saw Yi Yang at this moment. Who is he? Why is he sitting in the other party's seat? I've never seen him. Roshan Man muttered. But he didn't bother to pay attention. After all, he had made enough preparations in the past few days, and there was no shortage of money. He winked at the person hosting the auction. The auction officially begins. The starting price is 35 million. Both parties are invited to bid. Each bid increase must not be less than 5 million. The auctioneer said directly. 50 million. Roshan man waved the sign lightly. 50 million for one appearance? Chen Jishan felt the pressure. However, he had decided to use all the donations from yesterday for bidding, and did not plan to leave anything behind. He directly paid out all the donations of more than 70 million yuan in an orderly manner. After reporting, he looked at Roshan man nervously. Roshan man sneered, I originally planned to play with you, but I actually confessed directly, haha, I really have you. Then I won't be polite. 90 million. This. On Chen Jishan's side, Dehai and others all looked flustered. This suddenly exceeded the upper limit of their acceptance. 90 million. In the live broadcast room, some people also sighed. Even if they were exposed to the sun, they would still be unable to defeat such bully merchants. 100 million. A faint cry for price came from the venue. Everyone looked in response. A handsome boy catches everyone's eyes. Who are you? Roshan man's face flashed with anger. You said there are 100 million if there are 100 million. The auctioneer also said repeatedly, that's right. How do you prove that you can donate 100 million? This is a court. You will be legally responsible for making random bids like this. You are an official after all. Don't you know how to verify capital? Why are you showing off your prestige here? Xiao Qingxian sneered. The auctioneer stood up, usually domineering, and wanted to blast Xiao Qingxian and others out directly. They said they were disrupting the court so that the land could be saved. But only then did he realize that this was being broadcast live to the public. Ahem. He coughed in embarrassment and sat down again under Xiao Qingshuan's gaze. Verify the capital. Xiao Qingxian sneered and without saying a word, slapped a donation certificate on the table. This is the proof that our boss donated 500 million yuan to the loving orphanage. Do you want to increase the price? Okay. Let's wait for 500 million yuan. The 500 million yuan was donated in the name of Yiyang Charitable Foundation. With the energy of a national charity as a guarantee, no one dares to doubt its credibility. This. Chen Jishan was stunned. Even he, the dean, doesn't know about this donation. This is the certificate that Yiyang signed casually when he got up in the morning. After all, he, the president, can make his own decision on a mere 500 million donation. The situation was reversed in an instant. Dehai and others looked at Yiyang blankly. This boss Lin's benefactor was actually forced into this state. He donated 500 million yuan without saying a word. This is the real boss. Super boss. You. Why did you jump out? The ominous feeling was finally confirmed. Roshan man stood up in shock and shouted angrily. For such a small donation, I have to go on stage to show my face. Do I need to spend a lot of money to donate? Yiyang crossed his legs and said calmly. Everyone present was almost paralyzed on the ground by these words. 500 million, small donation. Not worthy of showing your face on stage? Oh my God. This is the god of Versailles. Roshan man was also almost dodged. He thought of Yiyang's 100 ways to reply, but he just didn't expect that he would actually answer like this. What? A loud tone. Roshan man gritted his teeth. Seeing him gnashing his teeth, countless ha 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 flashed across the barrage. Look at how angry Roshan is. He's about to explode. Yi Shenhao, awesome. It has to be me, Yi Shenhao. I will never disappoint my fans. Once I make a move, it will be 500 million. My father, Yi, is too strong. The audience was excited. The auction officer was also confused. 500 million donations. Yi Yang Foundation? Why hasn't he heard of this name? After hurriedly asking someone to verify it, his jaw was so shocked that it was dislocated. A national charity organization with tens of billions of donations in hand. It turns out there is such a trump card. Roshan Man repeatedly contacted the big guys behind the scenes and asked what to do. 5 billion. The big guys behind the scenes obviously didn't know how to react for a moment. They never expected that an orphanage could actually receive a donation of 500 million. It's just off the mark. Why didn't you tell me yesterday? When such an awesome person was here? Roshan Man was covered in cold sweat. He didn't play at all yesterday. I didn't even know he existed at all. I was caught off guard today. Haha. You still want to be the king in our territory? No need to argue over the price, let him know whose territory he is now. What, Yi Shenhao? Why don't you stay in the magic city and come to me? The dragon must be coiled, the tiger must lie down. The boss sneered, do it cleanly and hold everything accountable until you are the one. Don't let him find us. If there is any problem, then I will help you eliminate it. Good. Roshan Man nodded. He has done this kind of thing many times, he is just a businessman after all. Even if the richest man in China comes and has the support of the big boss behind him, he will still do it. The boss behind him turned off his phone and sneered. They must defend their authority. If they all retreat on their own territory, who will be afraid of them in the future? It's bad luck for you if you mess with me. Second update. Humph, Landong County is as far away as the sky and the emperor. Why are you trying to show off here? No matter how rich you are, don't even think about changing the world. Roshan Man sneered, without any scruples. Got up and left directly. In the shadows, all the big guys gathered together again. This man is indeed very rich and well-known online. He is also a world star. If we want to touch him, it will be risky for us. Someone said. Haha, no matter who it is, he is so arrogant in our territory and doesn't give us face, causing us to suffer such a big loss. If he doesn't learn a lesson and walks out of here safely, no one will come over and try to step on us in the future. Another sneered. We won't really do anything to him, we will just warn him and let him know whose territory he is on. That is. Several other big guys also agreed. If they were asked to kill Yi Yang, or really cause any huge damage to him, they would not have that much energy and courage. After all, in their investigation, Yi Yang was rich and famous. The assets that others can check are not in Guangxi and are not within their control. So there is nothing they can do about it. They can only intimidate Yi Yang a little, so that he will suffer a hidden loss. At least they will not let people from other provinces laugh at them. Anyway, I think this person is not simple. He is more like Lin Yoshi, who has fully emerged. Originally, if he offended Lin Yoshi this time, he will be a hidden danger for us in the future. If we offend Yi Yang again, our losses will be far more than just this piece of land. Good. The cautious faction did not agree to take action against Yi Yang. You're too late. I've already asked someone to take action. If nothing happens, Yi Yang is already in trouble. The hardline boss sneered. Why don't you make a decision without consulting us? Several cautious people said angrily, we have done many shady things, and provoking the other party is not a good choice. There's no point regretting it. Since we are doing something shady, our methods must be ruthless and dark enough to make people fear us. The hardliner sneered, we can just wait for the results. Same moment. On the streets of Landong County, all the shops were closed, and there was no one idle. Hundreds of people rushed forward and surrounded Qin Jishan and his party, who were celebrating getting the real estate. The first one is Roshan Man. Yi Yang frowned. How arrogant. How dare you stage such a big battle in broad daylight? For such remote areas, the important task of cracking down on crime and eradicating evil still has a long way to go. Dahai and others all looked anxious. We are in big trouble today. No one expected that the other party would grow up to be this arrogant. Roshan Man sneered, do you think it's over after we get the land? Do you know whose territory this is? Here, there is nothing we can't get. What if we get the land? From now on, we will work every day, go to the orphanage to cause trouble. Let's see what you can do then. Everyone's eyes were panicked. Indeed, scoundrels are too difficult to deal with, otherwise there wouldn't be so many social problems. The biggest problem with today's law is that the punishment for scoundrels is too low. Being a rogue has low costs and high returns. If the rogue has some connection with the police station, he can basically run amok and become a bully. Then I have to break your legs now, to save you from being arrogant again in the future. Yi Yang said lightly. Ha, I know you are a martial arts star, and that girl next to you is also very powerful. One of you can fight 10, but you ignore the ordinary people behind you. They don't have martial arts, right? Roshan Man smiled slyly. If you are sensible, just apologize to us. Then get out of here. You are not strong enough to run wild on our territory. Is it? Yi Yang sneered. He nodded towards Shou, Xiaozhu and Shao Qingxian. Without a gun, he wouldn't be able to take action. Clear. Shao Qingxian could no longer hold it in any longer. She turned into a black shadow and rushed towards Roshan Man. The speed is astonishing. Quickly stop her. Come on. Grab a few hostages and see how arrogant they are. Roshan Man shouted angrily. More. Then 100 people rushed up with a roar. But those at the front all fell down. Take a closer look. Xiao Xiaozhu had 2 hidden weapons on his sleeves and an arrow in his mouth. Anyone who is hit by a sleeve arrow or a mouth arrow will immediately foam at the mouth, fall to the ground, turn over, have twitching limbs, and have nosebleeds. Holy shit. Dahai and others had never seen such a world before, and they were immediately trembling with fear, remembering the fear of being dominated by 2 witches when they were children. Good guy. Although she has become more beautiful as she grows up, she seems to be even more ruthless. What have these 2 girls experienced over the years? Qin Jishan wiped away cold sweat. Now recalling the rich woman who adopted the 2 little guys, he deeply doubted the identity of that woman. It was too late, but it was fast. A dozen gangsters had just fallen down here, and Shao Qingxian rushed in front of Roshan Man over there. Seeing the tragic appearance of the person who fell to the ground, many people were so frightened that they peed themselves on the spot. If they dared to do anything again and ran away before they were on the spot, they were worthy of the money offered by Roshan man. They are just street thugs in the county. They are good at scaring honest people like Qin Jishan, but their real fighting power is far inferior to the well-trained gangsters under the two-headed snake in Sioux City. Bang! One of them stood up and kicked, and the heel of the boot directly kicked the Meat Mountain man's nose. In an instant, the nose bone was broken and broken beyond repair. The sharp-nosed and monkey-faced contractor next to him wanted to help the Meat Mountain man hold Shou Qingxian, but he was kicked in the air and his chest collapsed. I don't know how many bones were broken. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and the whole person fell heavily on the curb 5 or 6 meters away. His head was broken and blood was flowing. Dehai and others were stunned. When Shou Qingxian was 6.5 years old, he could kick the ribs of a teenage bully. Now that he has grown up, his fighting power has increased dramatically. It's over. The shadow of childhood has become the shadow of adulthood. They all covered their faces. Their legs were shaking. Too violent. If a normal person doesn't collapse in fear when seeing such a violent scene in life, he would be considered to have a strong psychological endurance. The Meat Mountain man was obviously also scared and knelt directly. But this only made it easier for Shou Qingxian to beat him. With one kick, he almost stepped on his head through his neck and into his chest. If she didn't come back, these bullies might tear her house apart, and then drive Qin Jishan, the loving grandfather, out of the house and let him live on the streets. If it wasn't for not wanting to cause trouble for Yi Yang, according to her temper on the mercenary battlefield, this Meat Mountain man would have died today. First update. In the distance, a law enforcement vehicle whimpered. The head police inspector, Lu Mucha, was smoking a cigarette and was not anxious at all. Slow down and let them get beaten more. Roshan man has a deep connection with local powerful people, and Lu Mucha is no exception. He was asked by Roshan man to arrive at the scene slower. After receiving the alarm, Lu Mucha is now thinking about how badly Yi Yang and others were beaten. So there is no rush at all. Boss, something seems to be wrong. The adjutant driving next to him said with some confusion. On the ground, Roshan man, whose bones were shattered to pieces, looked into the distance in despair. Why haven't you come yet? You damn old man. I usually bribe you with so much money. Now it's time for you to call the police. Speed up and efficiency. Why is it so slow? Come on. I'm going to die, save me. He groaned inwardly, his teeth were already broken and he couldn't call for help. According to the newly revised law, the other party has threatened the personal safety of Yi Yang and others, and can fight back infinitely. The fat man has a murder weapon in his hand. Even if he is kicked to death, he can be said to be exempt from guilt. Finally, the siren sounded. Lu Mucha got out of the car and was completely stunned. About 100 gangsters twitched and fell to the ground, looking like crazy, with nosebleeds. The scene was extremely terrifying. Even these policemen were so frightened that their legs trembled a little. Not to mention the fleshy man and the sharp-mouthed monkey-faced man who were taken care of by Shou Qingxian. It was so tragic that I couldn't bear to look at it carefully. How dare you commit murder in broad daylight? Lu Mucha accused Yi Yang angrily. Are you blind or deaf? You don't know how to watch the surveillance by yourself? Take a good look at who tried to commit violence first, but then couldn't beat him and was knocked down by the counterattack. Shou Qingxian sneered and retorted directly. You are so brave. I am a law enforcement officer of the Yamen. If you dare to be so disrespectful again, I will arrest you directly. You will be charged with disrupting law enforcement. Lu Mucha sneered. Do you really think you can do whatever you want as a law enforcement officer? Shou Qingxian sneered, if you dare to threaten me again, I will beat you up too. Lu Mucha was frightened by Shou Qingxian's terrifying momentum and took a few steps back. This woman was too cruel and might really beat him up soon. He didn't think he could stand a flying kick from her. The meat mountain man who didn't notice being beaten has now turned into a meat stall man. Haha, he threatened the law enforcement officers of the Yamen, caused trouble, carried out violent attacks, and seriously injured the citizens of Sanhao in our county. Arrest him. Lu Mucha shouted directly. You want to fabricate facts, use your power for personal gain, and use your power to harm others? Dehai and the others said angrily, do you really think you can cover up the sky with one hand? How dare a small police captain dare to torture Yi Yang, a great philanthropist? I'm sorry for you. Catch them together. Lu Mucha was so angry that he gritted his teeth. I don't believe you dare to fight against Gongqi. Boss, do you want to do something? Xiao Xiaozhu was on the side ready for the next wave of poisonous needles. Yi Yang waved his hand. No, just go with him. I want to see what kind of corruption is behind this small county town. You know what's going on? Lu Mucha sneered. They cover the sky with one hand in the county. It won't work. No matter who comes. Surveillance video? Broken. It's maintenance. No physical evidence. You can only rely on witnesses. Isn't it hard to find a witness? Isn't it easy to find just a few people who tell lies? As soon as the Yamen court opened, black and white joined forces, and it was not easy to make false accusations. As long as Yi Yang doesn't resist and follows them into the Yamen, he will be the meat and fish on the chopping board for them to slaughter. A smile broke out on his face. We just said we would go with you, but we didn't give you the right to tie us up. Shou Qingxuan's eyes darkened. If you dare to come forward again, I will give you a full discount on my legs. You. Lu Mucha gritted his teeth, but the situation was significantly different from what he expected. The original plan was for Roshan Nan to find someone to beat up Yi Yang and his party first, and then he would arrive with false witnesses, confuse right and wrong, and in turn handcuff Yi Yang and others. But Yi Yang's side seemed to have little force value, but the two of them killed more than 100 gangsters. If we really want to fight, the dozen or so policemen around us won't be enough. Haha, you will suffer the consequences if you enter the police station. He opened the door angrily, preparing to coax Yi Yang and others into the police station first, and then said, then you gentlemen, please get on your way. Mr. Yi. Qin Jishan's face flashed with endless apologies. He did not expect that, behind the small orphanage real estate competition, there was such a big power collusion hidden, and now Yi Yang has been completely implicated. The people do not fight with the officials. No matter how powerful a businessman is, he is still a citizen in the final analysis, and there is no way he can compete with the Yamen. Yi Yang was about to suffer for saving his orphanage, but he was helpless and his face turned red with anxiety. Haha, Dean, don't worry, our boss is here to help you solve the root cause of your future problems. Yes, don't worry, our boss, no one in the world can control him. Zhu and Shou Qingxian both expressed relief. You guys go back first. Yi Yang also smiled faintly. After I solve the flies and tigers involved in this matter, I will go to the orphanage to find the director and thank you for taking care of my 2 bodyguards. This? Chen. Jishan nodded in confusion. Dehai and others also gathered together, watching Yi Yang and others get on their cars and go away. Why do I feel that Mr. Ye's tone is a bit strange? I think so too. Others go to the Yamen to be judged by the county magistrate. He looks like he is going to judge the county magistrate. I have this feeling too. Dehai and others looked at each other, laughing and crying. This Mr. Yi is too mysterious. I just hope he can get through this crisis safely. Chen Jishan sighed. Although everyone felt that Yi Yang didn't take the county magistrate seriously at all. But no one dared to believe it. In such a place, unless Yi Yang is the city governor, it is impossible to suppress the county magistrate. Perhaps Mr. Yi really has an official background. Some people's eyes lit up and thought of this possibility. Let's hope. Everyone prayed for Yi Yang. The Kheper battle shield majestically crossed the road, and the police cars in front and behind seemed to be clearing the way for it. Those who knew that Yi Yang was coerced by the bailiff to go to the government office to handle the case. Those who didn't know thought that the big boss came to inspect the small county town, and the government office sent police cars to escort him along the way. Lu Mucha saw the eyes of the people on the street looking at this side, and he was furious. Damn it. This Yi is too arrogant. When he enters the government office later, I must let him see my methods. Second update. Very soon. The police car convoy returned to the door of the police station. Kaibo's battle shield also stopped. Steadily. Lu Mucha got out of the car, adjusted his uniform, and walked to Yi Yang's car with a proud look on his face. He tilted his head and said angrily, "Let's go. Boss Yi. We've arrived. Roll." Shou Qingxian opened the door directly. Knocked Lu Mucha away. Nosebleeds. You. If a dog blocks the road, don't blame others. Shou Qingxian sneered. Lu Mucha gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to compete with Shou Qingxian himself. If this woman didn't put on handcuffs for a second, he would be scared. Okay, let's go in and do business. Yi Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense with a little guy like Lu Mucha, and walked directly into the game. The situation here was worse than he thought. He wanted to find out which level of people could be found at the top. Although his intelligence system is powerful and it is not difficult to find out who it is. When it comes to this kind of thing, it is impossible to convict with intelligence alone. He had to find a breaking point, an excuse. The Chinese lieutenant general was colluded with the local gangsters and deliberately framed. In his opinion, it was a good excuse to start. After seeing Yi Yang and others entering the gate, Lu Mucha sneered. He called the interrogator next to him and whispered a few words in his ear. Understood, Brother Lu. This is not the first time this has happened. It will definitely give him a big blow. Xiao Wang saluted and walked towards the interrogation room, trial room. The police officers who were about to use force were pushed against the wall by Shou Qingxian and Zhu. Yi Yang sat directly on the main seat and crossed his legs. He looked calmly at Xiao Wang, the head of the interrogation department, who came in from behind. Yi, you are too arrogant. Shou Wang was furious when he saw that Yi Yang did not sit in the prisoner's seat, but instead took the interrogator's seat. You think the yamen is your home? There is no law and discipline. Sit over here. What are you yelling about? You are not qualified to yell at our boss. Shao Qingxian snorted coldly. What? You are still not honest when you arrive at the yamen. I think you are going to rebel. Shou Wang said coldly. If you are still dishonest, I will ask the people from the security department to get guns and eliminate you. People. Stop making such a big deal out of here. Who are you threatening? Shao Qingxuan's eyes were cold. I think you are going to rebel. As a police officer in the yamen, you did not respond to the order from above to crack down on crime and eliminate evil. Instead, you colluded with the evil forces and covered the sky with one hand. You are lawless and undisciplined. Arrogant, incomparable, flying and domineering. Shou Wang was told that his legs and feet were weak. Shao Qingxian had killed countless people on the mercenary battlefield, let alone standing in a righteous position at this time, with an amazing aura. Shou Wang was suffocated and speechless. I think you are really going to rebel. Shou Wang directly broke through the defense, became angry and shouted, You really think you are great? After all, they are just a bunch of common people. How dare you be so arrogant in the yamen? I think you want to die. Kneel down. Shao Qingxian kicked Shou Wang directly on the knee, knocking him to his knees. You. Shou Wang was completely confused. He had never thought in his life that someone would dare to arrest the police in the yamen. You are the ones who should sit in this position of being judged today and accept the trial. Yi Yang spoke calmly. Looking at Shou Wang, it's a pity that your level is too low. And you are not qualified to be judged by me. Security section. Just as Shou Wang was about to scream, Shao Qingxian grabbed his brain and put his mouth directly on the corner of the table, unable to speak at all. Yi Yang took out a certificate and said, Let your bureau chief come to see me. Shou Wang bit his mouth on the corner of the table and couldn't speak at all. At this moment, his eyes saw the writing on the certificate, and his eyes instantly shrank and grew. After a while, Shao Qingxian let go of his head. Shou Wang stood up, bowed and apologized to Yi Yang, and then ran out of the room. Bureau supervisor. Go and ask for the bureau supervisor. The entire police station suddenly became a mess. Soon, Bureau Superintendent Dai Jiankong, who was chatting with his secretary in the office, was disturbed and walked towards the interrogation room. Seeing the bureau governor, everyone calmed down a bit. Dai Jiankong looked at the certificate in Yi Yang's hand and said with a smile, It turns out he is the honorary chairman of the Jingxia Association of Ji Province. It's really disrespectful. Before, he was bullying Yi Yang, although he was rich, but after all, he was not a member of the system. Not an official, no rights. But now that Yi Yang has revealed his name as the honorary chairman of the provincial Jingtong Association, his attitude towards Yi Yang is naturally different. But Ji Province is thousands of kilometers away from here. You are stretching your hand too far. If you commit any crime on my territory today, you must follow our rules. Dai Jiankong said coldly. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Although he only revealed a small identity, which is probably equivalent to department-level energy, judging from the attitude of the bureau governor towards him. He is definitely an insider, and there is someone higher behind him to support him, otherwise he would be far away. A county bureau governor would not dare to speak like this to the department level. It seems that you are not the biggest tiger. Yi Yang didn't read the intelligence. He wanted to investigate anyway. He was now gathering momentum for exposing his true identity. Only when this momentum is accumulated, the excuse of swatting flies and hitting tigers later can be justified enough. Enough. And fierce. Let your county governor come over. Yi Yang took out another certificate indifferently. This. Dai Jiankong trembled when he saw the certificate. This. Why don't you go quickly? Xiao Qingxian sneered. Yes. Dai Jiankong was sweating all over, and he went to contact the county governor in a hurry. Soon, the county governor Qianbai also arrived. He looked at the certificate in Yi Yang's hand and trembled. Yi Yang was holding the special commissioner certificate of the Awakening Lion operation. With this certificate, he could manage the police and military forces of the Magic City and act at his convenience. For this highest task, he could dispatch all resources within the Magic City. The power is higher than that of the Demon City governor. In ancient times, that is a governor, with more power than the provincial governor. In theory, Yi Yang wanted to find an identity that was only one level higher than the city governor to suppress the county governor, but unfortunately, after searching all over his body, he could not find a lower level of appointment letter except for this honorary chairman identity, comparable to the city governor. Mr. Yi, your privilege is only useful in the Magic City, and it is not a reason for you to do whatever you want in our province. The county governor said it very hard, but still expressed his attitude under great pressure. Okay, kneel down beside, and find your city governor. After confirming the nature of the other party, Yi Yang was too lazy to care about it. You are a special commissioner of the Magic City, but you are not qualified to meet our city governor. Just meet. The county governor was sweating profusely, but still expressed his last stubbornness. Oh? Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. Then this identity is enough? As he said, he reached into his pocket again. You don't have a certificate, do you? The county governor was dumbfounded, and the whole person fell into shock. First update. This. The county governor looked at the certificate in Yi Yang's hand and his whole body trembled. Originally, his status as a special agent from the Magic City had reached the limit of what he could bear. Now, this could be said to have completely overwhelmed and crushed his will, causing him to kneel on the ground and tremble. I feel like everyone is going to die. He dialed the city governor's phone tremblingly. It's really over this time. I think we should just ask that adult to confront him personally. We are not on the same level as him at all. No. This matter must be suppressed. City Governor Hizai was sweating profusely and his eyes were downcast. We must not expose that person. This matter only ends with you and me. That person might be able to save us after the incident. Otherwise, even our biggest backer will be destroyed. Once we get in, we'll eat it together. County Governor Qianbai raised his eyes and looked at Yi Yang. His heart skipped a beat and he understood. I'll go over right away and entertain this master well. Even if he wants you to die, you have to show me an 8-point performance. City Governor Hizai put down the phone, put on his clothes and prepared to fly to Landong. 2 hours later, Hizai showed up at the Landong Public Security Bureau. His body was shaking a little, and he was accompanied by 2 people who specialized in verifying official seals. No. That's right, it's the Lieutenant General of the Supreme Military Region. The 2 staff members had trembling lips and said shiveringly, he is really The highest military region lieutenant general. He Zai was stunned. If he is a lieutenant general from another region, and the region is not here, his influence will naturally be much smaller. After all, at this stage, China still cannot escape human feelings. If he is the general of the southern military region and is provoked by others in the south, the southern military region can use all local resources to support him. Power and deterrence are completely different. However, the supreme military region is a special existence. He takes photos of all military regions in China. It can be said that every place is covered by their power. Whether it is Yi Yang's previous honorary chairman of the provincial association or his status as the special commissioner of the Magic City, although he is very high, after all, the scope of power is not here. Although they are afraid, they are not afraid. But this top military region lieutenant general is completely different. No matter where he goes, he has the same status as the local provincial governor. When he came to Xiguang province, even the provincial governor had to respect him, let alone a small county governor or city governor. You are so brave. You dare to offend Lieutenant General Yi. He Zai pounded the table angrily. Tell me the truth. I will fire you all. He spoke with indignation, as if he had no idea what was going on, and acted like a selfless city governor in front of Yi Yang. Yi Yang sneered. Without saying a word, Shou Qingxian played the phone call between He Zai and Qing Qianbai just now. There's no point in showing off. Yi Yang knocked on the table lightly. Tell me honestly, who is that person above you? He Zai raised the corner of his mouth and gave a resigned smile. He was very thoughtful, and if what Qing Qianbai hadn't said was so shocking and unbelievable, and he wanted to directly expose the person, he wouldn't have made such a big mistake. Now someone has this record. It's also hard to resist. Instead, he sat down calmly and said, just as you wish, all of this is my instruction and my benefit. Everything ends when it comes to me. And no one else is involved. I will confess my crimes. As for other information, I advise you not to ask any more. After saying that, he closed his eyes and prepared to close his eyes to rest. Peng! Shou! Qingxian kicked him off his seat. What are you doing? I am the city governor. Even if I am guilty, I have the right not to be punished. Do you dare to attack me? He Zai shouted angrily in disbelief. These words are meaningless in front of me. Yi Yang shook his head and said calmly. You. He Zai trembled. Do you still have a hidden identity? Yi Yang glanced at him with a faint smile. This. He Zai collapsed on the ground, unable to get up. Judging from Yi Yang's attitude, he basically acquiesced. The lieutenant general is not his last trump card. So, how terrible Yi Yang's real trump card must be. Could it be? He shuddered all over. You are one of the top batch of Chinese willpower. He couldn't believe this judgment at all. So young, holding the rank of lieutenant general and the will of the country? It is simply beyond the limits of human imagination. Totally impossible. Yi Yang slowly took out his deepest certificate. Holy shit. He Zai shuddered when he saw the name recorded in it, and his whole body felt a feeling of thunder. How is this possible? He made this tremor from the depths of his soul. The 10th will of China. Although it is called that, the 9 wills are actually not 9 people. Many of the positions are held by one person. Yi Yang's Position represents an important status that overwhelms that of China. His eyes dimmed. He never thought that such a big shot would suddenly and quietly come to the city. Everything is finished. He knows this very well. Completely. Gave up resistance. Not long after, the governor of Xiguang province and other bigwigs all arrived. Yi Yang's identity is too scary. Once revealed, no one in the whole place dared not to come to greet him. A group of bigwigs stood in the police station of the county government. The detectives looked at these monstrous bigwigs and trembled. Now, standing in front of Yi Yang, any one of these people is much more powerful than the city governor. Each of them is a bigwig at the level of the governor. Xiguang province, all the bigwigs are out. Just to see Yi Yang. Lu Mucha was shrinking at the door at this time, completely paralyzed by fear. No wonder he was so arrogant when he arrested Yi Yang. Now it seems that Yi Yang is too modest. He is nothing. He was so blinded by lard that he went to arrest Yi Yang. He simply didn't know how to write the word death. He knew that the city governor and the three tycoons seemed to be related to his interest group, so he was unscrupulous and fearless. But I didn't expect that this time I really offended a big boss. No one can help. As for the bureau governors, county governors, and the like, they are now kneeling in the corner, not worth mentioning at all. A group of provincial governors surrounded Yi Yang, constantly expressing their opinions, saying that they must thoroughly investigate the matter. Second update. Soon, several of the top bosses in Xiguang, including number 1 and number 2, all made stern statements. A thorough investigation into the matter would definitely lead to the arrest of all those involved, and they would never tolerate it. Yi Yangkai nodded slightly. They are all insiders of the local system. If we really go all out to investigate, we will get results quickly. The evidence, the evil will soon be revealed in full. You won't know if you don't check, but once you check, you will be shocked. In just 3 to 5 days, hundreds of flies and tigers were pulled out. 2 of the 3 richest men were arrested. Xiguang, the sky is changing. The evil forces have been uprooted. The evil people who originally thought that they would make a living by doing evil, killing people, and setting fires all their lives were eating hot pot and singing songs yesterday. Today, they were arrested directly and are waiting for the final sentence. Yi Yang knew that these were by no means members of all the evil forces in Xiguang. But it is definitely the most powerful force. With this beginning, the atmosphere will be much better in the future. Nowadays, cameras and the internet are developed in big cities, and many evil forces have been eliminated with the crackdown on crime. However, there are still many remote areas and underdeveloped places across the country, and this situation still exists. All I can say is that there is a long way to go. All relevant personnel have been dealt with. Especially Landong County is the key target. The police cars have been buzzing in the past few days. Almost all the evil forces who have been working in the local area have been arrested. The prisons can no longer be held, and many people have been transferred to nearby prisons. Qin Jishan was dumbfounded as he listened to the changes in the past few days. Dehai and others also guessed that all this must be related to Yi Yang. However, how much energy does Yi Yang have that can actually change the entire atmosphere of Landong? They even learned from their friends from other places that it seemed that the whole of Xiguang was doing this. 2 wealthy people were found out one after another and both were put in jail. Hu Sanwan, who was so arrogant and terrifying in their eyes just a few days ago, has now become a prisoner. They were all a little confused. It is completely unimaginable that they would actually meet such a powerful boss, and they still feel it is very unrealistic. Although I know it must be related to Yi Yang, I still can't believe it. From the bottom of my heart. A few days later, Yi Yang took Shou Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu back to the Love Orphanage. Behind, a bunch of people followed, cheering. They are all provincial bosses, and the new county governor, the new city governor, etc., are all inconspicuous little people in the background. Chen Jishan had never seen so many big guys, including Dahai, who was trembling when he saw the city governor, let alone so many provincial big guys. Here now. Even more at a loss. All the super bosses greeted Chen Jishan with a smile, saying that they would commend him for his persistence in charity in difficult circumstances, and selflessly raising hundreds of orphans for so many years. They would inform the whole province, recommend him to the program, and promote him as a model. We also need to fund and contact the best construction companies to rebuild the orphanage. Make this place a famous brand in the province. Chen Jishan's head was dizzy from being hit by these big cakes. He has been doing charity for so many years in obscurity, and no one cares about it. What is happening today? Although he never pursues rewards, who doesn't want to live a better life? The most practical thing is that in the future, the orphanage will become very good if there is no shortage of conditions and funds, making it more convenient for him to do charity. It's hard to believe that all this was brought about by the boss of the two girls he once adopted. Good people are rewarded. That's right. Mr. Chen, your righteous deed really touched us. All the leaders praised Chen Jishan one after another, but in fact they were praising Yi Yang. After a long time, the condolences were over and the leaders all left. Shou Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu raised their chins. How about it? Our boss is great, isn't he? Dahai and others were speechless. This was not only awesome, it was simply too awesome and beyond their scope of cognition. There are simply no words to describe the shock in my heart. Haha. Grandpa Dean, you will live a good life from now on. You will no longer have to work so hard. You will live in a big house and have hundreds of millions of operating funds. When you spend them all, tell us that we have also saved over the years. If the orphanage needs a little money, we will fully support it. Shou Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu both patted their chests and promised, good. Chen Jishan knew very well that 500 million, 500 million. It's impossible to spend it all. But if they reject the Xiao Xiaozhu sisters' kindness, they will be sad, but now they accept it with a smile. The hearts of Dahai and others that had been hanging for the past few days finally settled down. Now it can be said that the dark clouds are parted and the moon is shining brightly. A few days ago, I still felt that the world was turbid, unable to fight, and swallowed by helplessness. After just a few days, everything changed. They were all extremely grateful to Yi Yang. Although he knew that he couldn't bring out anything that would make Yi Yang look down on him, he tried his best to show his good intentions. In order not to make them feel that they owed him, Yi Yang accepted them all with a smile. Now Dahai and others respect Yi Yang very much. Although they still don't know Yi Yang's true identity, they can single-handedly change the entire Xiguang province. That energy is beyond their imagination. They all expressed their blessing and envy for Shou Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu to be bodyguards for such a being. I didn't know what level the bodyguards of those big shots were before, but now I have seen it. It's like 100 people are against each other. Of course, they just saw the two sisters fighting each other normally. If they saw the large-scale AoE poison fog skills released by the Shou sisters when they fought against the enemy in Shou City, they would know that if they were given enough time to prepare, it would not be impossible to fight 1 against 1,000. It's beyond the scope of normal humans. This kind of killer may not be as good as the world's #1 boxing champion like Taekong Nathan in a head-on fight, but it's not too easy to do anything bad to him. Let Shou Qingxian and Nathan fight head-on on the ring, the chance of winning is not great, but if they really meet on the street, Shou Qingxian has 100 ways to kill each other. Of course, it's useless against a real superhuman like Yi Yang. Small caliber bullets can't penetrate his skin, and unless a large caliber shell explodes on him, it is difficult to cause fatal damage to him. But considering his reaction, speed and physical fitness, it is still a question whether the shell can hit him. I stayed in Landong for a few days again, and reminisced with Xiao Xiaozhu and her sister. Many of the guys who were bullied by them when they were young looked unhappy these days. I heard that the little bully who had his ribs broken by Shou Qingxian was so scared that he didn't dare to leave the house these days. First update. After shopping enough, Yi Yang looked at the date and found that it was almost Qing Kellen's birthday. Let's go back to the Magic City. Yi Yang waved his hand. Okay. Sister Xiao Xiaozhu was satisfied these 2 days, and got into the car. Kaibohi Battle Shield ran all the way to the airport. This car is good. Get me another one to drive in Shanghai. Yi Yang said casually. Okay, boss. The bosses of the subsidiaries who came to see him off were all talking. The G950 took off and landed in Shanghai soon. As soon as he walked out of the airport, the new Kaibohi Battle Shield stopped in front of Yi Yang. The efficiency is quite fast. Yi Yang smiled slightly. Driving fast. Hello? Coach, you are finally willing to come back, Qing Kellen smiled teasingly. Ha ha. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Today is Qing Kellen's birthday. Before going to Shiguang, he promised the other party to come back and give her a profound birthday when she celebrates her birthday. The Qing Group has many villas in the Magic City. This building is unique to Qing Kellen. Today, Qing Kellen's room is very exquisitely decorated. Many of her friends have already arrived. There are brothers and sisters from the Qin family, as well as some classmates and best friends. Su Xiaoxin looked at Yi Yang's arrival and said teasingly, "Why, come to celebrate my little lover's birthday?" Yi Yang coughed lightly. "Xiaoxin, you are here too." "Of course, Sister Kellen is my best friend." Su Xiaoxin curled her lips. Yi Yang smiled. Su Xiaoxin is Su Yuanhong's daughter. Now Heike Group has assets worth trillions and is the largest group in Shanghai. Without her sudden rise, Su Xiaoxin would be the well-deserved #1 among the younger generation in Shanghai. Not to mention Qing Kellen, the Qing Group behind it is engaged in international trade, and the family assets far exceed $200 billion. Two super little rich women. However, Qing Kellen's character is more bold. Although he met Yi Yang later, his relationship was established long ago. Su Xiaoxin has always been aggrieved by this matter, but she is also a shy little girl. She really doesn't know when she will have the courage to speak up and board Yi Yang's pirate ship. Well, she sighed, shook her head, and told herself in her heart, today is Sister Kellen's birthday. Don't think about these useless things. Yi Yang shook his head dumbfounded. Even if he didn't have a system, just by knowing these two super rich young women, he could become a famous soft rice king in the Devil City. Of course, with his character, he would never accept this kind of lifestyle of eating soft food. Brother Yi. Future brother-in-law. Several brothers and sisters of the Qin family are extremely friendly towards Yi Yang. Qin Kellen came back from studying abroad a few days ago, and Yi Yang directly bought a peacock brooch worth 1 billion as a gift. One phone call caused the son of an international giant to dissolve his marriage with Qin Qian, the leader of another faction of the Qin family. Yi Yang's name is well known in the international Qin family. Qin Kellen has been highly valued by the family recently and was directly promoted to the core level, which is also a kind of respect for Yi Yang. Qin Kellen's aunt Qin Wenxian also came over, grabbed Yi Yang's arm, rubbed her breasts, and welcomed Yi Yang inside warmly. I go. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry. Auntie, please don't mess with me. When she first met Qin Wenxian, this beautiful aunt wanted to let her in. It wasn't until they met Mark Jean at a party in the Sky restaurant and called her boss that she was calmed down. He also took advantage of her first kiss. Now that we meet again, it's so hot. Women are so strange. He couldn't laugh or cry. Qin Wenxian, Qin Kellen, and Su Xiaoxin looked at each other and all walked towards Yi Yang. The other uninformed classmates and friends of Qin Kellen present were not happy. The three most beautiful beauties on the field, one is sweet and lovely, one has a hot figure, and the other is mature and intellectual. They all gathered around Yi Yang. Where is the law of heaven? Who is this person? I don't know, maybe it's some top rich second generation in China. The Qin family is mainly engaged in international trade. Many of Qin Kellen's classmates and friends are foreigners, and they all come from well-off families. It's all sour at this point. Although there are many beauties in the field, after all, the chances of children from wealthy families being good-looking are much higher than those from ordinary families. I have had the best stylist since I was a child, and the cosmetics and clothing are also from the highest-end brands. As long as he is not ugly and has the temperament that he has accumulated with money, he is much better than ordinary people. Enough to be called beautiful or handsome. After all, even after Ollie Jack became the richest man, many people praised him for being so handsome. But the most outstanding ones are Su Xiaoxin, Qin Kellen, and Qin Wenxian. She was originally a great beauty. But with her temperament, makeup, and clothing, her temperament was so extraordinary that she could be called a fairy on Earth. 3 top beauties. Basically attracting the attention of 99% of the males present. The few remaining male dogs munched on top-quality dog food and barked with satisfaction. Humph, he's just a second-generation rich man from China. I think his net worth is worth billions of Chinese coins. Why do you get such preferential treatment? Look at me going up and slapping him in the face. Billy from America adjusted the cuffs of his suit and felt angry. He has been in love with Qin Kellen for a long time and calls himself a romantic gentleman, but he has never succeeded. Today, seeing Qin Kellen's intimacy with Yi Yang, he is very unhappy. I know him, he seems to be an international movie star, right? The kung fu movies he made before are popular all over the world. The international film industry calls him Little Jackie Chan. Maybe he will become a generation of kung fu superstar in the future. Jackie Chan is very influential abroad. The Saudi prince admires him very much. So, when Jackie Chan is mentioned, Billy, who was eager to try, paused. Maybe compared with their family, Jackie Chan is not that rich, but his influence and status are not comparable to him, a little rich second generation. After all, no matter how strong the family is, it is the family that is strong. He is just a junior in the family, far from representing the whole family. Isn't he not a superstar yet? He just made a movie, his foundation is not stable, and few people remember him and know him. Billy searched and confirmed that he was absolutely fine. This guy, pretending. I am the eldest son of an international financial family. Our family is full of heroes. Have you heard of the stock godhood Buffett? The most powerful boss of this generation of our family. And I, as the new generation eldest son of the Buffett family, Billy Buffett, will show off today. The other eldest sons obviously don't have such a big background as Billy Buffett. But they are also very unhappy about the three beauties surrounding Yi Yang. If this eldest son, Billy, is willing to test the water for them, they will also be more than happy. They keep giving Billy a thumbs up. Go. You can do it, eldest son Billy. Second update. Hey you. Billy Buffett stood up and pointed at Yi Yang. Why did you touch Kellen? Yi Yang was speechless. It was clearly Qin Kellen who put his arms on her breasts. How could I be the only one who moved her hands and feet? He rolled his eyes and said, go and get your blindness cured. Don't waste time by causing trouble to others. You. Billy Buffett was choked so hard that his teeth creaked. This man was too hard. Come up here and show no mercy. If you feel uncomfortable, just complain. Such people generally have sufficient confidence. But he sneered, he was just a rising movie star, and in China, where there were relatively few big names in the business world, he could do whatever he wanted. Are you still so shy in front of him? The eldest son of the Buffett family? Daydreaming. The classmates are waiting for you to come over. Kellen, come with me. With that said, Billy Buffett wanted to come over and pull Qin Kellen. Yi Yang frowned and took action. Directly, grabbing his wrist. What? You want to move your hands instead? Who do you think you are? How dare you stop me? Billy Buffett frowned. You are pressing her breasts. I just want to pull her arm, you just stop me. Too arrogant. Billy, Yi Yang is my boyfriend, don't be so rude to him. Qin Kellen knew Billy's background and didn't want Yi Yang to conflict with Billy. He scolded Billy and wanted to resolve the current embarrassment. Boyfriend? Oh my God. Kellen, you have a boyfriend. Billy was devastated and felt extremely lost. But then he shook his head. The relationship between men and women in foreign countries is relatively open. The term boyfriend and girlfriend are not as profound as in China. Recently, many Chinese people have also learned from foreigners and treat sexual partners as child's play. It turns out to be your boyfriend. Billy Buffett turned his head and looked at the young men who had encouraged him to come over. Young and old guys, just look away. It's none of our business if you want to do it yourself. Wherever you are now, you can solve it yourself. So what? About my boyfriend. Billy Buffett couldn't get off the stage and said stubbornly, you just got there faster than me. But the final winner must be me. Are you provoking me? Yi Yang said calmly. Things like relationships will always encounter various challenges. He's used to it. A man must have the strength to overcome all obstacles, otherwise it will be difficult to finally embrace the beauty. Billy, don't compare with my boyfriend, you will definitely not be able to compare with him. You should go back and have fun with your classmates. Jiangjing advised sincerely. I can't compare to him. Billy glared and laughed, isn't he just a new star in China? What can't be compared? Have you told him who I am? I am the eldest son of the Buffett family. It's finished. Jiangjing pays more attention to Yi Yang's information, and naturally knows how high Yi Yang's status is now. As soon as he heard Billy announcing his home, he knew that he couldn't stop him this time. This classmate is destined to end miserably. The Buffett family? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked Billy, "What Buffett, what's the relationship with you? Do you know my uncle?" Billy Buffett raised his eyebrows, shocked in his heart, and a little surprised, "But that's right, my uncle is known as the god of stocks. Who doesn't know about it in the whole world? Especially a Chinese. Like you must be very interested in my uncle." Like thunder. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. Although Buffett is indeed famous all over the world, he was begged to do things before. This Billy is just a junior in the Buffett family, but he dares to talk to me like this. Looking at Yi Yang's eyes, Billy felt very uncomfortable. Yi Yang didn't seem to be intimidated by the name of the Buffett family at all. Completely inconsistent with his expectations. After all, he felt that the Buffett family, at least in China, could basically defeat everything. The most famous wealthy businessmen in China in the world, the richest ones, only own a company with a market value of several trillion Chinese dollars. Although they are ranked very high, their own assets account for too little. After accounting their personal assets, totally not enough. Their family assets are placed in China. Isn't that a disgrace to any business boss? What right does this guy have to look down on himself? You look down on my Buffett family? He asked directly and sourly. If the girl you like becomes someone's girlfriend and reveals her background, the person doesn't care at all. Even a man would be angry. The Buffett family is pretty good. Yi Yang nodded, it's just that you, a nobody, are not qualified to talk nonsense in front of me. Haha, the Buffett family is pretty good. Who gave you such courage? Billy Buffett was really angry. Jiangjing's classmates were all extremely surprised. After all, not everyone in this world has the confidence to say this, and the Buffett family can only say that. Billy is now pushed out by them and cannot step down for a while, but they still have a chance to choose what attitude they have towards Yi Yang depends on how Yi Yang responds after saying, the Buffett family is nothing more than that, self-preservation. However, the expected self-evidence did not happen. Yi Yang raised his lips, since you are proud of your family, let your family teach you a lesson about being humble and low-key outside. Haha, I want to see how you do it. Billy Buffett sneered, he was really angry. It was the first time that he was looked down upon by someone like this. Yi Yang glanced at the males who were watching the situation. Since he was going to take action, he would do it with thunder and lightning to the end, so that everyone could feel his power, so that no one would covet his woman. He called the stock god's mobile phone. Hello? Mr. Yi? The stock god Buffett had been waiting for news from Yi Yang. After all, he had 50 billion in Yi Yang's hands waiting for investment. This was the first time he gave money to others to invest. Although he knew that the chance of making money was greater, it still depended on Yi Yang's mood. If Yi Yang was unhappy, According to the original contract, even if he told him that the 50 billion was all lost, he would have nothing to say. So, when I received Yi Yang's call, I felt uneasy. Mr. Yi, did my money invest successfully? This investment is a long-term investment, and the effect is not so fast. Yi Yang said lightly. Oh. The stock. God. Buffett nodded honestly, not daring to ask more. Then Mr. Yi came to me because... Yi Yang briefly recounted. What happened just now? It seems that his pride is a bit too much. After listening to the stock god. The other end of the phone was already covered in cold sweat. First update. That Billy, how dare you talk to you like this, Mr. Yi? Hod. Buffett broke into a cold sweat. 4. Him, Yi Yang is now in existence, that must not be offended. Otherwise, 50 billion will be gone. Billy Buffett is just an ordinary junior in the Buffett family. In his eyes, he is not worth 50 billion Chinese coins. He kept saying, Mr. Yi, don't be angry. You like to keep a low profile. Although you are comparable to the emperor of the consortium, you are not too noisy in the international business world. This Billy has short-sightedness. I will educate him for you. Yi Yang nodded lightly and handed the phone directly to Billy Buffett. He's pretending to be. Billy Buffett is also a little unsure. After answering the phone and hearing the first voice, he was stunned. Hello? Little Billy. Uncle Hod. Billy Buffett looked respectful. Although Hodder is not the helmsman of this generation. Of Buffett family, his status is the highest among the family. Anyone from the Buffett family who looks at him will feel a sense of awe. Everyone else present was also stunned. A call actually came to the stock gods. Mobile phone? Except for Qin Wenxian, everyone present was a junior. Although most of them come from famous families, they are nothing in front of the stock god Buffett. Yi Yang's tone on the phone call just now couldn't be called awe at all, nor was it even a comparison between his peers, but it seemed like he was blaming the other person? This is incredible. Outrageous. Such a young Chinese person actually criticized the words of the world-famous stock god. Where does his confidence come from? Moreover, the stock god didn't seem to care about the tone and way of speaking at all, and instead directly gave the phone to Billy. The relationship seems not difficult to guess. This Mr. Yi seems to be quite extraordinary. The classmates all murmured. This was not the first time that Su Xiaoxin and Qin Wenxian had seen Yi Yang's energy. At this time, they just looked at Billy sympathetically. Qin Kellen also shrugged helplessly. If you listen to people's advice and eat enough, the devil who wants to die can't stop you. She had tried her best to persuade her just now, but in the end, Billy would not look back until he hit the wall. There was nothing she could do. Talking on the phone, Billy's face became paler and paler, and his whole body started to tremble. Who knew what harsh words the old Buffett said on the phone could scare this young man to the point of shaking like chaff? Yi Yang's energy is really amazing. In just one sentence, his uncle, who is also a world-renowned financial tycoon, trained him to be like this. This face is really ridiculous. Although I knew Yi Yang was powerful before, but in a head-on confrontation with an international financial giant like the Buffett family, they feel that they can only stand up to each other. Everything that is shown now. It seemed to prove that even if they exhausted their imaginations to imagine how terrifying Yi Yang was, they still underestimated him. In the end, Billy respectfully returned the phone to Yi Yang, then threw himself on the ground and kowtowed. Everyone thought that stock god Buffett scolded Billy just to make him apologize to Yi Yang, but he just put down the phone and started kowtowing. This is too fierce. This scene exceeded everyone's expectations, and the operation was beyond imagination. They all looked at it in confusion, unable to react for a moment because of their own safety. "Mr. Yi, please forgive me. My uncle said that if you don't forgive me, let me kowtow to you all the time, otherwise, I will be removed from the Buffett family." Billy kowtows crazily. Yi Yang smiled faintly. This god Buffett was really good at scaring children. Just a few words scared Billy into this. "Okay, get up," Yi Yang said lightly. After all, he is Qin Kellen's classmate. What he wants to do is to intimidate the other person. Scaring the other person to death by accident is not what he wants. "Call." Billy let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at Yi Yang with complicated eyes, his expression was full of awe. He never expected that this young man could actually make his uncle have such a terrible reaction. Just now, on the phone, contrary to my uncle's kind character, I wanted to cook him and eat him. He even said that Mr. Yi is someone that even the Buffett family cannot afford to offend. Just one person, and one at such a young age, to actually let his uncle say those words. How terrifying is his hidden true identity? I actually provoked the other party, just now. I really thought that my life was too long. Fortunately, Mr. Yi didn't seem to blame himself too much, so he escaped. With Yi Yang's current status, he would definitely not really care about these juniors, otherwise they would be too cheap, unless they were forced to commit suicide and had to kill the chickens to scare the monkeys. He wouldn't show mercy either. He looked over and saw that Qin Kellen's classmates all lowered their heads and smiled in apology, lowering their eyebrows and calling "Hello, Mr. Yi" repeatedly. They could see what happened to Billy. They didn't want to say the wrong thing all of a sudden, and Yi Yang would make another phone call and have the family remove them. After demonstrating your strength, respect comes naturally. The atmosphere of the following birthday party was extremely peaceful. Many people congratulated Qin Kellen for finding such a great boyfriend. Now I know why the 3 top beauties present are all around him. There's nothing we can do. His strength is there. It's not reasonable at all. Haha. The boys all accepted their fate. The girl's eyes lit up. This is a fighter among men. It's a super deluxe version. Girls have no resistance to strong, handsome and rich boys. At this time, they all came over. However, the best position was occupied by Su Xiaoxin, Qin Kellen and Qin Wenxian. They were lingering around, difficult to approach, and felt very unhappy. Next, it was the gift session. Classmates and friends gave gifts one after another, to express birthday wishes. But Yi Yang didn't say anything. Qin Kellen just smiled slightly. When she came back, Yi Yang gave her a peacock brooch worth 10 billion. She still felt sweet and happy when she thought about it. There was no need to express anything with gifts. Yi Yang looked at Qin Kellen's sensible and cute appearance, couldn't help laughing, and pinched her little face. Don't worry, how could I forget to prepare a birthday gift for my little baby? Everyone looked over. After all, he is a super rich man, what gift would he give? Yi Yang looked around. Since everyone is so curious, then come with me. As he said, he led everyone to the outside of the villa. Second update. Everyone walked out of the house and looked at the sky full of rosy clouds. Now, it was already night, and after the last ray of afterglow, it was the night sky. The sky quickly darkened. Everyone was looking around, waiting for the gift that Yi Yang mentioned. "Look what that is!" someone exclaimed. Everyone's eyes were attracted to it. Those were some beams of light rushing into the sky. After rushing into the air, they exploded violently. The fireworks were flourishing, filling the entire sky. The night sky was decorated with incomparable beauty. This is a suburban villa. You can see pieces of starry sky in the distance, dotted on the curtain of fireworks, beautiful beyond words. So beautiful, the girls were all moved and looked up at the sky. However, this was just the beginning. More and more fireworks rose, and the entire sky was gradually filled with all kinds of gorgeous fireworks. "It's really beautiful." The girls present were all moved by the splendor in the sky. Fireworks may be common, but this kind of grand display of filling the sky is something they have never seen before. This new type of pollution-free fireworks is very expensive even for a single bunch. Filling the sky directly? Every second is burning money. Especially those young masters, when their girlfriends asked them to have this kind of fireworks rain in the future, their mouths twitched. Only this new type of pollution-free fireworks can produce such a clean and shocking gorgeous effect. If you want to do Yi Yang's explosion all over the mountains and fields, regardless of cost, every second is a huge fortune. They did a little calculation. I'm afraid it will cost millions per second. It has already cost over 100 million at this moment. This is no longer just ordinary extravagance. It's simply extravagant beyond imagination. This is the first large-scale debut of pollution-free fireworks, after they were recently developed. In the previous era of fireworks, the most expensive fireworks show, which cost hundreds of thousands per second, has shocked everyone who knew the news. If anyone knew that Yi Yang was setting off fireworks that cost millions of dollars per second, their jaws would probably drop in shock. It's just incredible. Many of the second-generation rich people who usually claim to be top rich people and spend money like water were all standing there stupidly, completely shocked by Yi Yang's generosity. Their rubbish tricks of squandering a few million or $10 million a night and thinking they were awesome were simply not good enough in front of Yi Yang. While they were staring at this $1 million fireworks feast, they sighed at how low they were. In a blink of an eye, 3 minutes had passed. It was almost 200 million Chinese yuan. That's money. They all felt sorry for Yi Yang. Although they claimed to be rich, they also had limited cash. These were custom fireworks, and the manpower required to transport these things here in advance and arrange them was also amazing. After all, these people were not ordinary people, otherwise the arrangement would be wrong. The further it went, the more exciting the fireworks performance became. The whole sky seemed to be covered by fireworks. 1,000 flowers bloomed. A ladder to heaven. The fireworks seemed to be performing a certain plot in the sky, with endless fireworks covering the sky, performing a specific fairy-like plot. This scene is simply romantic to the core. Of course, it is also expensive to the core. The details of the fireworks were magnified, and the fairy's face became clearer and clearer, gradually turning into Qin Kellen's cheek. The smile was like a flower, beautiful and moving. Such a high precision. Such a similarity. Rare in my life, shocking my parents for 100 years. A group of rich second generations exclaimed. This kind of technology is not something that money can do. Although there are similar fireworks shows now, they have never heard of such a level of precision. However, this is just the beginning. In the sky, the fireworks Jiangjing fell down. The next wave of fireworks rose into the sky, and during the process of rising into the sky, it bloomed into a gorgeous sea of flowers, which evolved into Yiyang's face. It just happened to touch the cheek of the falling Jiangjing. Together, they evolved into a huge heart shape in the sky. In the heart shape, there were 3 words of I love you written in a splash of ink. It impacted everyone's heart. The fireworks show finally ended. It lasted for a full 10 minutes. In addition to being moved, the rich second generation did some mental calculations, counting the expenses before and after. I'm afraid the cost of this fireworks show would be around 600 to 700 million. Jiangjing had already been moved to tears and nestled in Yiyang's arms. Shou, who was standing aside, pursed her lips and wanted to get closer, but she hadn't confirmed her relationship with Yiyang yet, so it was a bit inappropriate to get closer at this time. And the other girls present were all imagining that they had such a generous and romantic boyfriend. They were not the only ones shocked. This fireworks show was so grand that almost everyone in the suburbs and the edge of the city saw it. The video was filmed and posted online. Immediately, many professionals analyzed the cost of the fireworks. It is definitely a new type of pollution-free fireworks, very expensive, and ordinary people can't afford it. It seems to be a big shot. Where did you take the video? In the villa complex in the suburbs of Shanghai. Does anyone know how much it costs to set off fireworks like this? For 10 minutes? I also want to make one for my wife's wedding anniversary. Yes, I also want to make one for my girlfriend. It's so romantic. My girlfriend said that if I can't give her such a rain of fireworks, she will break up with me. Is there any big guy who can teach me how to make such a rain of fireworks? Many people on the internet posted for help or left messages under the video. Soon, it became a hot topic. Ahem, let me calculate it for you, sir. I have been working in the fireworks industry for 20 years, I will calculate it for you. Many experts and big guys in the fireworks industry also spoke up, ready to get involved. After all, for them, this scene tonight is shocking enough. Haha, please trouble the experts. On the internet, many boys who think they have some assets and want to show off, or boys who are forced by their girlfriends or wives to do similar fireworks shows, are waiting for a response below. Many people who eat melons and watch the fun also gathered together. After all, this is too beautiful and gorgeous. If life can really create such a scene, there will be no regrets. I don't think it will be cheap. Didn't you say? The new environmentally friendly fireworks are very expensive. How much do you think it will cost? I think it will cost at least $1 million to hold such a show? Then I'm done. I only have a few $100,000 in savings. I can't afford it even if I spend all of it. It seems that I can't keep this. Girlfriend. Well, it's true. There was a lot of discussion in the comment area, and everyone was looking forward to the calculation results of these experts. First update. I figured it out. Several experts started broadcasting. This is a hot topic. Now is the internet age. Everyone hopes to attract fans with their professional knowledge. These experts are no exception. Many people flocked into their live broadcast rooms. True heart, master, please tell me how much this thing costs. Do, yes, you've been waiting for a long time? Jiangbei forced Wang Xiaodian, haha, actually I was too lazy to come in. After all, with my wealth and strength, I can't even afford a fireworks show? Guapi shrimp number 1, brother upstairs, you are awesome? Jiangbei forced Wang Xiaodian, no bragging, I am also a successful person. In Jiangbei, I am a big boss. Oh? I don't know how much assets you have. Many people asked in confusion. Jiangbei Wang Xiaodian said proudly, haha, I'll tell you. My money, and you'll be shocked. I have tens of millions in cash alone. I have hundreds of millions in assets. Damn. He is indeed a big shot. You must have done it casually. A fireworks show would probably cost a few million. That's right. The live broadcast room was thinking, what is this big shot doing here? Is he going to show off in Versailles? That's right, just look at his name, and you know he is a guy who likes to show off and is full of arrogance. I guess he has had enough of showing off in reality, and is ready to show off his superiority online. But he does have some strength, after all, he has hundreds of millions in assets. In a small villa in a certain state in Shou province, Jiangbei Wang Xiaodian himself hugged a busty mature woman, looked at the voice of admiration on the screen, and laughed. It's just a fireworks show. I'll let these fireworks experts prepare a similar one for me later, just wait and see. Brother Lightning. You are really great. The mature woman smiled tenderly, and the green tea flavor was off the charts. Little Lightning waved his hand, it's all a small matter. He was extremely confident and didn't care how much the fireworks cost. He just wanted to show off in the live broadcast room. If you are so poor, you may not be able to afford this fireworks show. The fireworks expert also noticed that Little Lightning came to his live broadcast room to show off, and directly poured cold water on him. Little Lightning sat up directly, feeling offended, and angrily said, it's just a fireworks show, how expensive can it be? Are you despising me? The expert sneered and put a list on the screen. This is a list of types and quantities of fireworks that I have calculated based on those videos. It doesn't even include the most expensive customized fireworks in the last section. You can calculate how much these are. Before the expert finished speaking, Little Lightning was dumbfounded. He looked at the prices of fireworks on the list on the screen. He didn't even finish reading 1/10 of it, and he ran out of cash. Oh my God. He couldn't help but stand up, and pushed the mature woman away. He paced around the room, muttering as he walked, awesome. This is too awesome. He had been in the Jiangbei world for decades, but this was the first time he encountered such a terrible thing. He spent all his wealth and sold all his assets. But he probably couldn't afford a fireworks show that someone casually set up. A huge sense of frustration hit him. The barrage at this time also flashed a lot of 666, a lot of wow, and an unimaginable exclamation. Doesn't this mean that this fireworks show is worth hundreds of millions? The expert nodded, if you count the last part of the fireworks design that surpasses current technology. I'm afraid the cost of this fireworks show 800 million at the bottom. This is too fucking awesome. Some people's minds were blank. It was totally unimaginable what that meant. This astronomical figure in their imagination was just the cost of setting off fireworks. The rich people in this world are really rich. Too awesome. Everyone was in awe. After a long time of admiration, everyone realized that the little lightning king, who had just come to show off, had actually left the live broadcast room in disgrace. Haha. He found that all his assets were not enough to pay for a fireworks show. It hurts his self-esteem. Forgive me for laughing out loud. Not only this expert, but everyone on the internet who wanted to calculate the cost of this fireworks show basically came to the same conclusion. The cost of this fireworks show was at least 800 million. Everyone was shocked. All those successful men and small bosses who were originally full of passion and ready to do a big job to replicate this fireworks rain for their wives and girlfriends to show off, all disappeared. Some people quietly sent the bills to the little fairy girlfriends who asked them to hold a fireworks show. Arrogant little fairy, haha, I don't care about money. I must have what others have. Why can't you do it? I don't care. You do it for me. Dog-licking man, I can't afford this money even if I sell myself. Arrogant little fairy, then I'll kick you out. I'm so beautiful. So fairy. What's unworthy of being with a poor trash like you? Dog-licking man, no, my goddess. This arrogant little fairy used to suck his blood and asked for a bag worth 20,000 yuan and an apple worth 10,000 yuan. He could still afford it after selling his kidney, but this 800 million, even if he broke his cheap bones and sold them by pound, couldn't make up 1/1,000,000th of it. He only hated that he had no money and couldn't support the little fairy. The little fairy laughed, let's break up. I won't be satisfied until I find a man who can give me such fireworks. No. The dog-licking man screamed. The next day, the dog-licking man was so sad that he fell seriously ill and died. What he didn't know was that in the future, the little fairy would really stick to her dream. As a result, I haven't found another boyfriend in 10 years. When I was in my 30s, I accepted my fate and found a domestic violence man with no money and quality. He beat her to death within a few days. Naturally, Yi Yang would not know about this little episode. He was scrolling through the hot-searched fireworks videos and the topic of analyzing how much a fireworks show costs, and couldn't help but laugh or cry. It's just a fireworks show that cost a little more money. As for what? Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. It turns out that Coach brother spent so much money. Tonight, Qin Kellen was extremely surprised. Although she knew that Yi Yang was used to spending a lot of money, she probably guessed that tonight would cost at least 100 million. But I really didn't expect that it would be at least 800 million. Yi Yang coughed and waved his hand. Actually, it's not as much as they said. What they said is too exaggerated. How much is that? Qin Kellen asked doubtfully. It's only just over 700 million. Where did the 800 million come from? Yi Yang said casually. Is there a difference? Qin Kellen pouted, brother. Yi, you are so humble. Seeing Qin Kellen's cute look, Yi Yang burst out laughing. Second update. Brother has been to Shiguang for several days, but Lon misses you. Qin Kellen hugged Yi Yang's neck and said coquettishly. Oh? How much do you want it? Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth and asked with a smile. Think as much as you want. Qin Kellen said affirmatively. Then is there anything to prove? Yi Yang pulled her slender but elastic waist and smiled lightly. Then prove it with actions. Qin Kellen gave a bad laugh and pulled Yi Yang directly to the fitness room to start today's exercise class. Both of them are very serious about their actions. All the thoughts I have accumulated during this period have been proven with actions. After a long time, the two of them finished their exercise. After such a long period of training, Jean Kellen's physical fitness has also been greatly improved, and now he can gradually keep up with the progress of teaching. Next, I lived with Jean Kellen for a few days. She was transferred because of family affairs. Now that she is a core member of the Jean group, she still has a lot of things going on. Yi Yang also received news from Jingxian. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This kid, Jingxian, is finally getting married. Boss. The invitation has been sent to you. Soon, Yi Yang received the invitation. The material of the invitations is extremely expensive, and it can be seen that the influence that sends the invitations is indeed very deep. Today, with his help, Jingxian is worth tens of billions. Even in front of the Jinling family, he has the right to speak. However, for the time being, the foundation is still too shallow, and the wealth accumulated in a short period of time cannot be compared with the wealth of this aristocratic family. If he didn't help Jingxian gain his current net worth, the Ling family might force him into marrying into his wife. Although he is no longer needed as a bride, he still wants to have two weddings. The first small event was held in Jingxian's hometown, and the second large event was held in Jinling. In a few days, Jingxian will return to his hometown to hold his first wedding. Yi Yang will naturally accompany him there. The F-1000 landed at Spring City Longjia Airport. Jingxian and his fiancée had come back to arrange their wedding 2 days ago. This time, Yi Yang came back with Yi Xiaozi, Lin Shuer, Yu Momo, and the beautiful bodyguard sisters Hua. Lin Shuer is also Jingxian's classmate, and of course she hopes to attend his wedding. Yu Momo can help Jingxian plan the wedding. As for the bodyguard sisters, of course, because they are personal bodyguards, they have to follow them back. This time he kept a low profile. After all, almost everyone in Ji province knows about him. Once you become a little more high profile, the door will probably be blocked again and you won't be able to get out even once in the morning. Now that the college entrance examination is over and her results are out, Yi Xiaozi comes back to fill out her application. But judging from her results, there aren't many schools in China that she can choose from. After all, the scores are really too high. If you don't go to Tsinghua University, you will go to Peking University. Now it depends on which of the two schools works harder and who can win over Yi Xiaozi. If I go to Peking University, I can be classmates with my cousin, Su Zian. Take care of each other. Yi Yang would rather hope that his sister would choose this. However, he didn't say it. Which school to choose depends on Yi Xiaozi's mood. She can go wherever she wants. Along the way, the two of them were discussing this. The college entrance examination is a student local system. Although Yi Xiaozi is studying in Shanghai, she is still a student from Jilin province. As soon as I got home, there were people waiting in front of the Star Emperor's mansion. What happened? Yi Yang was a little helpless. Was he low-key enough? He didn't let his family tell anyone, so why was he welcomed at the door? But soon, he discovered that this time it was his own fault. It was the admissions directors from the two most prestigious universities in China who blocked the door. You must be Yi Xiaozi. I'm from Tsinghua University. I'm from Peking University. Both sides introduced themselves one after another. Come to our school. As the top girl with the highest score in the college entrance examination in Jilin province this year, we hope you can come to our school to study. You'd better come to our school. We at Peking University are willing to offer a study fund of 500,000 yuan. 500,000? You are too picky. Tsinghua University, 1 million scholarships. 1 million? That was the price many years ago. I just wanted to test you out. In fact, my Peking University paid 1.8 million Chinese coins just to recruit you. Aoran, the person in charge of the admissions office of Peking University. Haha, I have seen through it a long time ago. 2 million. Come with us, Tsinghua University. The person in charge of the Tsinghua admissions office was extremely enthusiastic. Let's add another 100 square meter house in the capital. We will directly provide a 150 square meter fully renovated house in Beijing. The two sides were so noisy that their necks were all red. But when he turned around, he found that Yi Xiaozi had already followed Yi Yang into the Star Emperor's mansion. Well, maybe we're all wrong. The people in charge on both sides looked at each other and looked at the magnificent Star Emperor's palace in front of them. In previous years, in order to compete for the top spot in the province, they would not hesitate to invest millions, provide houses, free travel, etc. But those are all aimed at the number one scholar from an ordinary family, or the noble son from a poor family. It's not suitable for the situation at hand. As long as your eyes are fine, take a good look at this magnificent Xinhuang mansion, you will know that even if this champion's family is short of everything, they will not be short of money. Ahem, you too, I think you should go back and think about what real advantages you have. The chips you gave are not enough to repair the gates and walls of our mansion. The beautiful housekeeper came up and smiled politely. Wait until you have thought it over, then come over. Both sides were dejected. The money offensive that had always been successful in the past completely failed in front of this magnificent gate. But of course they would not be discouraged, and their eyes were bright. Haha, it's just a temporary failure. We will definitely offer more favorable conditions. Let Xiaozi Zhuangyuan choose us. You are dreaming. He will definitely choose us. Us. We. The two sides gradually left the mansion gate amidst the quarrel. Inside Xinhuang mansion, Yi Yang met his parents. His parents are now accustomed to a rich life. They have even learned to enjoy life. Plant flowers, raise birds, and do some expensive enjoyment projects, such as studying tea and fishing. There are no people who don't know how to spend money, only people who don't have money or are not used to having money. This time I came back to keep a low profile, so I didn't tell my parents. At this time, the old couple were very surprised. First update. Tonight, Xinhuang Mansion was much more lively than usual. I heard that Tsinghua University and Peking University were competing for their daughter, and the two elders were laughing from ear to ear. People's pursuits are different. At that time, they worshipped intellectuals and did not take money seriously. For them, being able to attend such a top university is a joy from the bottom of their hearts. At first, Yi Yang only got a 211. Although the two elders were happy, they still felt that they had not realized their dream of going to a top school. Now our family is complete. Today's dinner at Xinhuang Mansion was also very sumptuous. It was quite a happy life. The next day, Yi Yang went to see Jingxian. Now that Jingxian is considered a person, he is not short of money, so he is prepared to handle it according to the highest standards. Yi Yang gave Jingxian all the rights to use the Yingbin restaurant that day. Do whatever you want, do it as much as you want. Zheng Xian's family, Jingxian's parents, and Yi Yang have been asking for confirmation for a long time. My little Xian didn't do anything bad, right? You two are brothers who want to be the boss, you can't let him go astray. After Yi Yang explained, the two elders' doubts were dispelled. For them, Jingxian's rise was too fast. The last time I called, I was an ordinary internet employee with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. The next time I call, I will be promoted to supervisor, and the salary will be 60,000 to 70,000 yuan a month. I made another call and suddenly became a director of some company, with hundreds of millions of shares. This time it became even more ruthless. He suddenly transformed into the chairman of several companies, with a net worth of tens of billions. It almost scared Jingxian's parents. They are all honest people and have never heard of such a large number in their lives. But they all trust Yi Yang very much. Jingxian has been following Yi Yang since he was a child. They all think that Yi Yang will do great things in the future and think highly of Yi Yang. Therefore, after Yi Yang's assurance, the two elders gradually accepted this setting. Xiaoyang, come here. The two old men called Yi Yang aside. What's wrong, uncle and aunt? Yi Yang asked with a smile. That is the family behind Xiaoxian's fiancé really as powerful as they say? When the two old men listened to Jingxian's words, it was like listening to a book from heaven. What aristocratic family, what billions. It's like a dream. No storyteller dares to say that. They are ordinary people who have saved their lives and saved hundreds of thousands. They also plan to buy a house for Jingxian to go on a blind date when he returns to his hometown after he is tired from working in Shanghai. As a result, I just brought back such a beautiful daughter-in-law, and the daughter of a big family, and it was like writing a novel. Yi Yang solemnly nodded. You two have to gradually accept this. Now Jingxian's identity is different from the past. If a wedding is held there in a few days, you two must be strong-willed and don't have any mentality pressure. Jingxian's original family conditions alone were not enough to join the Ling family. There will definitely be people gossiping at the Ling family in the next few days. Some people say that this is a mindless routine only found in novels, and those who think so are on the first floor underground. Within a real big family, there are many factions and endless struggles for various rights. Even when everything is fine, they always want to cause trouble and suppress other factions. Not to mention that the daughter of a certain faction married a poor boy with no foundation in an ordinary family. If you don't use this as an excuse to find trouble, you will be sorry for the huge mistake of the other faction. It seems like a mindless ridicule, but in fact there is a power struggle hidden underneath. We got it. Jingxian's parents also understand that they cannot let their son be looked down upon by his father-in-law's family. Although they are honest and responsible, they also want face and dignity. It's okay for them to be angry in this life, and they must never let their son be unable to hold his head up for the rest of his life. Haha. You don't have to be too stressed. Yi Yang smiled and said, when the time comes, I will support Jing Xian. As long as I am here, no one can make a difference. Okay. Excuse me, Xiaoyang. Jingxian's parents kept talking. As Yi Yang's die-hard younger brother, Jingxian has been boasting about Yi Yang's awesomeness in front of his parents all the time for more than a year. They have long accepted Yi Yang's now extremely amazing setting. This also made Yi Yang dumbfounded. These two elders seemed to believe in themselves more than they believed in their own son. By the way, I bought a villa next to Xinhuang Mansion. I will treat it as a wedding red envelope for Jingxian. Let's do the housewarming and the wedding ceremony together today, Yi Yang said directly. Jingxian's parents also knew each other, and they were neighbors, which usually provided some relief. Don't, villa. The two elders blinked. Although they knew that Jingxian and Yi Yang were like brothers, this wedding red envelope was too valuable in their hearts. Of course, if they knew that this villa was worth 1 billion, they might not even be able to sleep. What happened to the wedding car preparations? Yi Yang didn't say anything more and asked Jingxian directly. It's ready. 36 Rolls-Royces have been rented. Jingxian Dao. Yi Yang nodded. If you were in the Magic City, this kind of pomp might be quite common, but in Ji province, this kind of pomp is the best. There is nothing more to worry about. Holy shit. Boss. You bought me a villa next to the Star Emperor's palace. Zheng. Xian's eyes widened. He didn't know about this before. Wouldn't it be less of a surprise if I told you about the wedding gift in advance? Yi Yang laughed, avoiding Ling Xiaowen, and said with a sly smile, after the wedding ceremony here, we will enter the bridal chamber in the new home, right? Ahem. Jingxian's face turned red. He is different from Yi Yang. Ling Xiaowen is his first love. He has never held a girl's hand before. She is so pure. Tonight is the first time in his life. No matter what, he is nervous. Don't be nervous. I have summarized some experience for you. Memorize it well and follow those steps tonight. I guarantee you will have the most unforgettable night of your life. Yi Yang smiled. He was not much better than Jingxian before. After all, he also had his own pursuit of love. He was not ready to fall in love before he was successful in his career. When he graduated from college, he was as pure as Jingxian. Otherwise, he would not have waited until he became rich to confirm his relationship with Lin Shuer. But in the past year or so, he has suddenly changed from an illiterate in this area to a literary master. He has so much experience in this area that he can publish a book after summarizing it. It's a pity that there are too many restrictions on novels now, otherwise he would have written all these in detail in his serialized novel. Okay, boss. Zheng. Xian nodded vigorously. Boys must have a night when they become men. After tonight, he can be considered a complete man. The relatives of the Jing family looked at the big Shou on Jingxian's side and praised him with great envy. However, her parents who came with Ling Xiaowen were full of worries. Second update. Dad, why do you look a little unhappy? Ling Xiaowen came over and asked, doubtfully. Father Ling Shuyan shook his head, unable to explain clearly. Mother Tong Shirua sighed, son, although your husband's development is not bad, the family environment. Ling Xiaowen scratched her head. Oh, mother, didn't I tell you before that Jingxian's family is not so wealthy? It's okay not to mention this, but when it comes to mentioning this, Ling Shuyan can see veins on his face. However, due to self-cultivation and face, it is not easy to explode on the spot. Although I know that The conditions at his home may be poor, but... Tang Shirua smiled bitterly and whispered, but this is too. Jingxian's family is not too poor compared to ordinary families. At any rate, I can always use a small deposit of several 100,000 for emergencies. However, comparing Ling Shouyan and his wife's expectations for their son-in-law's family situation, it's not a tens of billions family. No matter how poor it is, the family should always be a famous family. With a few billion, right? We don't care. Ling Shouyan said, but if we hold this event at Jinling's home, in a few days, our family will lose all face. How could it be possible? Jingxian is very powerful. Now, he has tens of billions of assets at a young age. He will definitely be a famous figure in China in the future. Ling Xiaowen was not convinced and wanted to save face for her husband. Well, Ling Shouyan shook his head. He is easy to talk to, but you have to know that their family will send at least a few relatives and 2 in-laws there. Their mental outlook and quality will be exposed as soon as they are spoken to. Someone will inevitably stir up trouble. Ling Xiaowen stuck out her tongue. This is something that cannot be avoided. She pouted. Why are you looking at other people's faces? It's not like they are getting married. When I get married? Ling Shouyan glanced at her daughter helplessly, closed her eyes, and stopped talking. Seeing this, Tang Shirua laughed and said, yes, as long as our daughter is happy, it's just a shame. We don't care. Hey, good mommy. After everything is ready here, just start walking according to the normal process, and the relatives of the Jing family are a little embarrassed. Yi Yang gave the entire Yingbin restaurant to Jingxian for his wedding. Today, the food and wine served are all of the highest quality. A table is worth less than 100,000 yuan. Although these relatives didn't know the specific price, but one look at the food and wine, it seemed that they were ridiculously expensive. They only brought a few hundred yuan, or at most a few thousand yuan in gift money. I feel too embarrassed to use chopsticks. There were also many big guys from Ji province who had found Xian in order to establish a relationship with Yi Yang, and they also came to celebrate at this time. Sitting with these big guys, these ordinary relatives are a little reserved when talking. The more he looked at this scene, the deeper the worry in Ling Shouyan's eyes became. Even ordinary officials such as the city governor and department director were too frightened to speak. When it came to my family's wedding banquet, the scene was unbearable to contemplate. Until this banquet is over. After everyone dispersed, parents on both sides are preparing to go home to communicate and bond. They have been here before, and they definitely wanted to come here before getting engaged for the sake of their daughter's happiness. That small home seems to only have an area of 80 square meters, including the public stall. It's extremely crowded with so many people, and it's really unsightly. Their reason persuades them not to look down on the poor, but if they really want them to crowd into a few small spaces to chat, thinking of that scene, they feel a little uncomfortable after all. However, the car did not go in that direction as they expected. Instead, they drove to a villa area that they had never been to. Ouch! They looked at each other. For the first time, the worry in his eyes was eliminated, and surprise appeared in his eyes. This villa area. As an aristocratic family, the Ling family has its own family villa area in Jinling. At first glance, this villa area is not the kind of third-rate villa area that only sells for a few million or tens of millions. Tang Shirua said in surprise. Yes, even if the land here is cheap, these villas can still be regarded as the First tier in the country, and the innermost ones can also be regarded as top-notch villas. They can't afford even $1 billion. Ling Shuyan nodded in affirmation. Son-in-law, aren't we going to your house? This is? Ling Shuyan asked. Brother Yi gave us a villa here as a gift, and we will all live here from now on. Xing Xian smiled. Because his net worth has skyrocketed recently, he has too many things to deal with. He has not even figured out how much cash he has. The relationship between various companies is not yet stable. In addition, he is busy planning a wedding and has not had time to think about the villa. Yi Ying's gift today just solved his urgent need. This made his father-in-law look satisfied for the first time. Brother Yi is still awesome. Xing Xian sighed inwardly. Yi Yang? Ling Shuyan naturally heard Xing Xian talk about this man who was better than his own brother. Will he also come to the wedding in Jinling? Xing Xian nodded, of course. Call. Ling Shuyan breathed a sigh of relief. If Yi Yang is really as powerful as Xing Xian said, he alone would be enough to control the situation. He smiled. It seems that at the wedding banquet in a few days, it may not be completely embarrassing. After arriving at the place, Yi Yang patted Xing Xian on the shoulder. We will be neighbors in the future, visit each other often. I will go home first. After that, he let Xing Xian go into the house to live a sweet life. Yi Yang returned to Xinghuang Mansion. Have you decided where to apply? Yi Yang asked. Yi Xiaozi. Yi Xiaozi sighed. Actually, I want to apply to a school in the Magic City, which is closer to you, brother. Yi Yang shook his head with a smile. Whether it is Beijing or the Magic City. For me, it is a place where I can see each other in 1 or 2 hours, so there is no need to consider this. Oh. Yi Xiaozi scratched his head. Yi Yang saw Yi Xiaozi's dilemma. If you think these schools are not suitable for you, I will start a school myself and do everything according to your wishes. It will completely meet the appearance of your dream university. Huh? Yi Xiaozi widened his eyes. Is it still possible? Why is it impossible? Isn't university for learning knowledge? Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. It can teach the most advanced knowledge, have the most advanced teachers and scientific research resources, and it is a top-notch school. Others may not be able to do it because of various difficulties, but as long as you want, it is not difficult for your brother to run such a top-notch school. Now he has several of China's top scientific resources. Whether it is energy, or signal, or game equipment, new network, etc. With the backing of Black Technology Company and Shou Company, once he wants to start a university, the country will fully support it. First update. Brother has already had this idea, right? Yi Xiaozi said with a smile. Yi Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Nowadays, education is no longer pure. He has long been determined to run a university according to his own will after achieving success. Now that Yi Xiaozi had just finished the college entrance examination and faced the problem of choosing a school, he thought this might be a good opportunity. Nowadays, when you go to college, you will first have connections. People you make friends with from top universities will become the mainstays in society in the future, and at least they will be social elites. Many of them will even become big bosses. The second is educational resources. However, first, Yi Xiaozi does not need the blessing of any connections at all. It was too late for others to get to know her. Second, he can provide the best educational resources. Even if you go to Qingbei, it is impossible to give all the resources to one person. Might as well start one yourself. Since his sister is really determined to achieve academic success, he naturally wants to help her with all his strength. If my brother really starts it, of course, my sister will fully support you, Yi Xiaozi said. Yi Yang nodded, that's it. After speaking, he sent the message to several important confidants. As the big boss, it is enough for him to make up his mind and explain his purpose and demands. Someone will handle the following trivial matters and implementation process for him. Master, someone from Qingbei wants to see you, the beautiful housekeeper came in and said softly. Well, let them in, Yi Yang said lightly. The two admissions officers came in very respectfully. It seemed that they had calmed down in the past 2 days and had a good search for Yi Yang's information. For such a super-rich family, if they spend only 1 or 2 million in cash to add a house, others will not take it seriously at all, and it does not constitute an attraction condition at all. They have all thought of countermeasures today and are ready to try to attract people again. In order to grab the top pick, Qingbei has spread many bad rumors over the years. In order to grab people, they will even put pressure on the school where the top pick is located, indirectly putting pressure on the top pick. However, Baoli High School itself has a high status. In addition, there is a big shot like Yi Yang, so they don't dare to do such a thing at all. I can only come to the door honestly and prepare to fight for it with all my strength. What, have you thought of new conditions? Yi Yang asked with a smile. We can provide good connections in the department she chooses in the entire school. All resources can be tilted towards her. So are we. Both sides began to elaborate on the great resources of their schools. Everyone said that after having fun. Both of them looked at Yi Xiaozi, classmate Xiaozi, which side do you choose? Yi Xiaozi thought for a while and smiled, it's not Tsinghua University. When the people from the Peking University admissions office heard this, they puffed up their chests. The provincial champion will go to Peking University instead of Tsinghua University? What third choice is there? It's not Peking University either. Yi Xiaozi smiled. Both sides were confused. Doesn't our school not have the major you want to study? Yi Xiaozi shook her head, because my brother wants to run a school of his own. In order to support him, I want to go to the school he runs. The scene fell into embarrassment. After a long silence, the person from the Qingbei admissions office forced back his surging smile. Run your own university. How funny. They dare not speak for fear that they will laugh uncontrollably once they open their mouths. In their opinion, Yi Yang was definitely making a joke. The information they found on the internet showed that Yi Yang's net worth may be hundreds of billions. Even trillions. Very rich indeed. However, when compared with the 2 highest universities in China, they may not be comparable. In terms of research funding alone, Qingbei now has 50 billion in cash every year. Not to mention the various extremely expensive top-notch research equipment supported by the state for free, the value of resources behind the school, and the intangible heritage. A trillionaire may be able to dominate the business world. But in front of a giant like Qingbei, he is still a younger brother. Qingbei alone has cultivated several billionaires. They have gone beyond the scope of school and can be regarded as a unique superpower in China. Give up Qingbei and start a school by yourself? Do you think? Running a university is too simple? It's really like sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Every thought comes out. Do you think too highly of yourself? They are all complaining crazily in their hearts, but they dare not speak out. Qingbei is indeed awesome, but the awesomeness of this behemoth does not mean that the two of them are awesome. They still dare not offend a real boss worth hundreds of billions. Ahem. Mr. Yi, what we want to say is that starting a university does not require just having money. There are too many aspects involved. Of course, even if you have money, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it. The person from the Tsinghua admissions office thought about the words. After a long time, he suppressed a smile and said, Yeah. The people from Peking University also nodded. Oh? Is there still a lot of money in this world that I can't afford? That's great. I think you can calculate this amount for me. Yi Yang became interested and his eyes lit up. Some people actually thought he was poor. JPG ahem. Even Mr. Chow, the top entrepreneur in China, took out almost all the funds he could mobilize, 15 billion, to build a school. Without considering everything behind it, just counting the money. He only established a not-so-famous school that is not well known outside the province. Qingbei is very arrogant in this regard. Just calculated directly. If you want to run a provincial school, all facilities are complete, human resources and construction funds are all in place within a year, and all kinds of expenses, initial investment, you have to be no less than 20 billion in cash. This is not the case of full category hosting and later maintenance. If you want to run a super school that is famous in China, you have to invest at least 40 billion in the initial stage. If you want to run a famous Chinese super school that can be rated as the top university in the end, although it has nothing to do with money, but the supporting facilities and various expenses alone are conservatively 50 billion. Of course, those are ordinary brand name. The admissions office of Tsinghua and Peking University waved his hand, arrogantly. If you want to run a school like our Tsinghua and Peking University, the highest institution in China, with a reputation beyond all other universities, and become a national foundation-level institution, even if you spend hundreds of billions, it is just a drop in the bucket, and it is not enough. Yes, all the equipment in Tsinghua alone is worth more than hundreds of billions. Especially the equipment and machinery used in advanced physics and advanced biology. The two of them shook their heads and sighed. Mr. Yi has the courage to swallow mountains and rivers. But he must also consider the reality. Yi Yang nodded. It is much more difficult to run a truly top university than he thought. Especially the foundation, this is indeed something that cannot be made up with some money. Second update. Listen to what Yi Yang said. The people at the Qingbei admissions office raised their heads and said repeatedly, So, Mr. Yi, your sister, you should consider the most prestigious universities, like ours, with extraordinary foundations. It is not so easy to teach a university that is provincially number one. Even if the richest man in China spends all the cash at his disposal, he probably won't be able to do it. For example, 2 horses and 1 king. Although he is well known in China, his personal assets are only a few hundred billion, and the cash that can be used for purely personal purposes is probably only a few hundred billion. Want to run a top university? Not enough. At all. Although this Yi Yang is a rising supernova in the Chinese business world, he is probably similar to the richest man in history, right? How is it possible to build one in a short period of time? Not To mention that it can compete with Qingbei, but can it be called a top university with a famous brand? Yi Yang nodded. Indeed, when you tell me, I think what I thought before was a bit simple. This is indeed not something that can be done with a little money. Hey! That's right. Both of them were extremely proud. As a staff member of Qingbei, you are so awesome. Even the richest men had to admit their mistakes. But since it can't be done with a little money, then I'll use a lot of money. Yi Yang's next words made them almost flinch. Ah. Mr. Yi, how much do you plan to invest? Money can't solve this. That's right. That's right. The people in the admissions office were all confused. We have given you the data, but even 100 billion in cash is not enough. Do you want to do it again? You are awesome. Are you more awesome than 2 horses and 1 king tied together? Yi Yang smiled lightly, but I don't think I can invest too much. After all, I still have a capital chain to supply. Exactly. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. Then just invest 1 trillion Chinese coins first. Yi Yang said lightly. Harmful, let me tell you, it's only 10,000. Huh? 10,000 billion. Everyone reacted for a long time before confirming to each other that what Yi Yang just said was indeed a trillion. Everyone was completely confused. Boss Yi, did you say the wrong number just now? Even if I kill them, I won't believe it. Someone in China can come up with 1 trillion in cash. Impossible. Totally impossible. Absolutely, absolutely impossible. Counting up from today onwards, all the richest people in China cannot afford so much cash if they want to build a school. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. What? Not enough? This. Everyone looked at each other. There must be a huge surplus. In fact, a few 100 billion in cash is almost enough. But it's really hard for me to imagine, after all. 1 trillion Huaxia coins. Yi Yang laughed. Why, don't you believe I have all this money? This? Everyone smiled bitterly. No matter what Yi Yang said, they definitely didn't believe it. But they didn't dare to say it. Within 3 months, one of the world's top universities will be built in Jilin province, China. Yi Yang said calmly, you can. I'll go back. You can wait and see during this period. This? Everyone resigned. Suppressing the tight feeling in my chest. After they were far away from the Star Emperor's mansion, they couldn't hold it in any longer and finally laughed out loud. Damn it, did you just hear that? He wants to get 1 trillion. 1 trillion in cash. Return to the world's top university. 3 months. Are you just dreaming? Absolutely no one in this world can do such a thing. Aren't you too arrogant? At such a young age, he has become one of the richest men in China. He is truly a proud man. He is one of the few capable people in history. There is nothing wrong with being a little crazy, but I still can't help but laugh, haha. I think he is just too smooth. This time, let him taste the pain of failure. Yes, I want to see how he can come up with 1 trillion in cash. How can he build a super top university in 3 months? He really dares. To say it, I would never dare to do this in my dreams. The recruiters from both schools were laughing so hard that they made up their minds and were ready to see Yi Yang's joke. Do you think we should post this news online so that everyone can see the joke? I agree, I would like to see how he ends up. These people who are responsible for recruiting students all carry the assessment standards, that is, KPI. Now that a provincial champion has not selected them, it can be said that they have lost a lot of bonuses. In addition, Yi Yang said such big words, which of course made them unhappy. We don't have any evidence to prove what he said. It's better not to seek death. No matter what, he is still a super boss. He can't take out 1 trillion, but he can take hundreds of billions casually. He has connections with the world. If you post today, he will be taken away tomorrow. Gotta resign, someone advised. 2. Being so frightened, everyone broke out in cold sweat. I dare not bring up the topic of spreading this matter online again. However, not before they dispersed. A piece of news rushed onto all major news screens. Hey! Look! Someone said. What's wrong? Others came over and stared at the screen. Mr. Yi Yang, the major shareholder of Shou Company, just announced that he would take out 1 trillion to build a top international university in Ji Province, China. He said it himself. Oh my God, this. They were all stunned. Originally, they thought that Yi Yang was just bragging in the Xinhuang mansion, so that they would not think he was poor. Is he serious? He really wants to take out 1 trillion. They looked at each other and felt a deep shock. That's 1 trillion. Really, can you say take it out, just take it out? They confirmed for a long time before they found that this topic was said by Yi Yang himself at the beginning of the broadcast, and it would definitely not be false. And it was not spread by others. Mr. Ye's courage is really admirable. If they thought Yi Yang was just bragging just now some of them began to worship and admire Yi Yang. At least he does what he says. I still think this is just hype, 1 trillion in cash. I really don't think anyone in China can come up with it. Isn't it said that he is a major shareholder of Shou Company? I think it's really possible. Someone said, Shou is a super giant that has emerged in the international business world. It has now ranked among the top in the world, with a market value of 10 trillion Chinese yuan, and its cash flow is immeasurable. In addition to the identities exposed by Mr. Yi before, if he puts all his efforts, he may not be able to come up with this trillion. First update. After coming to this conclusion, they were all stunned. Yi Yang, it is actually possible that he can come up with this trillion. Shou. Now it has become famous all over the world. It is one of the world's top companies. With its special technological innovation and terrifying cash flow, even if it lacks the foundation of time, it is now as famous as the world's largest company, Apple. Anyone who knows the inside story knows it. Now it is only a matter of time for Shou to become the world's #1 company. After all, they have mastered technology that is beyond the times. Science and technology are the first productive force. In another 3 to 5 years, I am afraid that it will surpass Apple. With a market value of tens of trillions, it is the first in the world. It is really lonely to be invincible. As a major shareholder of Shou, even if you can't come up with 1 trillion, it is far more than these ordinary richest people in China. I am afraid that you can do it if you do your best to come up with hundreds of billions of cash. It's terrible. They were all shocked. Hundreds of billions, purely from the perspective of money, is completely enough, even more than enough. Building a truly top-notch university is not that simple. the absorption of top talents, the review of national projects, the accumulation of public trust and fame are not something that he can do with money. Without 30 years. Even with huge wealth, it is absolutely impossible to build a top-notch university. Several people comforted themselves again and again. And he was a little too confident in the location he chose. Now that talents are all in the south. He established this university in the now economically depressed Jilin province in the northeast, and it is not well known. I think it is almost impossible to develop it. Yes. Looking at the top universities in China, which one is not? In a first-tier city? Network resources, economic environment, too many influencing factors. Mr. Yi, you are taking it for granted. Although most of them admire Yi Yang's courage and responsibility. But they also know that this is basically a fantasy. Until now, they still feel like they are dreaming. In the live broadcast room, fans are bursting. 1 trillion. Build the world's top prestigious university. Really? I just saw this on the trending search. Yishenhao is awesome. It's hype, right? Who can come up with 1 trillion? Do you think it's just a piece of paper? Haha, I think it's just bragging. In the live broadcast room, the heat was overwhelming. Whenever Yi Yang started broadcasting, that's when other Douyin live broadcasters feel uncomfortable. The traffic dropped like crazy, all rushing to Yi Yang's side. Girls all wanted to see Yishenhao's divine face, and boys all admired him. Of course, regardless of gender, age, they were all looking forward to Yi Yang's red envelope. That's really awesome. 1 cent is worth billions. If you get it, it's the beginning of a life turnaround and a change of fate. In their eyes, Yi Yang is the hermit who sends opportunities everywhere in the novel. In the investiture of the gods, he is a person who is worthy of being named the god of wealth. Because of Yi Yang alone, Douyin has upgraded its server several times. Because there are too many people in Yi Yang's live broadcast room, the server will be overwhelmed repeatedly. Soon, millions of people poured into the live broadcast room. Millions of real people online at the same time. This is a spectacle. Before this, almost no one's live broadcast room could break the real number of millions of people online at the same time. It was Yi Yang who kept breaking his own records and created one record after another. Any previous data was adulterated. Having hundreds of thousands of people online at the same time was the most powerful existence in China. Those live broadcast rooms that claimed to have more than 1 million real people online at the same time were basically false propaganda. At the moment of broadcasting, countless gifts were brushed out. Mr. Yi, you finally started broadcasting. I got the red envelope you sent before. I was living in poverty. But with this money, I started a small business and made money. Now I come to repay you. Giving a million is not enough respect. Me too, me too. In the live broadcast room, batches of real local tycoons began to give gifts. Many people just lack opportunities and startup funds. Most people dare not take risks for the stability of their lives. After saving for so many years, they basically spent it on buying a house, a car, and marrying a wife. Finally, they saved enough money to start a business, and their children were born. Most people have this intention, but they will eventually lose to life. And Yi Yang's red envelope is like a cheat for the life routine they have to follow, and many people succeed because of it. These bosses who succeeded because of Yi Yang are all very grateful to Yi Yang, and they are not soft-hearted when giving gifts. Yi Yang smiled. It seems that Lin Yaoshi is not an exception. He had accidentally contributed to so many good things. At first, he sent out big red envelopes mainly for the system to return money. Later, as he had more fans, he thought about giving back to his fans. Unexpectedly, this unexpected effect would come out later. Soon, the topic in the live broadcast room returned to the main topic. Yi Yang nodded. Yes, I will take out 1 trillion cash to build a world-class university. This school will be rated as world-class within 3 months, ranked in the top 10 in the world within a year, and become the world's #1 within 3 years. Wow! What a great ambition! Everyone was excited by the prospect described by Yi Yang. You should know that no university in China has ever been among the top 10 in the world comprehensive evaluation. Although China is catching up in the economic field, it still has many shortcomings in the academic and scientific research fields, and many people are ashamed of this. The gap in the backbone field is not too big. China's 985-11 famous schools are enough to match the high-quality schools in foreign countries. But there is a lack of real top universities. Even Tsinghua and Peking University, which are well known in China, cannot enter the top 10 when compared. The top 20 are not stable. This top academic field is obviously different from the international level. If the title of the world's first university can really be placed in China, this inner dissatisfaction will be completely wiped out. Haha, you're bragging so loudly. You brag about being the best in the world. Do you know which university is the best in the world? Why are you bragging about it here? It's Harvard University. It was founded in 1636. It has a history of 400 or 500 years. You can catch up with it in 3 years. You should be careful when you brag. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? Many sheepdogs in the comment area started barking. They admire Europe and America, but Yi Yang actually said that he wanted to build a school that is better than all the top universities in Europe and America? How can this be possible? Second update. Repay 1 trillion. Where is your 1 trillion? Ah. That's right. Do you really think 1 trillion was just blown out of proportion? I don't believe that anyone can mobilize 1 trillion in cash. That's simply impossible. Yi Yang looked at the black fans below. He has slapped anti-fans in the face more than once, but these people obviously don't have a long memory. But yes, there is a huge crowd on the internet, with hundreds of millions of netizens. The previous batch of anti-fans and this batch of anti-fans may not be the same people. Although Yi Yang doesn't like black fans, he will not use his power to punish them. Otherwise, he will become a special agent with special privileges. Everyone has the right to dislike another person. These black fans also understand that Yi Yang will not really mess with them as long as they don't go too far, but once they cross the line, they will be prosecuted mercilessly. I don't know how many black fans have been jailed for this. They even uncovered many spies and foreign elements. As a result, these people now no longer dare to come to Yi Yang's live broadcast room to complain. Only a group of pure black fans and some new black fans who joined the black fan group and did not know Yi Yang's energy were left. Since you want to see it so much, Yi Yang said calmly, how about we make a bet? What are you betting on? As soon as this matter was mentioned, some old black fans instantly became alert. Bet against Yi Yang, but nothing good happens every time. Many of them went bankrupt because of gambling with Yi Yang. Just the last time he bet on whether Tang Hongzhihui could become the champion of Paris Fashion Week, at least thousands of black fans were completely ruined, and they couldn't afford to pay back the money they borrowed. Many people have lingering fears about this. However, it is clear that more people have more confidence in foreign universities. 10 months ago, first in 3 years. No matter how you hear it, it is a fantasy, something that is simply impossible. It's still the old rules, agree on a bet, I accept any bet from any person or force in the world. Yi Yang said calmly, top in 3 months, first in 3 years. Each condition is counted once. If any of them are not met, I will pay 10 times the compensation. If any of them are met, you will pay double the deposit. How about it? Building academic self-confidence is something that China cares deeply about. Using reasonable gambling to increase publicity and awareness can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. 10 times compensation? Everyone is calculating Yi Yang's chances of success. But no matter how they calculated, they all felt that Yi Yang would never succeed. Even if Yi Yang really becomes the #1 super school in the world in terms of hard power, it is impossible for foreign review agencies to really give him the #1 title. It's simply a must-win game. After all, previous rankings of top universities are conducted by foreign authoritative institutions, and they definitely prefer universities in their own countries. Even if Yi Yang really builds the world's #1 school, it would be good if he could be given the title of #2. It's impossible to really become #1. After thinking about it, all these anti-fans were excited. This time they want to win back everything they lost to Yi Yang and make a lot of money along the way. The news spread instantly and many unscrupulous companies and speculators sneered. Yi Yang has reached this point and naturally has many enemies. The stock market. Investment experts who had been disgraced by him before stood up one after another and prepared to deal with Yi Yang hard. There are also many companies that have analyzed that the probability of this happening is very small. There were also meetings all night long. Chairman, are we going to do it or not? That Yi Yang is so arrogant that he is the enemy of the world. That is, he made it clear that everyone, whether an individual, company, group, or organization, can participate in this bet. That's right. The directors have endless greed in their eyes. Although there is no shortage of responsible entrepreneurs in China's business community, but most of them are profit-seeking, have no sense of responsibility, have no human feelings at all, and only care about profit. They calculated that this matter had a high chance of winning and a high return, so of course they were ready to cut leaks. Cutting leaks is their instinct. It's not because we are too ruthless, it's because Yi Yang is so crazy. He dares to declare war on the world, begging us to cut him off. If we don't take action, wouldn't we be so sorry? To him. That's right. All the directors are connected. Extremely tempting. Tenfold return. Even if you have been in business for decades, you can't achieve this kind of rate of return. Invest 1 billion and earn 10 billion. That night, countless chairmen sat in their chairs, thinking deeply. Yi Yang's name already has a certain deterrent effect in China. Anyone who knows Yi Yang is afraid of him. Many of them chose not to get involved and watch the fire from the other side. Some people choose to take the plunge and directly invest a huge amount of money. After all, as long as you invest money, you will show that you and Yi Yang are enemies, and there will be no mercy. Throw yourself into death. 3 months later, he suddenly became rich. Others contacted foreign investors and lent their hands to participate in the gambling without showing up. The next day. Deposit closing. Yi Yang looked at the amount of the bet and the corners of his mouth curled up. It's really positive. You don't know until you try. After saying this, in just one day, countless people, groups, and companies in China and around the world bet against him. Money and silk are so tempting that these people are like crazy. No need to close the market. Let's keep it open for another week. I want to see how crazy they can be. Yi Yang smiled faintly. Boss, Yu Momo, who was responsible for monitoring the betting market, said with some worry. Although she had infinite confidence in Yi Yang, there were too many uncertainties this time. As long as there was a slight possibility of losing, she had to do risk calculation for Yi Yang. Now there are 200 or 300 billion betting funds on the market. If Yi Yang loses, he will have to pay 2 or 3 trillion in cash. How much cash is in circulation in the entire Chinese market? Once he loses, no matter how rich Yi Yang is, he can't afford it. No problem, do as I say. Yi Yang smiled slightly. Since he wants to play, he will play a big one. There are very few things that can make him feel excited. Since he wants excitement, why not carry it through to the end? Don't worry, leave it alone. I'll conquer the whole world. Yi Yang patted Yu Momo's shoulder, and there was infinite confidence in his words. In the next few days, this matter will spread more and more, and more people will be involved. Especially those top foreign schools. Board of Directors. To become the world's #1 school in 3 years. A Chinese, what gave him such a tone and words? He really doesn't take us seriously, right? Haha, doesn't he want to play? Our board of directors spend $300 million for me. I want to see how he ends. First update. Press me. Move funds from the school board. Everyone move. Many top universities felt that they had been humiliated and used their funds to participate in the bet. They are different from schools in China. Every school is comparable to a super large company with huge amounts of money, with all parties around the world raising their stakes. The betting capital pool increased in an instant. Somewhere in Southeast Asia. Black Source headquarters. Haha. This Yi Yang is really seeking his own death. It seems that we don't have to wait for him to leave the country, we are going to kill ourselves. It's fun, it's so fun. It's ruined so many good things for our Black Source. We'll see him disgraced in 3 months. Now that he has invested 500 billion in his capital pool, let's add fuel to his fire. He will definitely not be able to escape bankruptcy by then. There's no way for black traders like us to raise bets. Are you stupid? Raise your bets through the company we control. Raise it hard for me. 3 days later. Yi Yang and Jing Xian set off towards Jinling. On the plane. Jing Xian was worried. Boss. I've also heard about you. Did you forget to close the plate? Yi Yang laughed. How is that possible? Since they all think I'm easy to bully, of course I let them have fun. Let them bet as much as they want. Give them a week, and I want to see how much money they can make. Jing Xian looked at Yi Yang's expression and sighed. It's already more than 500 billion now. If we pay compensation, boss, you have to pay 5 trillion. Do you really have that much cash? 5 trillion? Yi Yang shook his head happily, almost. If there is more, there will be nothing. Xing Xian was stunned. The boss actually has 5 trillion. This. Yi Yang smiled slightly. Now his assets are spread all over the world, and his cash flow is terrifying. It is still possible to empty out everything and transfer 5 trillion yuan from companies around the world. But the consequences are. There is a worldwide economic mini-crisis. Cash is different from assets. The assets of an emerging big city in China as a whole, including houses, real estate, etc., are worth tens of trillions. However, there is no such amount of currency in circulation in the entire Chinese market. 5 trillion in cash is enough to influence the direction of the world economy. But it won't have much impact. When the United States went through a major crisis a few years ago, it printed trillions of US dollars, equivalent to tens of trillions in Chinese currency, and it only caused a small collapse of the world economy that lasted a few years. What's more, I will never lose, Yi Yang said lightly. Xing Xian looked at Yi Yang's calm but determined face and felt at ease. The boss never talks empty words. Since he has said that he will never lose, it is basically safe. However, even he couldn't imagine how Yi Yang would win. In comparison, let's finish your wedding beautifully first. Yi Yang waved his hand. Would you like to have an aerial spa? It's very comfortable, ah? Xing Xian hasn't reacted yet. Yi Yang had already turned around and entered the massage room. Soon, a comfortable hum came from the room. I can only say that he is worthy of being the boss. Xing Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. If it were him, he would probably not be able to sleep if he was saddled with a bet that could result in trillions of compensation. The boss actually has Shanxin in-air massage. He sighed. The plane landed at Jiangjing Airport soon. The wedding was held solely by the Jiangjing family. He and Ling Xiaowen didn't need to plan too much. After getting off the plane, someone handed him the plan. After Xing Xian read it again, he felt sincerely, and realized what the essence is. Although the marriage has already been held in Ji province. But after all, this marriage had not yet been officially blessed by the head of the Ling family, so before the wedding was completed, Xing Xian was not allowed to enter the Ling family, but was directly arranged to stay in a hotel in Jiangjing. This Ling family is a bit interesting. Yi Yang narrowed his eyes. He obviously wanted to give Xing Xian a blow. No one is allowed to enter the house. We have arrived at the door of our house and asked our son-in-law to stay in the hotel. My father-in-law said that the internal relations in the Ling family are really complicated, so he can only wrong me for 2 days. I actually don't care. As long as I get through this, everything will be over. Xing Xian's carefree character naturally doesn't care about this. I think it won't be that simple. Yi Yang smiled lightly and waved. Umo walked up tacitly, holding a handheld computer, and introduced the top villas in Jiangjing to Yi Yang with a smile. Brother Yi, what are you doing? Xing Xian was a little confused. It's the boss's habit. When he goes to a new place, if he plans to stay for a few more days, he just buys a villa there to live in. Umo smiled. Xing Xian smiled bitterly, but he thought so. The boss can get 5 trillion in cash now, why don't he just save it and let the money give birth to babies? After looking at it for a while, Yi Yang chose the most expensive Thai villa. Worth over $1 billion. I don't know why, but it always feels a bit cheap. Yi Yang spread his hands. Jing Xian was about to say something. The hotel staff came in and bowed to him, saying, "Mr. Jing, someone wants to see you." After she finished speaking, several people came in behind her. It was obvious that they were not friendly. "Who are you?" Jing Xian frowned and looked at the young men in extraordinary clothes. "Are you our future cousin-in-law? We came to visit you specially." Several young men walked in familiarly. This hotel originally belonged to the Ling family. They naturally came whenever they wanted. "Oh? These two, are you the parents of my cousin-in-law?" "Hello, uncle and aunt," several young men said casually. Jing Xian's parents knew that their in-laws were from a noble family, and they came here with the mentality of not causing trouble. It was not good to put on the airs of elders at this time. They stood up and prepared to shake hands with several young men. However, these people ignored Jing Xian's parents at all, turned around and sat on the sofa, looking at them with scrutiny. Jing Xian's parents stood there awkwardly, smiled helplessly, and then sat back down. Yi Yang looked at this scene, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The status of Jing Xian's parents in his heart was beyond the reach of trash relatives like Su Lao-san, and they were closer than his own uncles. The attitude of these people obviously made him angry. "Who is this?" Someone noticed Yi Yang and looked at him with disdain. "I don't like your eyes." "I guess it's his brother? I heard that my cousin married a farmer from a farming family. I didn't expect that. Now I see that this family is more unsophisticated than I thought." Another person looked at Jing Xian's parents and said sarcastically, "Second update." "What did you say?" Jing Xian frowned and shouted lowly, "Haha, what's wrong with you? Don't you think that marrying Ling Xiaowen with your family background is a high achievement? It's just tens of billions of assets, but it's inconspicuous among the sons-in-law of the Ling family. You have no family background, and you actually married the most outstanding girl of our generation in the Ling family. You really have no self-awareness. I advise you to give up quickly. And don't embarrass our department at the wedding the day after tomorrow. I don't want to be talked about by those rubbish from other departments." Several people said it repeatedly. Jing Xian clenched his fists. "I was so angry that I wanted to beat these guys up, but in the end, I couldn't do it due to family ties." Just when I was about to think of something to say back, Yi Yang stood up. He walked directly to those people and looked down at these young people. "Who are you? What are you doing? Oh? Isn't this the guy who acted in the movie? I heard you are good at fighting. Why are you so aggressive? You want to hit us? This is Jinling, our family's territory. I advise you to think clearly." "Ouch, I'm so scared." "Are you going to hit me?" Yi Yang raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and took action without saying a word. Snap, snap, snap. The palm is like a phantom, and the bow is drawn left and right. Several people sitting on the sofa felt as if they were struck by lightning almost at the same time. Their bodies were shaken violently by the fans, and their noses and mouths were bleeding rapidly. In the end, Yi Yang kicked one person at a time. Kicked over the sofa directly. Several people were kicked against the wall like arrows shot backwards. Then collapsed. Jingxian's parents had never seen such a battle before. They were so frightened that they stood up and looked at those people, fearing that they would be beaten to death by Yi Yang. Jingxian felt that a breath of bad breath came out of his chest and it became much smoother. You actually dare to hit us? Several juniors from the Ling family were beaten so hard that they were almost unconscious. If you speak rudely, I will teach you a lesson for your elders. Yi Yang sneered, Jingxian, he is my brother. It is your Ling family's honor that he is willing to marry the daughter of your Ling family. Don't confuse me. You. Several people wanted to argue, but Yi Yang was really terrible. How dare they speak again? At this time, Ling Xiaowen also came over and saw several people being beaten into this kind of behavior. Zheng Xiangang wanted to go up and explain a few words, but to his surprise, Ling Xiaowen burst into laughter. Forehead. Zheng Xian was a little confused. These are Ling Xiaowen's clan brothers, after all. How could they still make you laugh after being beaten like this? Needless to say, I know what they are here for. There are only a few people in the family who are looking for trouble. I am worried that you will suffer a loss. Ling Xiaowen waved her hand. They are used to being unscrupulous. They need to be beaten to wake up, so as not to cause trouble for our family. Cousin, why are you facing outsiders? Several people were very angry. Don't you know how much trouble you have caused for our family? Are you here to accuse my husband? Ling Xiaowen curled her lips. My husband? He is only 24 now, and his assets are more than 30 billion. If you tie them up and multiply them by 100, it won't be as important as him alone to our family. Why are you coming here to compete? This. Several people were dumbfounded by the rebuke. They are indeed some of the most cowardly members of the younger generation in this generation, so thank you for not bringing shame to the family, let alone bringing glory to them. I checked his background a few days ago. Didn't I say that his net worth was less than 10 billion? How could he suddenly have a net worth of more than 30 billion? Sister, you can't be so partial to your husband. The leader muttered. Humph, that's because your intelligence is too backward. Why don't you hurry back to your family and think about the past? Ling Xiaowen pointed pointedly. Several people had no choice but to crawl out of the house in despair, and the hotel waiter helped them into the car. I think you won't be able to live here until you get married. Yi Yang smiled lightly. Let's go, stay at my house for 2 days, and get married the day after tomorrow. Huh? What a coincidence. Brother Yi, do you also have real estate in Jinling? Ling Xiaowen naturally called brother Yi Yang, together with Jingxian. I just bought it just now. Yi Yang smiled. Ling Xiaowen blinked. Buying a house was so casual. It wasn't until she got there that she realized that her situation was too small. They didn't just buy a house, but they bought the top villa in Jinling. Tai Villa, the best building king. Worth over $1 billion. Just buy it. Ling Xiaowen felt more and more terrible and mysterious about Ji Yang. The major shareholder of Shou is indeed inhumane. The building of Tai Villa is very big. The group was settled down very calmly. Yi Yang glanced at the betting market. Those who wanted to bet with him noticed the power of this piece of news and had basically grabbed the market in the past few days. The increase is now far less high than it was in the past few days. It Seems that it will probably reach about 700 billion Chinese coins in the end. Yi Yang nodded. At this time. Jiangjing family. Look at the juniors who were beaten so hard that their bones were broken. Several elderly members of the Ling family had teeth chipped. Who could be so cruel? He really doesn't take us seriously. But he did it first? Several people nodded. Haha, you haven't really married our Xiaowen, yet you dare to attack us. What? A good uncle. Several middle-aged people looked at Ling Xiuyan with a sneer. You have really good taste. Ling Xiuyan just smiled slightly. Thank you for the compliment. You. Several middle-aged people were extremely angry. The one who beat him was not my uncle, it was a young man who came with him. It seems he was his brother. No. It's that martial arts star named Yi Yang. Are they relatives? Anyway, that Jing Xian called him brother. He was the one who beat us. A conversation. Several middle-aged people were furious. Although Ling Xiuyan agreed to the marriage, they had always looked down upon Jing Xian for the sake of the dignity of the family. Now the people brought by the other party dare to take action, which makes them look even more ugly. Okay. Let's set off. We really want to know how much this star, who doesn't take our Ling family seriously, has to weigh. Several elderly members of the Ling family stood up angrily. Brothers, you should calm down your temper. Ling Xiuyan laughed and said, otherwise you will only be asking for trouble when you get there. This Yi Yang is much deeper than you think. Huh? I do seem to have heard of this name, but I don't have much of an impression. Several middle-aged people frowned. He is very powerful. I'm not particularly sure. Ling Xiuyan shook his head, but for the wedding in the Northeast, he directly gave him a villa worth more than 1 billion as a gift, and he also lives in a super villa worth 2 billion. People from all walks of life in Jilin province respect him very much. Even the provincial governor has to give him face. Such a person. If you really want to fight against him, you'd better consider your own abilities first. So smart. Several middle-aged members of the Ling family were clearly frightened. Furthermore, according to my daughter, he should be one of the shareholders of Shou, the one who recently started betting on the internet and stirred up the world. I am Yi Shenhao. First update. What? The expressions of several middle-aged people changed dramatically. Uncles, what are you talking about? The juniors who had accomplished nothing had no idea what Ling Xiuyan and the others were talking about. He is Yi Shenhao. This. Several middle-aged people from the Ling family asked in disbelief. Well, I checked, and it's true. Ling Xiuyan nodded. Now you know why he dared to act like this, right? The middle-aged members of the Ling family nodded slightly. Many people in the business community have heard about global gambling these days. But not much is known in detail. After all, there are only a few people who can make decisions in a force. These middle-aged people only heard about this matter, and these juniors knew nothing about it at all. Since this person appeared in the eyes of the world, he has behaved erratically and never played according to the routine. He once handed out more than 1 billion in red envelopes. It is completely impossible to understand his thinking logic. Ling Xiuyan shook his head. Since he noticed Yi Yang, he naturally tried his best to use the energy of this vein to check some information about Yi Yang. But I can only say that the more I check, the more frightened I become. This young man's identity was layer upon layer, and the water was so deep that he never knew how much he had seen through him. It's also possible that everything he found was just a superficial appearance. The courage to dare to bet against the whole world is unmatched by anyone. Several middle-aged people also nodded. That prize pool now has 500 to 600 billion in gambling funds. At least within 3 months, people will have 500 to 600 billion in funds in their hands. Even the Ling family felt terrified when they looked at a big shot of this level. But once he loses this bet, he will basically say goodbye to the world. I think he can only achieve his glory in these 3 months. But at least in these 3 months, there are very few people who dare to provoke him. I didn't expect that our uncle would actually recognize such a strong man as his brother. I think his sudden rise from a small internet code farmer to a net worth of tens of billions in more than a year was inseparable from Yi Yang's support. Ah. Someone sighed. Good. Ling Shuyan nodded. So, when I come back, I will tell you that you don't have to worry about this wedding anymore. With Mr. Yi here, anyone who dares to make mistakes will definitely come back defeated. Ha ha ha, we are all looking forward to that scene. Several elderly members of the Ling family burst into laughter. Within the Ling family, there are factions. Nowadays, Ling Xiaowen, the most talked about pearl in this lineage, was actually married by an upstart with no background. Someone must have taken this to make trouble during the wedding. Originally, they had a headache and felt like they had to suffer the consequences. But with a backer like Yi Yang, no one would dare to make a mistake for at least 3 months. 3 months later? The wedding has been held long ago, and I missed the opportunity to laugh at it. You bastards. Who asked you to provoke Mr. Yi? Several middle-aged people changed their attitude and scolded angrily. Dad, you didn't tell me to let us test. Several young people wanted to defend themselves. Shut up. How dare you quibble? The older generation of the Ling family all shouted angrily. Several young people were frightened and did not dare to tell the truth. Okay, come with us to plead guilty. Several people are Taoists. Uncle, we all suffered broken bones. We can't walk. Someone complained. If you complain any more, all 3 of your legs will be discounted. The elder of the Ling family said fiercely. Several people were sweating profusely and hurriedly followed their uncles to apologize. When I arrived at the hotel, I realized they had left. Do you know where they went? Uncle asked. It seems to be Tai Villa. Several waiters said. Tai Villa. Several uncles looked at each other in surprise. Why is he going there? Could it be that there happens to be real estate there? Well, I heard those gentlemen chatting and said that Mr. Yi bought it after he got here. The manager broke into a cold sweat. Whatever. The uncles glared, becoming more certain that Yi Yang was terrifying. How long has it been since they arrived in Jinling? If a top-level villa of this level is purchased in such a short period of time, it must be purchased at a premium. In other words, people don't even regard billions as money. A few $100 million is nothing to him. This Mr. Yi is amazing. After that, they hurriedly set off to Tai Villa. After all, they are the real relatives of their brothers and sisters. Naturally, Yi Yang would not embarrass them too much, and asked them and Jingxian's parents to apologize properly. After giving the 2 elders some expensive gifts, he let them go. I'll go, this Mr. Yi is so dark. When leaving Tai Villa, the expressions on the faces of several uncles were extremely painful. He doesn't care about the money anymore, but for us, it's very harmful. But it's worth using these things to avoid Mr. Ye's misunderstanding about us. Just restrain these bastards from now on. When these rascals were mentioned, several uncles and aunts thought of the gifts they had just given. They felt a pain in their hearts. They looked at each other and raised their belts. At the same time, beat hard. The wailing never stopped on the way home. Inside Tai Villa, Yi Yang strolled around. This Tai Villa is a Shou-style garden, with a scene at every step, and the scene is integrated into the courtyard. It is like a pocket-sized world. There are various rare plants in the courtyard, and the towering tree in the courtyard, which is hundreds of years old, connects all parts and is eye-catching. There is a kind of precious and graceful Jiangnan style with mountains and rivers. It's really good. Rested in Tai Villa for 2 days. Took the girls to various interesting places in Jiangjing for a stroll. The 6 Dynasties Museum, the Imperial Mausoleum, Xuanwu Lake, the Presidential Palace, the Golden Eagle Shopping Mall. Finally, Yi Yang presented his own bouquet of flowers in front of the monument that represented the painful memory of China. He mourned for a long time. Then he left. Jingxian's wedding will also officially begin tomorrow. Second update. A stream of famous cars drove through the streets of Jiangjing today. The entire Jiangjing street was filled with a festive atmosphere. There were huge crowds on both sides of the street, and many people were watching this event. Why is there such a big battle? You don't know yet? The princess of the largest and most important family in Jiangjing is getting married. I'll go, no wonder. There was discussion among the crowd. I'm so envious. Living in such a big family, I really have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of my life. But you also have troubles living in a big family. Haha, you are a troubledoer. Whoever believes this is sick in the head. You are an ordinary person, and what you worry about is basic survival. What others worry about is whether to eat king crab or deep-sea abalone tonight. People will always have worries, but worries are also classified. High-level troubles are not a kind of happiness. That's true. Holy crap. That's the Koenigsegg 11, right? The world's most expensive mass-produced sports car. Now a wealthy person with connections wants to buy it, and the price is almost 140 million. This thing is so cool. I've always wanted to take a look at it in reality, and finally saw it today. Come on, how can any optional car be so awesome? That's really cruel. Inside the car, Yi Yang looked at the amazed people on the roadside outside and smiled lightly. Normal people get married by renting a car. But this kind of big family will invite all guests and friends to drive in their cars and form a wedding motorcade together. This not only demonstrates their financial strength, but also demonstrates the strength of their relationship. It is a demonstration of the capabilities of a large family. As a super big family, the Ling family invited many bigwigs from Jiangjing and even China to come and bless him. Hundreds of them. It can be called majestic. Jingxian also wants to drive a car on behalf of the Jing family, but where did he get so many luxury cars? The biggest boss besides Yi Yang is Zhang Wanmin, who has a net worth of around 10 billion. The car was more than a grade different from the one from the Ling family. However, Yi Yang said that he only needed to find all the people, and he would support all the cars. This morning, when joining the convoy, When Yi Yang's fleet of luxury cars made a grand appearance, those from other factions of the Ling family, who were ready to ridicule, were dumbfounded on the spot. A fleet of 200 super luxury cars with a base price of 30 million renminbi. It even directly surpassed the number of convoys from the Ling family. Needless to say. About the quality, just give them a try. The two sides merged together, adding up to a total of 365 vehicles. It means 365 days of happiness every year. There are also many million-level ordinary cars used to clear the way and escort. The entire wedding fleet adds up to a total of 999 cars. Those cars that opened the way and escorted them were naturally owned by the Ling family. From this we can also see the Ling family's heritage and strength in Oris Hill. Just the sight of this motorcade driving down the road was enough to be called a grand wedding. It's still not stopping. This convoy alone must be several kilometers long, right? I'll go, it's so shocking. Is this how China's top families get married? It's simply amazing. No. One does not envy this kind of style. This in itself represents a brilliant and extremely powerful power. I originally wanted to give them a slap in the face early in the morning and make them unhappy. Damn, where did that kid get so many cars that even rich people can't buy? Inside a certain Lamborghini, a middle-aged man muttered rather dissatisfiedly. I don't know. It doesn't sound like they are rented. After all, most of those cars are impossible to rent. It may be that friends of friends of friends initiated all the relationships and spent a huge amount of money. Did you forcefully borrow so many luxury cars to support the scene? The assistant next to him guessed. That makes sense. The middle-aged man nodded. You can't pass the test by trying to save face. His family background is too weak. At the banquet later, he randomly found a few of his relatives as a breakthrough point. His timidity suddenly appeared. You are so wise. You are simply wise and mighty. The assistant flattered him. Humph. The middle-aged man raised his head. Of course. The Ling family has been entrenched in Jiangjing for hundreds of years. Within the family, there are many talents from all walks of life in the military, political, cultural, and commercial fields. Their influence spreads all over southeastern China, and there are many factions within the family. The power is even greater than that of the super families at the feet of the emperor in Beijing. After all, in the capital, because we are too close to the will of China, we have to restrain ourselves. But in Jiangjing, a huge family has more room for maneuver. Have you arranged all the people I asked you to arrange? The middle-aged man asked. It's been arranged a long time ago, don't worry. The assistant smiled. After hearing this, the middle-aged man also let out a sigh of relief. He has gotten through the wedding car stage, but the next step is the real beginning. The convoy passed slowly. The whole of Jiangjing was in a state of excitement because of this huge convoy. In order to show strength and pomp, the Ling family directly booked the Jiangjing Hilton Hotel for 10 days, to renovate the interior, to prepare for the wedding. Hilton Hotels is a global chain brand. This hotel in Jiangjing was built by the Hilton Group with a lot of money. It has been rated as a 6-star hotel some time ago, and is one of the top hotels in Jiangjing. The money spent on each day package is a sum that would suffocate ordinary rich people. The Hilton Hotel was transformed into a magnificent place. The festive atmosphere reached its peak. The red carpet was laid out for thousands of feet. It was to create a 1,000-mile red makeup momentum. The more than 10-meter-long custom-made extended wedding car stopped in front of the red carpet. The guests came out and watched the two newlyweds walk on the red carpet. The Ling family is a traditional family. Naturally, they held a traditional marriage. Of course, this kind of Chinese-style marriage cannot be held without a family background. The phoenix crown and bridal robe on Ling Xiaowen alone are worth nearly 10 million. Next to the red carpet, Yumomo looked quite envious, watching the newlyweds walk on the red carpet while looking at Yi Yang's handsome profile. Rarely showing a shy look, he lowered his head. What's wrong? Yi Yang also noticed this scene, turned his head and asked with a faint smile. No, nothing. Yumomo shook his head, his eyes full of smiles. Yi Yang took her hand, looked into her eyes, paused for a moment, and then said seriously, everything will have a good result. Yumomo never dared to think that Yi Yang would be willing to answer her seriously in this regard. She didn't even dare to ask. But Yi Yang's words obviously gave her endless expectations and imaginations. Yeah. She nodded fiercely. Yi Yang never said empty words. She didn't know how Yi Yang would deal with this problem in the end, but she chose to believe in Yi Yang. The other girls must have the same idea, right? She looked at Shou Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu, who got off the Rolls-Royce Silver Soul behind Koenigsegg. Thinking so in her heart. First update. Yi Yang looked at the Hilton Hotel in front of him and sighed. What's wrong, boss? Yumomo asked. I just think that this world is really small. Yi Yang shook his head. He happened to be the controlling shareholder of the Hilton Group. There are too many industries. If he hadn't listed all the companies under his name in a file and searched it when necessary, he would have almost forgotten that this hotel chain worth tens of billions of dollars was his. Since he became rich, he has understood more and more the saying that noble people forget things. There are too many good things, and it is normal to forget one or two occasionally. After listening to Yumomo, he couldn't help laughing. Boss, you are too Versailles. Yi Yang spread his hands and followed the guests into the hotel lobby. It is now decorated with ancient flavor. In order to be Chinese, the style of Hilton Hotel in Jiangjing, the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, is originally Chinese style, and it doesn't take much effort to transform it. What a grand occasion! A dream wedding. Even though most of the people present were not from small families, many young girls still expressed such feelings. There are only a few families in China that can compare with the Ling family. Even some emerging giant merchants with a net worth of hundreds of billions or trillions cannot really compare with the foundation of an ancient family like the Ling family. If you want to give a wedding to a core child in a family, the cost of organizing it is not something that ordinary families can afford. So, these girls are extremely envious. As the groom of the wedding, relatives should naturally be arranged in front. But the Jing family is an ordinary family, with only a few relatives in total. With parents, they make up a table. Yi Yang and Jing Xian's colleagues, classmates, friends, etc., followed closely and were arranged at the other 2 tables of Jing Xian's relatives. Except for these 3 tables, they are basically all relatives and friends of the Ling family. There are obviously very few people on Jing Xian's side, or they have never participated in a banquet of this level. At this time, they all looked around and couldn't help feeling shocked and amazed. As for the relatives and friends of the Ling family, although they also felt that the Ling family was very impressive, it was clear that their acceptance was much better. The middle-aged man with a big beard from the Ling family glanced at the situation and sneered. As expected. So what if they borrowed those cars? Aren't they just a bunch of bumpkins? However, it's not the right time yet. Next, the formal process of the wedding will begin. They want to take this opportunity to strike a blow to Ling Xiaowen's lineage, rather than really make a big deal out of it. After all, the Ling family is a whole to the outside world. If they make a scene during the wedding, it will be a loss of face for the entire Ling family, and the people at the top will be very angry. At that time, it will not be a blow to Ling Xiaowen's lineage, but it will only hurt them 800 and hurt themselves 1,000 if it arouses the anger of the top leaders of the Ling family. They sat down calmly and enjoyed the wedding process. Ling Shuyan's lineage prepared for this wedding for a long time. They used a lot of family resources. Especially after learning about Jiangjing's identity, they invested even more at all costs. The wedding process was very gorgeous, with luxury and solemnity and elegance coexisting. The applause lasted for a long time. The sound of blessing was also continuous. After a long time, the complicated but full of joy and happiness ceremony ended. The dishes and drinks were also served. Jingxian and Ling Xiaowen stepped down and began to toast. Yi Yang looked at the dishes on the table. They were indeed all treasures. Not counting the drinks, a table of dishes would cost hundreds of thousands. With so many tables, just this meal alone would cost the Ling family tens of millions of dollars. If it were counted, it would be even more terrible. Yi Yang also chatted and laughed with the people at the same table. He ate a bite or two from time to time. Compared with the lively tables outside, the 3 tables of Jingxian's relatives and friends seemed very deserted. No one would come to toast. But it was good this way. They never expected those big guys to come. And they hoped that they would not come. After all, there would always be pressure to talk to big guys. Only the bosses, who helped drive and support the scene at Zhang Wanming's tables, later had acquaintances in the scene. Occasionally, they would interact with other people present. All of you here are super bosses. Although I know very few of them, the ones I know have all been on TV and are powerful people. And the way they dress, they are obviously top bosses. They were all discussing. Yi Yang always talks naturally, and he won't take the initiative to show off his poverty or how rich he is. Although many people here know that Yi Yang is rich. But if you compare Yi Yang with the super wealthy families who can hold such a wedding, many people still think that he is far behind. Jingxian's relatives were eating and drinking in silence, obviously afraid of being picked on. The girl's family seemed to be ridiculously strong. Everyone knows that there are many disputes in a big family. They were afraid that someone would come to cause trouble. But according to Murphy's Law, what you fear will come. Now that 3 rounds of wine have passed, the atmosphere has become lively, and a young man in a suit and tie came over with a wine glass. Xiaowen is the jewel of the Ling family. I came here to see what kind of big family is so lucky to marry the jewel of the Ling family. Let me make some friends with her. The young man raised his red wine glass. There was a hint of sneer on his lips. The lively atmosphere beside them calmed down a bit. Any powerful family invited was not simple. Naturally, the background was checked before coming. Jingxian was born in an ordinary family in Chengcheng, Jilin province in the northeast. So no one came. To try to establish a relationship or establish friendship just now. It was useless. Only the groom himself was worth seeing. It seemed that his assets were now 30 billion. He was a figure. Now, this young man walked up to him and acted weird, and naturally everyone could taste the different flavor. The show is about to begin. The middle-aged man with a big beard twisted his beard, with a playful look on his face. Ahem, this young man. Jing Xian's father, Jing Renhe, stood up, knowing that he could not embarrass his son. However, he had never experienced such a scene before and had no idea how to deal with it. I am not worthy of being called a young master in front of you, the young man sneered. I am just an ordinary family with a family asset of 10 billion. After graduation, I worked hard on Wall Street in the United States. Now I am just an ordinary young man with a net worth of tens of billions. A family like mine is not qualified to be compared with the Ling family. Your family can marry the Ling family's pearl, so it must be 10 times or 100 times stronger than our family, right? This Jing Renhe is an honest and kind man. He is not good at speaking. He doesn't know how to retort. Although he sounds weird, his family is indeed ordinary. I was stunned. Haha, you are quite self-aware. A sneer came from the side. A beautiful figure fell into everyone's eyes. Oh my god, so beautiful. You can compete with Ling Xiaowen. Everyone exclaimed. The one who spoke was Yu Momo. Second update. What did you say? The young man's shaking hand holding the red wine suddenly stopped. He just wanted to go to Versailles and force Jing Renhe to reveal the fact that his family had little wealth and was very poor. Then it's easy to use the topic to promote the impact. However, this woman actually came out to cause trouble. And he said he was right. Doesn't that mean that the Jing family is more powerful than our own family? His face was sullen. He had received accurate information from within the Ling family, saying that the Jing family was an ordinary family and he was here to show off. Haha, the Jing family's assets alone are only the groom's, and they can overwhelm your tens of billions family. Yu Momo said calmly, your whole family is not as good as one of them. Can you still say that your family is better than theirs? This rhetorical question is well-founded. The pretentious young man was immediately stunned and speechless. Jing Xian is indeed a member of the Jing family. Although the Jing family can only rely on Jing Xian. But if their families are tied together, it is indeed not as good as Jing Xian alone. Fact. He was embarrassed. It's so embarrassing. Haha. There was laughter from the side. Although he has good abilities and can be regarded as a young talent, he is still not qualified to ridicule the groom, who is now worth 30 billion. Haha. Yes, I'm embarrassed for him. Shame on you. The chatter nearby made the pretentious young man lose his grip on his glass. Ahem, your family is so awesome. You must be able to taste the wine on the table, right? A family as rich as yours can't even recognize high-end wine, right? It seems that your family is very interested in the upper class society. The cognitive training is not enough. The pretentious young man found another point to fight back. Yi Yang just watched indifferently. It was not yet time for him to take action. This young man is just a bait, the real fisher is still behind this. In order to accompany Jing Renhe and others today, Jing Xian prepared high-end clothes for them. The image can be modified by clothes and makeup. But their inner temperament and knowledge of luxury Goods cannot be replenished in a day or two. At this time, he was asked again. You know a lot. But why don't you make tens of billions at such a young age? I think you are older than the groom, right? You haven't even learned the basic knowledge of how to make money. Comparing each other with luxury goods is such a waste. I think you have absorbed all the behavior and removed the essence. Umo replied with a chuckle. The pretentious young man was confused again. Why is this woman so mouthy? Focus on his pain points. Moreover, the Jing family only has such an advantage, which makes her play extremely well. Ha 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 ha. Many people around him couldn't help but laugh. A good one takes the dross and discards the essence. It's too funny. The pretentious young man was red-faced. He was originally arranged to find trouble, but he failed to find it. And instead earned himself ridicule. Who are you looking for? The old man in the Ling family shouted angrily. The assistant on the side had a cold sweat on his face. Ahem, the younger generation has reached its peak if it can reach billions of assets. We can still get in touch with him, and there is only one person who is willing to stand up for us. Keck, how dare you talk back? The bearded middle-aged man from the Ling family was so angry that he wanted to slap his assistant. I don't dare, but it's true, boss. The assistant felt bitter and agreed. Okay, you can go down. I think your strength is indeed too low, and you are not qualified to show off here. Just don't force yourself to pretend to be Versailles. From behind, a middle-aged man walked up calmly. The pretentious young man was very unhappy. When he was about to say something, he discovered the identity of the visitor, who turned out to be a big boss. Very famous in Jiang province. You know, Jiang province is a big economic province. Being a big boss in Jiang province has completely different value than being a big boss in provinces like Ji province and Xiguang. This big man's personal assets have exceeded 40 billion in the past few years. Now it is said to have exceeded 50 billion. This kind of big boss comes forward. Young people who pretend to be cowardly are like being granted amnesty. These are 80% the Ling family's backup man. If he fails to show off, a big boss will come over to take over. Now, he was almost laughed at by everyone. At this time I could no longer hold my face, and I had long wanted to find an excuse to leave. Uncle Chung is right, I'll go down now. The pretentious young man threw his hands in despair and ran away. Haha, don't get me wrong. My assets are only twice as much as those of Brother Zheng. I think they are still not as good as those of the Jing family. I want to cooperate with the Jing family. I don't know, Mr. Zheng, do you agree? Uncle Chang raised his head and said calmly, seemingly modestly. Ahem. Zheng. Renhe breathed a sigh of relief. This situation had been rehearsed, and he was about to answer according to the previously rehearsed routine. But he was nervous. After all, the rehearsed routine will definitely not last long. This kind of real boss is here to cause trouble. In a few words, he can reveal the background of a person who does not understand business. Embarrass them in public. Sure enough, within a few words, the secret was revealed. Mr. Zheng, you don't seem to understand business at all. It really makes people doubt the strength of your Zheng family. The middle-aged man showed his true colors and said calmly. This. Zheng Renhe sighed, knowing that this person was destined to lose today. He didn't care, but it made him very sad to embarrass his son. Whether Mr. Jiang understands business or not is not for you, Li Shangning, to comment. A voice came from behind, and it was extremely confident. Li Shang's heart was moved. Someone dared to stop his great deed. The Ling family had business dealings with him. Today he is invited to embarrass Ling Xiaowen's family. Now that we are about to reach the stage of success, someone actually comes to act as a lever? This made him extremely unhappy. But when he turned around, he was immediately confused. Mr. Huang. He bowed his head respectfully. It is the Huang family group in Zhejiang province. The younger generation in the family had offended Yi Yang twice, once by Huang Xiaoxin from Tea Art Gallery, and once by Huang Yu, the greasy young man from Hainan. Huang Hexing had long ago ordered that the entire Huang group, from 99 to 99 to just old enough to walk, should have Yi Yang's appearance engraved in their minds. After all, two short-sighted juniors caused them to lose more than 20 billion in assets in Yi Yang's hands. They were extremely afraid of Yi Yang. When Huang Hexing was invited, he had no idea that Yi Yang would be there. At this time, seeing Yi Yang sitting where Jing Xian's relatives and friends were, he understood everything instantly. At this moment, he suddenly appeared and made a shining debut, vowing to relieve Mr. Ye's worries. Huang Hexing raised his head, the leader of the Qianni family. Strong and powerful. It was completely opposite to the way he bowed his head in front of Yi Yang. First update. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. I was about to get up, but Huang Hexing suddenly appeared. This is the third time he has met the other party. The other party is a relative of Huang He, the owner of Jiangnan Leather Factory, which makes his memory very deep. Mr. Huang, why do you say that? Li Shang was confused. Although Huang Hexing was once scared like a shrimp in front of Yi Yang. However, as long as he does not encounter a superstandard existence like Yi Yang, the leader of the Qianni family can be said to be rampant. At least it's not comparable to a person with an asset of 50 billion and no background. Old man Jing obviously doesn't understand business at all. He doesn't know anything about it. I think the Jing family is clearly just what? Huang Hexing snorted coldly, shut up now. Are you worthy of talking about Mr. Jing? This. Li Shang was sweating a lot behind his back. There has never been any dispute between him and Huang Hexing, but they actually treated him like this, because of this old man, Jing. Could it be that he was deceived? This Jing family is actually a super hidden family. The Ling family lied to him and wanted him to be used as cannon fodder. He was extremely panicked. However, soon, he became even more confused. Huang Hexing walked directly to a young man, nodded and bowed. Mr. Yi, you are here too. Forgive me, I didn't see that you were here just now. I was really neglectful. I will punish myself with 3 cups. As he spoke, he drank 3 glasses of white wine in succession. It can be seen that many people present have their mouths opened. Especially the pretentious young man who just ran away in despair, his mouth wide open. There are actually such big bosses hiding in these 3 tables. He was told that none of Jing Xian's 3 relatives and friends were awesome and could be offended casually. Damn, you killed me, damn it. Fortunately, I have escaped unscathed now, otherwise it would have been terrible. It's so powerful that it can make the heads of hundreds of billions of families bend their backs. He has been on Wall Street in the United States for a long time and is completely unfamiliar with Yi Yang. Li Shang also looked over. This Mr. Yi is the most distinguished guest of our Huang group. He is the person I respect the most. Huang Hexing spoke righteously. People who didn't know him well thought he was unparalleled in loyalty. His brother is the brother of the entire Huang family. His friend is the most supreme friend of the Huang family. How dare you look down on Jiangjing? Old gentleman, I think you don't want to be in the business world. This. Li Shang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say at all. There is such a terrifying existence hidden on this mountain. Many people nearby looked at Yi Yang, very horrified. This groom actually knows such a super boss? And this super boss looks unfamiliar to many of them. If you follow this logic, isn't that why he is full of guests and friends, with extraordinary status? Thinking of this, these people looked at these 3 tables with different eyes, and they all regretted not coming to these 3 tables to toast and fawn over just now. Hiss, I know him. Many wealthy daughters present recognized Yi Yang. Now, Yi Yang is an international movie star. Many of these wealthy daughters have chaotic private lives, keeping young men as male servants and playing tricks on them. Of course, I also paid attention to Yi Yang. When he saw it was Yi Yang, the water immediately flowed out of his face. Yi Yang's handsomeness is completely different from that of those little freshmen. Those little fresh meats are so girly looking that many daughters don't actually like them. At most, they take care of them because they are more comfortable to play with. These sissies are usually good at licking. But Yi Yang, just looking at it makes her water flow. It's Yi Yang. Do you know this boss? He's not a big shot, he's an emerging kung fu superstar. I even thought of paying for him, but I couldn't contact him. I left him a private message on Douyin, but he still ignored me. Those rich girls all said, "You are wrong." It seems that stardom is just his superficial identity, a blindfold used to cover up his powerful background. This kind of energy can make the leader of a family worth hundreds of billions bend down, even if the family behind you puts all its efforts. Can't do it. These rich girls who had set out to support and abuse Yi Yang now looked frightened. Fortunately, I didn't do anything too drastic. Ah. I asked you why he didn't work even if I bought him 10 million for one night. That's how it is. Several rich girls are glad that they did not make that choice, otherwise they would have suffered. Huang Hexing raised his head and continued to say to Li Shang, do you understand? If you say one more thing, you will become enemies with my Huang family. I will make you pay the price. All these words have been said. Li Shang was also scared. He doesn't dare to make enemies with the Channy family. At this time, he kept backing up. I was the one who offended just now. Why are you apologizing to me? Apologize to Mr. Zheng. Huang Hexing shouted loudly at this time. Ahem, Mr. Zheng, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Li Shang apologized repeatedly. Zheng Renhe was dumbfounded at this time. Although he knew that Yi Yang had achieved great things now, the scene before him showed that Yi Yang's achievements far exceeded the limits of his imagination. Haha, Boss Huang, your tone is quite aggressive. At this time an old man came over. He was the trump card prepared by the Ling family. Oh? Huang Hexing looked at the newcomer and his heart sank. It seems that the idea of helping Mr. Yi to show off today will not be carried out to the end. This old guy, called Chen Nanxian, has great deterrence in several provinces in Jiangnan, and has a huge family power behind him. Although it is one level weaker than the Ling family, it is not comparable to a family worth hundreds of billions. As an elder of the Chen family, Chen Nanxian is the richest man in China, and few people can suppress his arrogance. Even the richest man in history would not dare to tear his face with the head of such an ancient family who controls huge resources. Unless the head of a top wealthy family in China like the Ling family comes, he can suppress him. Mr. Chen. Huang Hexing laughed awkwardly, looked at Yi Yang, and said that he couldn't hold it anymore. Yi Yang shook his head with a smile. He never needed others to support him. He wanted to see what kind of big shots the Ling family could bring in. Today. Xingxian's place, he was going to take care of it today. Mr. Chen, what do you mean? Huang Hexing continued to laugh awkwardly. What do you mean? I think Li Shang had good intentions just now and wanted to do business with the Jing family. I came to promote this business. Do you want to stop it? Chen Nanxian raised his head. He claimed to be a veteran figure in several provinces in the south of the Yangtze River. Forgive him, Huang Hexing, for example, dare not be tough in front of him. This. Just when Huang Hexing was in a dilemma and Yi Yang was about to get up. In the distance, another figure came. Second update. Chen Nanxian obviously also noticed the few people who came out of the shadow. But he didn't care at all. Now that the old head of the Ling family is here, he is confident that no one can do anything to him. However, these people were obviously not coming for him, but he came directly to the young man. Which song is this from? Chen Nanxian frowned, somewhat unclearly. The bearded middle-aged man from the Ling family was a little surprised. These people are the people in charge of the Hilton Hotel. Especially the blonde middle-aged man, he has a very deep memory. Hilton Group is an internationally renowned group with a current market value of nearly $100 billion. Great influence. However, this banquet was hosted by the Ling family. If there is anything in the hotel that you need to contact someone here, you should go to the person in charge of the Ling family. Why are you looking for this young man? Could it be said that besides being a guest of the Huang Group, does he have other identities? Doubts arose in everyone's mind. Maybe there is business to discuss? Maybe it's old friends reminiscing? However, it is obvious that their guesses are bound to be wrong. After seeing Yi Yang, several people in charge bowed and said in unison, Director Yi. Everyone's eyes widened. Dong Yi? Still have this attitude? That must be because Yi Yang is the director of Hilton Hotel. I didn't expect that he is also the director of this Hilton Hotel. Then we are on his territory now. It's quite hidden. Several middle-aged people from another lineage of the Ling family had a look of miscalculation in their eyes. Presumably, everyone has misunderstood. The owner of the Hilton Jianling Hotel stood up and said seriously. Having been in China for so many years, even though he is a foreigner, he has long been familiar with the routines of human society, so he can naturally see what is happening on the scene. Therefore, be prepared to perform well in front of your boss. Oh? Everyone was even more surprised. Guessed wrong? If Mr. Yi is not the director of this Hilton Hotel, then why do you call him Director Yi? Some people couldn't help but ask doubtfully. Because, Director Yi is the largest shareholder of our entire Hilton. International Group. He is the well-deserved master of Hilton International Group. The words of the person in charge of the hotel were loud and echoed in the hall. It made everyone tremble in their hearts. The largest shareholder and actual controller of an international conglomerate. This asset suddenly reached hundreds of billions of dollars. Not many people in China can compare with it. In addition, the key to the Huang Group has been seized, and it is estimated that there are tens of billions of shares in the Huang family. It's so incredible at such a young age. Speaking of individuals alone, not even many of the older generation can compare with him, right? So what? Chen Nanqian said calmly, even if you are rich and you do have the status to allow me to communicate on an equal footing, I think you are not qualified to comment on my suggestions. I will definitely facilitate this business today. Mr. Yi, I will not give up my face? Yi Yang glanced at Chen Nanqian. Just when he was about to give a lesson. Outside the door, there was a sudden banging sound. Everyone's attention was drawn to the door. Ouch! What a big scene. As expected of the Ling family, these connections are too strong. Hiss, this. Everyone was amazed. At the door, 3 of China's richest men came. The new richest man Zhang Ming, the previous richest man Mark King, the old richest man Wang Silan. The 3 richest men all came to visit. The other members of the Ling family stood up and looked at this scene with some disbelief. Even Ling Shouyan was confused. Although the Ling family has a wide network of connections and endless knowledge, the 3 richest men are usually very busy, and it is impossible to invite them all at the same time. In addition, the Ling family, as an ancient aristocratic family, did not have a close relationship with such emerging richest people and did not have many interactions with them. Therefore, they didn't even think about inviting these people. At this time, they actually came at the same time. Could it be that the Ling family's reputation is already so great? They were confused. However, it soon became clear why these 3 people were here. I heard that Boss Ye's friends are holding a wedding banquet here. As Boss Ye's friends who share weal and woe, of course we have to come to congratulate Zhang Ming, today's richest man, said calmly. They all stood up, no longer calm. The 3 richest men, old and new, are all Yi Yang's close friends. Yi Yang smiled faintly. He once told these people that there was no need to make his identity too public outside. After all, the industries controlled by the 3 richest men are all very famous in China. If word really spreads, he will control all 3 companies alone. It will attract criticism. It's really scary. This person's reputation is almost better than that of the entire Ling family. Everyone was in shock. The words of the 3 richest men obviously put them under great pressure. This young man could actually get 3 of the richest people to stand up for him, and even used the phrase share weal and woe. That was almost disrespectful to Yi Yang. They would fight with you with their lives. This is not an ordinary relationship. They all pondered over Zhang Ming's words and found that there seemed to be a deeper meaning behind it. It's interesting. At this time even Chen Nanqian couldn't be arrogant. A rich man might not be able to really compete with the Chen group behind him, but the 3 richest people standing together, plus the identity of the owner of Hilton International Group. The energy has far surpassed the Chen group. Now the only one who can confront Yi Yang head-on is the head of The Ling family, who is standing on his own territory. The Ling family is definitely the top wealthy family in China. The family's foundation is not much lower than those of the strongest families in Beijing, and it is far away from Beijing. In its own territory, except for some figures who can be counted in the clouds, it is basically not afraid of anyone. The bearded middle-aged men of the Ling family looked at each other and knew that today's matter was completely over. With Yi Yang in charge, even if the old patriarch of the Ling family really came out, he would have to give face. Moreover, marrying a woman to the brother of such a super boss would bring honor to the Ling family, and it would be too late to reward Ling Xiaowen's lineage. If their intention to disrupt the situation today was discovered, they would definitely be punished. When they thought of this, they all swallowed their saliva secretly, and the pride in their hearts turned into fear. Ling Shuyan was overjoyed and had prepared to lose face, but he didn't expect a sudden turn of events. This Yi Yang is more than simple. He is simply awesome. He is so strong that no one in the audience dared to have any bad thoughts anymore. Yi Yang, this name sounds familiar. Someone muttered at the scene. First update. Is it because he was a star before? Someone asked next to the rich woman. No, there is another location. Wait for me to confirm. After that, she opened the Douyin hot list and confirmed it. Yes. He is Yi Shenhao, who has made waves in the business world these days. The rich woman confirmed. What? Many big names in the field were shocked. You mean, the one who promised to bet against the whole world and build the world's top university in China, and pay 10 times the compensation if he loses? Good. The rich woman nodded with great confirmation. Many of them listened to this incident as an anecdote. After all, they didn't believe that Yi Shenhao could really afford to pay, and it was probably just some sensational hype. Even if some people invested money, they only heard about the name and didn't know what Yi Yang looked like. Of course, there are many people who don't even know this exists. After listening to the descriptions of the people around him, the look in Yi Yang's eyes changed drastically. Betting on the whole world. Such a ruthless person is sitting in front of us. Terrible. I originally thought it was a joke, but this person actually has so many powerful identities, and even has sworn relationships with 3 of the richest men in history. Such a scary boss would never do anything that he was not sure of. I started to believe that it might work. Yes, me too. No matter what, that is impossible to achieve. Even if the 3 richest men come together and try their best to help, it is impossible to achieve that kind of thing within 3 months. Regardless of whether he can make it or not, it is said that he is the major shareholder of Shou Company. Shou is now China's well-deserved true super company, ranking among the top in the world. Its market value exceeds 10 trillion Chinese coins. If he is really a super major shareholder, he is the richest man in China now, right? Why don't we see him on the list of richest people? Harmful. As long as he is unwilling to disclose his wealth information to the outside world, there is no way to calculate his wealth. Those Forbes rankings, and the personal assets of these rich people are all guesswork and estimates. And they are not accurate at all. I see. All wealth rankings are guessed by ranking agencies based on their own channels and methods. Only if they feel that their estimates are very accurate will their names be written on the rankings. But no one can predict Yi Yang, so no one dares to put him on the list. If the rankings were really based on real wealth, among the super officials who entered the country due to corruption in The past few years, which one would be inferior to the richest man? Gulu, doesn't that mean that at such a young age, Yi Yang may already be worth far more than the richest man in history? The bearded middle-aged man from the Ling family also frowned. They naturally noticed Yi Yang, but because the main target was Ling Xiaowen's lineage, they didn't go out of their way to check. All I know is that he is indeed a successful person. However, this level of success seems to be a bit too much. It seems that we have to come out and wipe our own ass. The bearded man stood up and was about to put out the fire. The few stunned youths next to him stood up first. They were idle members of the bearded lineage and were often ridiculed by Ling Xiaowen's lineage. Now that they saw that their own lineage needed them, of course they were very excited and took the initiative. Yi Yang, you may be rich, but in 3 months, you will be bankrupt. What's there to be proud of? Everyone in the audience looked at him with strange eyes. The bearded man's heart trembled. He was done for. Many people present actually had this idea in mind. But no one dared to say it. At least before Yi Yang went bankrupt, they were all super bosses. Within 3 months, even if the old head of the Ling family comes out, you will have to respect them. You, a junior, dare to come out and rebel. You really don't know how to live or die. But they were also happy to see this scene. This incident aroused too much curiosity among them, and they wanted to know how Yi Yang would answer this question. Shut up! The bearded man shouted angrily. Uncle! I was right. That's right. You're almost bankrupt, what's the point of being arrogant? I've invested all the millions I've saved, just to force you to lose. Then you'll have to pay me tens of millions. What's the point of being so arrogant? These gangsters are extremely proud. Snapped. Ling Bearded was so angry that he was shaking all over and slapped him in the face. Why did you hit me? Ling Bearded smiled awkwardly and looked at Yi Yang. Mr. Yi, don't be offended. These 2 nephews of mine. What if I said, I'm surprised? Yi Yang frowned and said in a cold voice this. Ling Dabbard's face also looked ugly. The other party must have known that the 3 people who were looking for trouble today were all themselves. Now the situation has suddenly reversed, and an entire army has been defeated. Everyone watched this scene with interest. The melons from wealthy families are the most delicious. I think these 2 nephews made an unintentional mistake. Today is your friend's wedding, and it's still on our Ling family's territory. Mr. Yi, let's forget it. Ling Bearded looked for chips for himself. After all, he was one of the leaders of another lineage of the Ling family. If an army is counterattacked here, it will be a checkmate for oneself. Then for a long time in the future, this lineage will not be able to hold its head up in front of Ling Xiaowen's lineage. Big Beard Ling. What do you mean? Ling Shuyan shouted angrily, this is our lineage's wedding, but you insulted our invited guests with bad words. Let those 2 juniors kneel down and apologize to Mr. Yi directly. Otherwise, let others say that my Ling family has no rules. Haha, you are dreaming. Big Beard Ling sneered. You mean, if you offend me, you don't need to be punished at all? Yi Yang stood up slowly. His eyes were cold. This Big Beard Ling saw that Yi Yang was really angry, and said repeatedly, how could that be? I will teach them a lesson when I go back. Then. What? Yi Yang stepped forward, and the pressure increased greatly. Mr. Yi, this is the Ling family, don't be too Pushy. Seeing the eyes of the people around him, Big Beard Ling also straightened his body. In Jiangjing, the Ling family is basically not afraid of anyone. This is going to be tough. Let's see how Yi Yang handles it. Is he really going to do it on Jiangling's territory? I don't think he dares. Looking at China, there are no more than 100 people who dare to touch the Ling family in Jiangjing. The surroundings were noisy. Just as the atmosphere on both sides intensified and was about to explode, an old figure appeared in the hall. When they saw this old figure, the whole audience stood up. He actually showed up. Second update. Master, why are you here? Ling Shuyan and Ling Dehuzi all ran over. It's really the old master of the Ling family. He hasn't appeared in formal occasions for a long time, right? Some people even say that he has. Be careful with your words. It's really incredible. I wonder what kind of judgment this master will make. Which lineage will he protect? I don't know. But from the perspective of the overall interests of the Ling family, there was a whisper in the field. Obviously, the appearance of the old master of the Ling family caught everyone off guard. The old master is in a high position and is the backbone of the Ling family. In his eyes, the factional struggles below are just a joke between the younger generation. He controls the Ling family, an ancient family with hundreds of years of heritage. He is one of the top figures in the whole of China. Except for the annual meeting of the Ling family at the end of the year, he almost never appears in formal occasions throughout the year. And the annual meeting of the Ling family is an internal meeting. Therefore, for the outside world, there has been no news about the old patriarch of the Ling family for several years. The internal affairs of the Ling family have gradually been taken over by the middle-aged generation, such as Ling Shuyan. Therefore, the factional struggle has become more violent in recent years. He actually showed up because of a wedding. It's incredible. Patriarch. All the people of the Ling family present changed their faces. The Ling family is too big. Many people may not have said a few words to the old patriarch from birth to adulthood. Growing up listening to the legend of this old man, of course, I am in awe. Why can't I come to the wedding of the younger generation of the family? Ling Xiangan said lightly. Of course, we don't mean that. The middle-aged generation was sweating. Ling Xiangan nodded slightly, casually, and stepped forward. Everyone looked at him in doubt. It seems that the old man is walking in the direction of Yi Yang. He is going to him. Hiss. No matter how famous Yi Yang has become in this year. After all, he is just a new super-rich man. Even if he is extremely powerful, he has not yet formed the awe of time in people's hearts. But Ling Xiangan is different. He is a veteran big man in China. He has been famous for decades, and most of the people in the business world have heard of his name. Ling Xiangan walked in front of Yi Yang. Mr. Yi, I have heard of your name for a long time. Wow. The whole audience exploded. No one expected that Ling Xiangan would start like this. Heard of your name for a long time? This statement is quite heavy. Could it be that the old patriarch of the Ling family actually treated Yi Yang as a person of the same status and level? But it may also be that the old gentleman is more modest. In fact, it is not difficult to imagine that although Yi Yang's foundation is still shallow, he is already a powerful person after all. No matter what the result will In 3 months, he is now the top super rich man in China. It is understandable that the old patriarch treats him with courtesy. Yes. Everyone was talking about it, and they were obviously very surprised at Ling Xuangan's attitude towards Yi Yang. This is not Yi Yang who took the initiative to find Ling Xuangan. Rather, Ling Xuangan walked forward and used honorifics. The hidden things here are too heavy. Yi Yang nodded. Mr. Ling is still in good health. Ling Xuangan is one of the most important people still alive in China. Yi Yang has heard of these people more or less in the organization. When Ling Xuangan was young, he made a lot of efforts for the development of China. He is worthy of admiration. Ling Xuangan laughed and talked and laughed with Yi Yang, as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for many days. This scene can be said to be dumbfounded by everyone. Except for Zhang Ming, Wang Silan, and Mark King, they held back their laughter and looked at the people next to them, who opened their mouths wide and wished their jaws would drop to the ground. Almost no one present understood the horror of Yi Yang's energy better than the three of them. This old man, Ling, as one of the top figures in China, must also know the boss quite well, but I don't know to what extent he knows. When they thought of this, they looked at each other. Even they dared not say that they understood Yi Yang's deepest level. This person has so many secrets hidden in him. Revealing one identity, there is another more terrifying identity underneath. It seems endless and extremely frightening. Mr. Yi, it seems that there are some unpleasant things between you and the younger generations present. Ling Xuangan looked at the middle-aged man with a big beard, and his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Not bad, Yi Yang said lightly. The hotel manager was very considerate and handed over the video recorded by the hotel just now. Huh. Ling Xuangan frowned. Of course he knew Yi Yang's identity. As the top level of China, there are only so many people in total, and it has been decades. Suddenly, adding a newcomer will definitely be very eye-catching. Maybe ordinary big guys don't know Yi Yang, but the top dozens of people in China are basically aware of Yi Yang's existence. He is now very old. I am often unable to handle family affairs, and I have tried to delegate power to the younger generation in recent years. However, this has intensified the factional struggle. Today I heard that Yi Yang came to the wedding ceremony of the younger generation in the family. The first reason he came this time was to meet Yi Yang. Second, it is also to go with the flow and kill two birds with one stone, and to suppress the flames of factional struggle within the clan. Ling Shouhai, come out. Ling Xuangan looked at Ling Shouhai coldly. The bearded Ling Shouhai trembled all over and stepped out of the queue. It's really disappointing that you neglect your younger generations. Ling Xuangan didn't save any face and said coldly. Ouch. Everyone on the scene was waiting to see how Ling Xian would deal with Yi Yang. Most people think that since the old man Ling Xuangan has come out, Yi Yang will be smart enough to retreat on his own, right? Unexpectedly, Ling Xuangan would not hesitate to directly accuse one of the powerful people in his family and also want to vent his anger on Yi Yang. What a plot. Almost everyone has never dared to think in this direction before. We maybe have underestimated this Mr. Yi. Someone took a deep breath and spoke slowly. This statement made everyone's scalp feel numb. Ling Shouhai gritted his teeth and wanted to give it a try. Old master, this Yi Yang is too strong. Although our Ling family is at fault in this matter, he really doesn't give our family face in our territory. You're being tyrannical. I'm just saying a few words of fairness. Ling Xiangan laughed dryly, which made Ling Shouhai break into a cold sweat. Shouhai, you are really capable. The old man shook his head and sighed with disappointment. It seems that you are not suitable for the position I gave you. First update. This. Ling Shouhai took a few steps back, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. These words were too harsh. It seemed like he was going to remove his power directly. Others were also stunned. Ling Xiangan, was he going to remove the person in power from the Ling family because of such a small matter? Even if he was not really going to remove him from his position, but just to shock and warn him, the fact that he could say these words was enough to show his respect for Yi Yang. It actually reached this point. I'm stunned. It's incredible. However, there were also some discerning people present who could see that Ling Xiangan was taking advantage of the situation. This old man was probably here with the idea of suppressing factional struggles. Master, you did this for an outsider? Ling Shouhai asked in disbelief. Ling Xiangan shook his head, extremely disappointed. He was optimistic at first about the intensified factional struggles in the family, and believed that the various branches of the Ling family would always find a balance point to coexist peacefully, work together to build the family. But now it seems that the decentralized power has made some of them more confident. Now they dare to refute what his ancestor said in person. It's simply disrespectful to the elders, arrogant and unreasonable. He originally just wanted to give the other party a warning. But now it seems that this person really can't stay. He hid the last glimmer of hope in the depths of his eyes and turned cold. After you go back this time, you will resign on your own. Ling Xiangan waved his hand. Ling Shouhai's eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot. The ancestor was really old and confused. For an outsider, he was going to remove him from his position in public. Take back his power. This not only made Ling Shouyan's enemies laugh at him, but also made everyone laugh at the Ling family. He gritted his teeth and his eyes became cold. Although the old patriarch is still in the position of the patriarch now, but the actual power is controlled by the managers of each branch. He felt that Ling Xuangan's control over the Ling family was completely different from before. He had grown up and must not be manipulated by this old fool. Otherwise, the interests of the Ling family would be damaged here. A fierce struggle in his heart. He also weighed the methods and success rate. If he was allowed to dismiss him, he would have nothing. He would not accept it. He looked at several brothers from the same branch behind him. Those people also nodded with determination after pondering. Master, this order is difficult for Shouhai to obey. Ling Shouhai's trembling body calmed down and said lightly. Wow. The whole audience was in an uproar. Even Yi Yang was a little surprised. Although the bearded man's words were harsh, he was quite courageous. Unfortunately, he was just trying to shake a tree with an ant, and he didn't know what he could do. Please, Patriarch, take back your order. Behind Ling Shouhai, several middle-aged men from the same lineage all clasped their fists and asked for orders. What? You want to rebel? Ling Shuyan frowned and shouted in a deep voice, you dare to openly disobey the old patriarch's order. Ling Xiangan looked deeply at the bearded man. Originally, he was just going to reduce the power of Ling Shouhai's lineage, but he didn't expect that they had expanded to such an extent. Ling Shouhai said indifferently, Our lineage controls 30% of the Ling family's industrial connections, and is the most indispensable branch of the Ling family. If I resign, I'm afraid no one in the Ling family can replace me. The interests of the Ling family are at stake. Please don't make such a decision that harms your own interests just because of an outsider. Ling Shouhai. Ling Shouyan shouted angrily. The audience around was stunned. This bearded man is crazy. But if you think about it carefully, he does have the capital to resist. With 30% of the vein industry, if he resists fiercely, it will be a terrible internal consumption for the Ling family. Does the old patriarch of the Ling family, who has been in seclusion for a long time, still have the skills and ability to deal with this bearded man who has already raised a tiger to harm him? They are extremely itchy in their hearts. Good guy, just attending a wedding, he actually caught up with such a good show. This Jiangjing is just a foreign guest. Even if our juniors are a little impulsive, it is a fact that he does not take the dignity of our family seriously. I think the patriarch should drive him out today, instead of punishing us. Ling Shouhai said in a deep voice. Since he has already made a move, he will take one move after another and use offense as defense. Put pressure on the patriarch. As long as the patriarch takes a step back, he will no longer be able to suppress this lineage of the Ling family. Behind Ling Shouhai, the people all said in unison, please refer to the interests of the clan and make a wise choice. Ling Xuangan's eyes became extremely deep. After looking at Ling Shouhai and the others, he finally looked at Jiangjing. Did the old patriarch change his mind? The Ling family has been pushed forward by the waves behind. Can the old patriarch not resist the pressure of the younger generation? Ling Shouyan wanted to speak. Ling Xiangan waved his hand, and then smiled apologetically at Jiangjing. Sorry to make you laugh, Mr. Yi. My Ling family has such unfilial children and grandchildren. The responsibility is on me. Jiangjing looked at Ling Xiangan. If you need my help, I am willing to help the old man sweep these people out. Haha, Mr. Yi, don't be too arrogant. Jinling is the power base of my Ling family. If you want to leave, you should leave. Don't get confused about the situation. Ling Shouhai shouted angrily. The blonde foreigner Kaisen, the person in charge of the Hilton Hotel, said coldly, no matter what, this hotel is owned by our boss, Jiangjing. It is purely our territory. At least here, we have every reason to kick you out. Don't be ungrateful. Jiangjing raised his eyebrows. This foreigner has been in China for a long time and has learned a good way of speaking. I can give him a reward later. Ling Shouhai was so angry that he was choking. He was right. Besides, I only respect Mr. Ling, not you. Don't be shameless. Jiangjing said lightly, it's easy for me to kick you out. If you want to die, I have 100 ways to satisfy you anytime and anywhere. This is crazy enough. Everyone widened their eyes. Mr. Yi is right. Ling Xiangan gave a positive answer in person. Wow. The whole audience was shocked. This old man must know something. Mr. Yi is indeed more powerful than we thought. The three richest men looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. It seems that Mr. Yi is more than a lieutenant general and a core political figure. His core identity is probably more terrifying than what we know. The three richest men were sweating. Jiangjing is China's hidden trump card. Although he is as noble as a vice-state, his information in the political world is confidential. Even the three of them could only find out that Yi Yang was at the core of the political world, but they could not imagine his true identity, which had reached the position of the 10th will. Second update. But, this is the internal affairs of the Ling family. I caused the current situation. I will personally smooth it all out. Ling Xian sighed and thanked Yi Yang with a bow. Yi Yang did not say much. After all, this was the family affairs of the Ling family. He respected Mr. Ling very much and naturally would not forcefully intervene. Old patriarch, although you are the patriarch of the Ling family, you cannot have the final say. I can represent the opinions of more than 1/3 of the Ling family. You can't abolish me for no reason like this. Ling Shouhai said in a deep voice. The Ling family has indeed become a powerful branch with full wings, and naturally has its own confidence. Ling Xiangan shook his head. According to the ancestral law of the Ling family, you have violated 3 rules, forming a clique for personal gain, disobeying the master, and destroying the unity of the clan. How can I take away your current position without any reason according to the family rules? I represent the highest authority of the Ling family. With one word, the management rights of the industry you control can be taken back. Ling Shouhai smiled lightly and said, Old patriarch, you are too confident. You have not been out of the secular world and have not asked about family affairs for so many years. The industry managers under our lineage are all my people. Even if you give orders, they will not surrender without my orders. Ling Shouhai, don't go too far. Ling Shouyan stood up and said coldly, It's not too late to turn back now. That's right. One of the leaders of the other 2 lines stood up and stood next to Ling Shouyan. Although they were fighting internally, they also knew that the Ling family was a whole to the outside world and could not be disintegrated. If Ling Shouhai's attempt today succeeds, it will tear the Ling family apart. They lose their core interests. As for the 4th person, he sipped his tea and did not express his opinion. Perhaps he has not yet decided how to choose. Or perhaps he wants to reap the benefits of being a fisherman. Oh? Ling Xiangan stroked his beard. I am old, really looked down upon. I was not born this year. Do you really not understand my original intention? Your original intention is to see who is stronger among us. Who can win in the struggle? Since ancient times, the strong are respected. If I can beat them, I can beat any opponent in the world. Naturally, I will be elected as the next head of the family. Now, I will not only beat the 3 of them. But if I can beat you, the old head of the family, the Ling family will respect me as the head. Ling Shouhai was decisive and courageous. So, this is how you understand it. Ling Xiangan was a little stunned, but then he smiled slightly. Maybe, I really saw it wrong. Ling Shouyan shook his head. The 4 leaders have different opinions on the sudden retirement of the old patriarch and the struggle for supremacy among the 4 clans. The eldest brother Ling Shouhai's clan is strong and powerful, and wants to seize power from the other 3 clans by any means and become the next patriarch. The 4th brother's clan is aloof and does not participate in the struggle. He follows the principle of inaction over action. Ling Shouyan is the 2nd brother. He focuses on developing himself and unites the family as much as possible. He never makes a move first, but if Ling Shouhai makes a move, he will never show mercy and will fight back with thunder. The 3rd brother's clan is the weakest. Under the pressure of Ling Shouhai, he can only choose to join forces with Ling Shouyan to compete. I am indeed Considering which of the four of you is more suitable to be the patriarch. Ling Xian sighed. Today, it seems that I have a basic answer, but unfortunately, this answer is not you. This is not up to you. Now, my clan has a monopoly of 35% of the Ling family's industry, and it is the largest clan. It is not something that you, the old patriarch, can do with just your words. Ling Shouhai said lightly. Everyone at the scene was stunned. No one expected that a wedding banquet would turn into a drama in which the four branches of the family competed against each other and the old patriarch deposed the head of the Ling family. It was totally unexpected. I can't imagine it. Everyone was watching the show silently and didn't dare to say much. Only Yi Yang, who caused this incident, was calm and composed, and didn't seem nervous at all. You know, if Ling Shouhai won today, he would lose face and would be driven out of Jinling by the Ling family once he walked out of the Hilton Hotel. But he really looked calm and composed, without any scruples. He is indeed a madman. Who dares to bet against the whole world? It's awesome. Ling Xiangan looked at Ling Shouhai for a long time. Before he said in a deep voice, I will make 3 statements. After 3 statements, you can decide what to choose. Old patriarch, just say it. Ling Shouhai was unscrupulous. He felt that although Ling Xiangan was the pillar of the family, he had retired after all and had been in seclusion for several years. Did he want to easily bring him down? Impossible. If it costs a heavy price, he thinks that for the core interests of the family, the old patriarch will not do that. First, the person you arranged is your confidant, but also my confidant. Ling Xiangan said the first sentence with a huge amount of information. What do you mean? Ling Shouhai widened his eyes. The first sentence made him a little angry. Didn't you realize that when you want to arrange personnel appointments and dismissals, not everyone can do what you want? Do you think that kind of resistance is just the 3 of us making trouble? Ling Shouyan instantly understood what Ling Xiangan meant, sneered, and reminded. This. Ling Shouhai was sweating profusely. He always thought that only a small part of the list he provided was the result of power struggle. As a result, it was the result of the old patriarch who had already reviewed and screened it. Those who successfully arranged his confidants to take up important positions were originally the confidants of the old patriarch. So hidden. Although he had investigated many aspects, he still couldn't play with Ling Xuangan's scheming and methods. He was played around. So Lu Fang. And the others. They are all my people. Ling Xiangan did not hide anything and said lightly. Ling Shouhai was stunned on the spot. It was clearly confirmed that the head of the family had completely disappeared from the world at that time, and the application documents had never been reviewed by him. Was he deceived? Or was it because the people he trusted and who collected information for him had problems? Second, the information of all the people in the Ling family from birth to now is all in my cupboard, which naturally includes some information you don't want to see. Ling Xiangan said the second sentence. Da-da-da. Ling Shouhai was in a trance and almost couldn't stand still. Then embezzlement. Yeah. Ling Xiangan nodded and waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need to say anything more. After all, there were many outsiders. Ling Shouhai's legs were shaking. How did he get exposed? The shady things he did should have been hidden perfectly. Ling Xiangan shook his head. A big family like the Ling family basically has marriage alliances The wives of Ling Shouhai and others are all daughters of his best friends. The person beside him was also a needle he had arranged long ago. The first one directly abolished Ling Shouhai's control over most of the industry of the main line, and there was no threat. The second one, Ling Xiangan, could send anyone who dared to resist him to prison at any time. All future troubles were eliminated. He didn't even say the third one. He had already lost completely. As expected, he is the old patriarch of the Ling family. Yi Yang looked at Ling Xiangan. As one of the top super bosses in China, his scheming and means have reached the pinnacle. He did things without leaving any traces. If he didn't take action, it would be fine. If he took action, he would kill people. This Ling Shouhai is still too naive after all. First update. I understand, everything will follow your arrangements, my old master. Ling Shouhai lowered his head. Completely lost the courage to resist. Two of them nailed him to death. As the third trump card, it must be the more terrifying one. He didn't want Ling Xiangan to say it in public. Everyone else bowed their heads when they saw Ling Shouhai. Everyone restrained their arrogance, knowing that this time a disaster was coming. Even if the fish is dead and the net is broken, it will not be broken. With the handle and authority in their hands, they have long been in a position of victory. I will submit my resignation to the clan tonight, let's go. Ling Shouhai gritted his teeth and wanted to turn around and leave. I haven't let you go yet. Ling Xiangan said lightly. Ling Shouhai's eyes flashed and he turned to look at Ling Xiangan. Apologize to Mr. Yi. Ling Xiangan said lightly. Old master. This requires him to lose all face in public. After all, he is also the leader of the dignified Ling family, and he will not lose even if he loses. You can't lose face here. He was trembling all over. He didn't expect that the old master would do this to Yi Yang. Everyone here also took a breath of cold air. With a flip of his hand, he deposed all the rights of the leader of the largest line of the Ling family, Ling Xiangan, the leader of a wealthy family who stood at the top of China. To actually do this to Yi Yang, they couldn't help but doubt. Yi Yang's status is probably higher than that of Mr. Ling. Otherwise, it is completely impossible to explain what is happening now. Yi Yang smiled slightly in his heart. Mr. Ling had indeed given him enough face. Before Ling Xiangan retired, he was one of the core members of the political circle, so he naturally knew his true identity in the political circle. However, after all, the other party is an old senior on the development path of China, and he has no arrogance at all. But the other party obviously acted in accordance with justice and showed no mercy. This style of distinguishing public from private is indeed worthy of admiration. Methods are what you have to learn to deal with dirty people. But they do not prevent you from being a gentleman. A gentleman who can use tricks against villains, but also has a sense of responsibility for society is the true backbone of the country. Apologize to Mr. Yi. There was no room for rejection between Ling Xuangan's words. Every step Ling Shouhai took was like a mountain pressing down on him. Finally, he stood in front of Yi Yang and bowed to the end. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. Everyone in the audience deeply remembered this scene. Remember this existence that makes even the old heads of the Ling family stand in awe, and the people in power in the Ling family bow down. Such a young top boss. It's really scary from the bottom of my heart. From now on, Ling Shouhai will be deprived of all Practical matters of the Ling family. Those juniors who contradicted Mr. Yi just now will be sent to Jingde Academy. For 3 years. After 3 years, if they do not repent, they will be expelled from the Ling family. Ling. Xiangan said, coldly. This punishment is really harsh. Jingde Academy is the Yangyongshin Electric Shock Institute of the Ling family. If it's not clear yet, it is the clan mansion in the ancient palace. Once inside, it was extremely painful, and the young man instantly became a servant. It is the most severe punishment in the Ling family law. Besides being banished. Now, it was almost confirmed that Yi Yang was better than the old head of the Ling family, and he was in awe. With equal status, this kind of thing will be punished after the fact. They will never compromise their family's prestige in front of the public. The people present looked at Yi Yang in horror. No wonder this man dared to place a bet on declaring war on the world. The other party must have confidence and trump cards beyond their imagination. Just thinking about it makes them tremble. Ask our company if you have invested money to participate in the bet. If so, withdraw your capital immediately. Ahem. They seem to have set up a one-way investment bureau. If you invest money, you can't go back on it. Let me go, no one in our family is stupid enough to participate in this bet. If 90% of the people present did not believe that Yi Yang could win, now, many people are shaken. They all knew the previous identity of the old head of the Ling family. That was a truly powerful person, but today he gave Yi Yang face like this. At least the school he founded will be the best in China in terms of state support. In fact, the support will surpass those of the 2 top schools. Even more. They all let go of their imaginations and made up their minds. Establishing a new world-leading university is a top-level decision-making in the country. However, using this excuse to inform the world, it can also cut off foreign and domestic worship of foreign countries. Money from a fawning boss. Why not? All kinds of conspiracy theories are popping up in everyone's mind. The eyes looking at Yi Yang were full of fear. This young man looks handsome, but in fact he harbors a huge conspiracy inside. It's simply terrible. Afterwards, the scene returned to peace. No one mentioned what happened just now, as if it never happened. After all, no one wanted to make themselves uncomfortable. But the 3 guys who had been tricked by Ling Shouhai before and came to help find trouble, now gathered together. Their legs were weak. How to do? I actually offended the super boss. Even the old patriarch of the Ling family can't protect his family. What are we? Will we be retaliated? Will our family be destroyed? Will our bodies sink into the Qinhuai River? I've just started my wonderful life, I don't want it to end like this. Several people were trembling. In the end, they were surprisingly consistent and tacitly ran to Yi Yang's table, knelt down, and kowtowed. They said they were willing to pay money to eliminate the disaster and try their best to atone for their sins. Today is the day of Jingxian's wedding, so Yi Yang naturally won't really make things worse, and nodded in agreement. As for how much money they have to pay, I don't care. After all, the richest of them only have a family property of tens of billions, about 200 or 300 billion. Even if they pay him all, it won't help his overall wealth growth. So he doesn't care. The wedding ended in peace and harmony. When everyone left, Jingxian thanked Yi Yang very much. If Yi Yang hadn't been here to calm the situation today, his father would have suffered a lot of humiliation. At that time, with his temper, he would inevitably make a scene at the wedding. I've already said that there's no need to talk about these things between the two of us. Yi Yang didn't care. It was just a piece of cake. He opened his phone and looked at the betting board. Soon, it would be closed. How much betting funds could be reached? He was looking forward to it. Second update. The Jiangjing wedding finally came to an end. During the wedding, the events that spread out shocked everyone. A young man who was treated politely by the ancestors of the Ling family. The leader of the Ling family stepped down. Many things have caused intense discussions in the business circles of several nearby provinces. However, the noise from the outside world is no longer in Yi Yang's ears. After all, the betting market is about to close. This is something slightly worthy of his attention. The increase in the last few days is indeed a bit small. Yumomo lay down behind him and massaged his big breasts, making his back feel comfortable. Yes, not bad. Yi Yang nodded. Not long after the market opened, the amount of bets exceeded 500 billion, but now that it is almost closing, it still has not reached 800 billion Chinese coins. It seems that the news has not spread enough. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Maybe it's because you, the owner, are so famous that the really rich people don't dare to invest, right? Umo smiled. Yi Yang laughed and glanced at the market again. United States. Electronic Conference Hall of the Top 10 Consortiums. The Shadow Emperors gather. Mr. Doyle, last time you went to China, you met the new Chinese will, right? Someone asked in the shadows. Good. Doyle nodded. Is the judgment over with? His qualitative analysis? In the electronic shadow, someone asked again. Doyle pondered for a moment and said affirmatively, in the game, he is completely on China's side. What? He is obviously more like us. Everyone found it a bit incredible. Rich man, huh? Doyle smiled lightly and shook his head. According to my contact, apart from this commonality, he has nothing in common with us in terms of attitude. His dream of the ultimate form of the world has not yet awakened. Haha, the kind of future China envisions is simply impossible to realize. Several shadow emperors shook their heads. I think insisting on that kind of future is just a child's dream. Doyle fell silent and did not discuss the matter further. However, I heard that this guy is causing trouble again recently, saying he wants to bet against the whole world? A person in the shadow said calmly. Yes. The content of the bet is not unrealizable. Doyle shook his head. It's a pity that those people on the water don't know Yi Yang's true identity at all. Otherwise, they would never invest money in gambling so easily. After all, this is a losing game for them. That's true. Most of the remaining shadow emperors nodded. Yi Yang, looking at the 7 or 8 billion human beings in the world, they are among the top few dozen people. His identity and energy are almost the same as those of the shadow emperors present here. They thought they could build a top university in the world, so Yi Yang should be able to do it as well. It is not difficult to build a top university, but the time he set for himself was too urgent. Dal paused and shook his head, probably thinking that this was not a problem. The rich and ordinary people on the water can never imagine how terrifying the power of the sea-fixing needle of modern society is in the shadows. Moreover, even if he loses, with the endorsement of Huasha National Sports, it is not something that cannot be accepted at all. Someone spoke. Yes, But, now that we have confirmed that he is an enemy, should we test him first? Someone said lightly. The energy represented behind Yi Yang was so terrifying that even the 10 Shadow Emperors did not dare to make a big move easily. Today's world is a turbulent place. With the process of economic globalization, countries have not become more stable, but have become more fragile. There will be no serious conflicts between the superpowers, because each other knows that their own survival is tied to the other. 2 superpowers. An all-out war with China is an option that the United States will never choose now. There are only 2 options available, testing and sanctions. I have no objection. Someone expressed his stance. Doyle, you have had direct contact with him. What is your opinion? Someone asked from the shadows. Doyle Mason took a sip of Wyashan de Hongpo, which was a gift given to him by Yi Yang before leaving. I can't see through him. Silence. I don't recommend taking action until we find out about him. However, the rise of China is too strong now. Power plants with controllable nuclear fusion are already under construction, and energy upgrades are on the way. Once they complete this step, we will have no hope at all. From this perspective, we should take action. Doyle spoke out his thoughts. The Cells Consortium has relevant resources in its hands. I think you can go out and compete for a round first. A certain Shadow Emperor suggested. Many Shadow Emperors looked at the Emperor of the SARS Consortium, who had been silent. Major financial groups control various fundamental resources in the United States and even the world. Or coal, petroleum, non-ferrous metals, aviation, and military industry. A large part of the cutting-edge educational resources in the United States is in the hands of the Cells Foundation. The shadow slowly trembled. The owner of the Cells Consortium, one of the Shadow Emperors, Miro Cells, gradually emerged from the shadows. He leaned forward, resting his hands on the table, with a gloomy and playful look. In this case, let's make his game more difficult. Okay, you provide the resources, and the other 9 consortiums will each give you $10 billion in chips. I wish you a happy game. The Shadow Emperors nodded too. Miro Cells, and then the shadow flickered, and the meeting ended. In the swimming pool on the top floor of the Cells building, Miro Cells turned off the computer and stood by the swimming pool overlooking the entire Austin. So, Mr. Yi, in this cat and mouse game, who is the mouse and who is the cat? Let's wait and see. The first official test of the top 10 consortiums began. Huaxia, Yandingshan Villa, Yi Yang walked out of the swimming pool, and the black silk maid also walked out of the water and draped her robe on him. Yumomo immediately held up the tablet. Is it finally going to be closed? Yi Yang glanced at the number on the tablet, 798.9 billion Chinese yuan. After all, it's still not 800 billion Chinese yuan. He was a little disappointed. But he didn't care at all. As the 10 Shadow Emperors of the United States said, it is not difficult for them, who are like the Optimus Primes of human society, to run a top international school. It just depends on whether they are willing to spend hundreds of billions, or even trillions, to do this thing that is not cost-effective. Of course, only Yi Yang, who is so eccentric in the eyes of other Optimus Primes, and does not act according to secular rules, will do this. It seems that there will be no special surprises. He shook his head and prepared to click the close button. However, just as his finger was pressing down, the number suddenly jumped. First update. The numbers are changing. And it gets really fast. The maids who discovered this scene were all talking. Yi Yang also nodded slightly and raised his brows. He actually entered the warehouse at the last moment. Fortunately, he clicked the screen a little slower, otherwise, he would have missed this huge increase. Who's giving us money? Yi Yang was a little confused. This number jumps a little too fast. This kind of capital injection is not something that ordinary companies can do. In the blink of an eye, it has increased by hundreds of billions of Chinese coins. It's a company called Chickma. Yumomo's professionalism is very strong, and she directly mobilizes the database for verification. As Yi Yang's personal secretary, she is qualified to mobilize the database, which is of a very high level. Enough to investigate most of the world's secrets. This company was registered just now. It seems to be registered specifically for capital injection. UMO frowned. It's a little strange. There is definitely a hand behind the huge infusion of gambling money, and this hand doesn't want us to know of its existence. Yumomo analyzed. If he really didn't want us to know, he wouldn't have chosen a newly registered company. Yi Yang said calmly, he is trying to make us reveal his identity. If this is not possible, it proves that he is bound to win. I'm deciphering information about this company. Momo sent relevant information about this company to the secretarial group. Yi Yang's secretarial group, also known as the Maid Group, gathered the top girls in the world who combine beauty, IQ, and talent. In addition to being meticulous in daily work. When encountering major business matters, their energy is also huge. This company is registered on Falman Island, and the information has been simplified. We can't find too many secrets, so we can only start with personal information. If it is internal information from China, it will be easy to find. After all, most of Yi Yang's roots are still in China. After calling hurricanes and some international databases such as Huaya Investment, Momo's Maid Group quickly deciphered the relevant information. The results are out. Momo showed the screen to Yi Yang. On the screen was a building with the English words Sales Consortium Building written on it. Sales Consortium. Yi Yang's eyes turned cold. He is still a little afraid of the top 10 financial groups in the United States. After all, their energy is too complex. Even if he is invincible in terms of wealth alone, he is still a little stretched in front of such a monopolistic consortium. However, if the identity bonus of China's will is added, it will be enough to fight against it. If you really want to show off your face, coupled with the hurricane force and photon deterrence, you can say that you can overwhelm the opponent. But now is not the time to break up. After all, the battle between the spines of the world will always suffer for hundreds of millions of ordinary people in society. Both sides do not want their societies to fall into chaos, so naturally, there will be no real war. It seems that the top 10 financial groups have officially taken action against me. Ever since Doyle went back, he knew this day would come. I didn't expect to come so early. Sooner or later, we have to tell the difference. This time, we will hit them directly. Yi Yang looked at the capital pool. The other party added a total of 100 billion US dollars, which is more than 600 billion Chinese coins. All of a sudden, the gambling funds increased from 800 billion Chinese coins to nearly 1,500 billion Chinese coins. Not bad, you found me so quickly. Opposite video. Call. Milo Sars looked at Yi Yang proudly. If you reach out, be prepared to have your hand chopped off. Yi Yang looked at Milo Sal's lightly and said calmly. Oh, I'm so scared. Milo Sal sat up. His smile faded, and his eyes became cold. The Sal's Consortium, have the final say in world education. If you want to win, it's impossible. I hope your ability is greater than your tone. Yi Yang didn't care at all, each other. Milo Sal's closed the video call directly. On the Sal's tower, he stood up angrily. As a long-established family that monopolizes educational resources, it is actually despised. The other party has no respect for him at all. It's just a new will. Why are you so arrogant? There was a fierce light in his eyes. If it were in the fields of energy and internet that you are good at, I might not dare to say this. But if you want to try me in education, you don't have the strength yet. He is extremely confident. Umo looked at Yi Yang worriedly. After all, the other party is one of the 10 Shadow Emperors. Under normal circumstances, it would not be difficult for Yi Yang to establish a top school, but if there is such a superpower obstructing it, the difficulty will suddenly rise. Moreover, educational resources and the right to speak about educational evaluation are all in the hands of others. Don't worry, even if the top 10 financial groups come together, they won't be able to stop me. Yi Yang smiled faintly, with endless confidence in his smile. Umo looked at Yi Yang's handsome smile and started laughing too. As long as the boss says so, I will never lose. Yi Yang patted her little head. How are you preparing for that matter? Umomo laughed and said, That's your important day, master. How could Momo not prepare with all his heart and soul? What Yi Yang was talking about was his birthday party. Now all kinds of things have been dealt with, and the establishment of a top university is not something that can be done overnight. It's already the end of August, and in a few days it will be his birthday. Let's have a happy birthday first. He doesn't plan to have a big celebration, just find some friends and beauties to celebrate together. According to his current status, if he has a big celebration, Yandingshan Manor will not be able to accommodate the crowd of people celebrating. The various executives of his subsidiaries around the world alone are enough to fill several Yandingshan manors. I have invited all the people you mentioned, but I can't tell you the specific details of the celebration. Umomo stuck out his tongue and laughed. Surprise, I know. Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand. At the same time, Yi Yang's girls were also dressing up for the birthday party in a few days. What kind of makeup is better? What kind of outfit is more pleasing to the eye? As for Wang Xiaozong, he was looking at the famous watch worth tens of millions given by Yi Yang and fell into deep thought. Second update. What gift should I give back to brother Yi? Wang Xiaozong was very distressed. At least he had to give a similar gift. But he couldn't give a watch back. As for cars, Yi Yang didn't lack them, and he didn't like the house worth tens of millions. I'm so distressed. He looked up to the sky and sighed. Brother Yi is too awesome. I don't know what gift to give. Qin Feng and others were also quite distressed. Brother Yi is perfect. I can't imagine what he would lack. Then we have to give something ordinary? That's too insincere. At the end of August, Yandingshan Manor was very lively. Colorful flags fluttered, and the atmosphere was very warm. The girls were very beautiful and dressed up carefully. The manor was full of joy. Under the sun, the pool party was held as scheduled. It was similar to the pool party in Love Apartment, but the scale was much larger. Many maids were very talented, and naturally, some of them could act as hosts. Bikini beauties play in the pool. With Yi Yang. Well, not making a big fuss seems to be a good choice. Yi Yang lies on the comfortable wall of beauties. If he were to entertain guests, it would be difficult for him to have such a happy day today. Under the host's organization, various talent shows came on stage. The girls Yi Yang knows are either gorgeous daughters or peerless beauties. Even if they don't have talent, they are very attractive, not to mention a hot dance on the stage. The sun dances on the healthy skin, showing irresistible curves and luster. It's simply nosebleed. Brother. Yi is too blessed. Qing Feng and Wang Xiaozong are doing hard labor in the far distance of the pool, looking at this side with resentment. However, inside and outside the pool are all Yi Yang's women. Even if there are a few who are not, they are probably ambiguous. They dare not approach, look at, or touch them randomly. Xing Xian and his wife are busy making cakes inside. No matter how precious the cake in the world is, it is nothing special for Yi Yang. It is more thoughtful if he makes it himself. Yumomo didn't join in the fun, and was studying the secret of how to cook a perfect longevity noodle in the kitchen. Lin Shuer sang, and the maids danced with her. After dancing to her heart's content, she went directly into the swimming pool to dance. Her black and white silks were wet by the water, and the water droplets flowed, showing her graceful curves. Yi Yang couldn't stand it. Boss, this is the list of gifts. Xiao Qingxian jumped to Yi Yang and handed him the list. After kissing him unexpectedly, she jumped to deal with other things. Yi Yang shook his head, taking advantage of me again. But I have been taken advantage of in various ways today, and this level is nothing. It's terrible to be greedy for my beauty. He opened the gift list. Expensive gifts are no longer attractive to him. After all, for an individual, he has too much money now. He has lost interest in money. When did Momo learn to paint? He raised his eyebrows. Yumomo actually wrote his name 99,999 times by hand, and used these small characters to draw a portrait of him. It was quite nice, and it was obvious that he had prepared it carefully for a long time. He was busy with business during the day and busy with Yi at night, but he secretly made such a large-scale gift. Yi Yang smiled. Then, he looked down. From time to time, you can see some unique gifts. For example, the fully realistic figurine based on her own model given by Lin Shuer, which was quite soft to the touch. For example, the talisman that my sister gave me, which was taught to her by an old Taoist priest in Longhu Mountain. I don't know what it means. I can ask her when I have the chance. The distorted and twisted talisman. He curled his lips, but when he thought of the way his sister frowned and gritted her teeth to draw this talisman by chance that day, he couldn't help laughing. These gifts were very thoughtful and interesting, which greatly exceeded his expectations. Until he saw the gifts from Wang Xiaozong and Qin Feng. What the hell is this? The corner of his mouth twitched. These two guys actually agreed to make an ugly statue out of gold, and said that they were made in imitation of Yi Yang. Oh my god. So ugly. Yi Yangxing looked desperate. Get them here. Brother Yi, are you not satisfied with our genius ideas? We learned from the gold casting master for several days and made them by ourselves. Wang Xiaozong and Qin Feng both felt that their works were simply amazing and flawless. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. If you say that these two statues are made according to your appearance, I think it's more reliable. We are not that handsome. Both nodded in agreement. Pfft. The girls around couldn't help laughing. The aesthetics of these two people are simply amazing. Ahem, that's enough. Yi Yang waved his hand. I'll find an aesthetics teacher in a few days to teach you about how to understand beauty. I think our aesthetics is pretty good. Wang Xiaozong complained in his heart, but he didn't dare to go against Yi Yang's meaning, so he nodded. It wasn't until Yi Yang left that he looked at the golden statue in front of him with a crooked nose and slanted eyes. Is it ugly? I think it's very beautiful. Mine looks better. Qin Feng pointed to the statue of himself with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, very confident. However, these two people are very expensive. The raw materials for these two statues cost them hundreds of millions. After all, gold is very expensive. Brother Yi doesn't understand our heart. Wang Xiaozong wailed. Okay, stop howling, let's cut the cake. Yu Momo waved to everyone. Oh. Okay. Come on, come on. The girls all hurried over. Indoors, a super 9-layer cake occupied the entire main villa hall. Such a big cake. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry. There are so many people. Jing Xian said repeatedly, enough to eat. Yi Yang was speechless again. Wouldn't it be nice to make a few more? I didn't expect that. The boss is still the boss, so smart. Ha ha ha. The whole audience burst into laughter. On the happy day, there is no status difference, as long as everyone comes to Yandingshan Villa today, everyone will participate. After the warm birthday song and a burst of happy birthday wishes, everyone happily started cutting the cake and eating it. After eating and drinking, the cake spreading game officially begins. With such a big cake, it can be said that there is plenty of ammunition, and it is very fun to play. As the protagonist, Yi Yang naturally cannot escape his bad luck. In the atmosphere of booing, everyone was thrown into the cake. Although I had this kind of dream when I was a child. But after he was actually thrown into the cake, he realized that this was definitely not a wonderful experience. After playing around, I washed myself. The longevity noodles were served. I was so full from the big cake just now. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry. This is cooked for you silently and attentively. Yu Momo raised his eyebrows, and his eyes changed from tenderness to resentment in just one thought. First update, P.S. Before I knew it, I had already reached 900 chapters, so fast. Thank you to the book friends and fans who have been with you all the way. Jiuyang loves you. 3. Diamond Suit. At this special moment, let's wish the protagonist a happy birthday. Yi Yang ate the longevity noodles honestly. We had a lot of fun in the afternoon and everyone was tired. The evenings are all about leisure activities, having a tea party together, chatting, or watching a movie together. Soon, it was night. Everyone who wants to go home goes back first. There are only some pretty girls left, waiting for Yi Yang to find them and talk about their love all night long. This night can be said to be the happiest night. It was a whole day of fun. Happy time always flies by. After Yi Yang got up from sleep, he saw the report handed over by Yu Momo. Our initial preparation and application process has all been passed. Umo smiled. Oh? Yi Yang nodded. I glanced at the report. Above are the cutting-edge scientific research equipment he purchased from various channels. From top-of-the-line mass spectrometers that cost millions each, to academic-level observatories worth hundreds of millions. From medical laboratories with billions of investments to high-energy physics laboratories with tens of billions of investments. If you want to build a top world-famous university, you must have a complete range of academic categories. Not only do we have to engage in science, but we also have to engage in literature and philosophy. All kinds of precious ancient books and materials, original literature, and hardware facilities were purchased together. The country also provides strong support behind the scenes. He provided all the help he could, and even directly connected many book collections and scientific research materials with the project team of the prestigious university under Yi Yang's name. The foundation is increasing day by day. The initial cost of purchasing equipment for these infrastructure facilities is more than 180 billion. Yumahue reports. Many unique ancient books are more expensive than some advanced scientific instruments. If you collect just a few dozen copies, it will be over a billion. Yi Yang nodded. No school in the world dares to say that it is excellent in all categories. It can only say that a few departments in its school are excellent. Even Tsinghua and Peking University have subjects they are not good at. Some subjects are ranked low. Yi Yang also knows this truth, so he plans to complete the purchase of most categories in the first phase. Of course, in the future, we need to be excellent in all categories, but if we are greedy for bigness and seek completeness, and establish too many departments at once, it will make the project team focus on one thing and miss the other, and it will not be able to take care of it. The rest are relatively common supplies. You said silently. Well, has the land been approved as well? Yi Yang asked. Yes. With Yi Yang's identity and the help of the 9 wills, the approval of this project was almost miraculous. Oh, that's quite generous. Yi Yang looked at the division of 30,000 acres of land in the urban area and nodded. Harvard University, the largest university in the world, covers almost the same amount of space. Since we are going to build the world's first project, we must refer to the world's first standard when acquiring land in the early stage. We were given the lowest price for this piece of land, which was less than 10 billion. You said silently. Yi Yang nodded. This is land in a prosperous urban area. It is basically equivalent to opening a small urban area alone. Moreover, we are given land with the most beautiful environment, and the price is not expensive. All dormitories are built into integrated villas, and the environment is renovated to the highest standards. The overall campus renovation cost is estimated to be around 100 billion. UMO said after finishing the calculation. The architectural style adopts a new Chinese style, combining the future with Chinese style. All facilities in the school will also use intelligent products. After talking a lot about the details of the school construction, Yi Yang nodded slightly. Not bad. It is true that top universities cannot be established by ordinary people. Just to match the hardware, more than 300 billion have been spent. There is basically nothing wealthy Chinese businessmen can afford. Even if I try my best to come out, I will basically run out of gas. Boss, the basic facilities will be ready in 2 days. At that time, why don't you post the news and blueprint online to show off? UMO smiled evilly. You are trying to make those who participated in the gambling deprived of food and sleep. You are so evil. Yi Yang gave a bad laugh, but I decided to just do it. The master is wise, Yumomo chuckled, then turned around to do business. Soon, the school's construction blueprint was uploaded to the internet. Caused an exclamation. It is suspected that Yi Shenhou invested in the school construction blueprint. It's so beautiful. It's exactly what a dream school should look like. Everyone was shocked by the blueprint sent by the official account. This is so dreamy. It's hard to imagine how much money it would cost to build such a large and advanced school building. It feels a little too dreamy. Netizens were shocked. The campus scenery, modern, intelligent equipment, villa dormitories, and super laboratories in the blueprint video are simply too sci-fi. The overall texture is like watching a science fiction movie. Soon, people participating in the bet came forward. Of course, they did not want Jiang's project to succeed at all, so they directly bought the water. Military road. Who doesn't know how to draw pictures? How could such a large piece of land be approved so quickly? Haha, I think you are just bragging. You are drawing a pie here. I think Mr. Yi should think carefully about how to compensate the tens of trillions of compensation. Haha, you really think out of your own accord. If the real school is 1/10 as good as this, I will kowtow to him. That's right. There is no school in the world with such awesome hardware conditions. Even the top foreign schools can't do this. The intention of drawing a pie in the sky is too obvious. Whoever believes it is a fool. Yumomo saw that these people had almost finished showing off their intelligence, and he raised his mouth and released a video of the construction in progress. With the new technology provided by the Black Technology Company, the efficiency of building these things is extremely fast, and the equipment is being transported by this kind of plane and truck. The entire future campus has begun to take shape. It is estimated that it will be fully formed within a month. Damn. It's really that beautiful. Directly plant trees. So grand. It's exactly the same as the blueprint. I'm greedy, just for this environment, I want to go to school. Don't even think about it, just this villa accommodation area, if I don't pay hundreds of thousands of accommodation fees a year, I'll feel like I owe the school. Instantly, the reputation was so high that those investors who were sneering and mocking were dumbfounded. Second update. This. How is it possible? I'm so angry. The guys who participated in the bet all looked very ugly behind the screen. They actually invested a lot of money to build hardware facilities. It seems that they are not bragging. Well, it's not hype. Yi Yang is actually serious. Hee, I want to see how he can build a world-class school in 3 months. They all sneered. As for Miro Sal's, looking at the news, he shook his head indifferently. You did a good job. But hardware alone is useless. He doesn't have the soul and flesh of the school. He only has a skin. He is very confident in the educational resources under his control. Yi Yang will eventually fall under his sanctions. There is no need to report this kind of news. Miro Sal's waved his hand lightly. Wait until the end, I will just do something and let him know what the horror of the world's top foundation is. Although Huaxiao's influence has increased greatly recently. However, the profound influence in the world is not as good as that of the European and American systems. He believes that his control over mainstream world education can easily defeat Yi Yang. After all, China has never heard of any deep accumulation in this regard. Looking at the online reputation of Yi Yang's establishment of a top school, the reputation is getting better and better. All investors are very anxious. After all, The first thing to look at in a school is the faculty, and the second is the source of students. If the reputation rises and the good reviews are overwhelming, it really attracts a group of good students to sign up. It can be said that it is partly successful. Therefore, they also spared no effort to spread rumors online, ridicule, and even buy water army to lead the rhythm. Yi Yang sneered. Since you want to play a big game, you don't have to attack these opponents so quickly. Write them down, and when the school is really built, in a few days, tag them one by one. Okay. Yumomo also knew that if he dealt with these people now, he would probably have no money later. However, some rumors with bad influence will of course be directly refuted. Ding, the host has spent 300 billion to build a school, and a targeted black technology card is awarded, with a face value of 100,000. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. The system has always been very rare with face value. It never rewards directly. This time it is generous enough to give face value directly? Yi Yang was a little surprised. Face value can be used to buy magical items that cannot be bought with money in the system mall. It can be said to be priceless. Restricted targeted black technology system card. This reward made Yi Yang very excited. There are several research directions restricted in it. As long as the corresponding direction is selected, the targeted black technology can be unlocked. This kind of targeted black technology card is extremely precious. Yi Yang carefully put it away. However, I haven't thought about what projects to upgrade yet. I'll talk about it when I have an idea. In a few days. Let's see how much face value I have now, and whether I can buy something new and interesting. Yi Yang smiled. Took a look at the mall page. Now he has unknowingly accumulated nearly 500,000 face value. I should be able to buy something pretty good. He flipped through the pages. He saw a very good option. This is it. He was about to click on the payment button, but after seeing the reminder of insufficient balance, he had to give up. Good fellow. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In reality, he was completely used to buying things without looking at the price. The system instantly taught him a lesson. You're awesome. He sighed. It seemed that he had to work hard and pretend to be more active to get more face value. He casually bought a few thousand face value future sex toys to reward himself. He consciously exited the mall. The discussion about the new school on the internet was still in full swing. In the past 3 months, this matter was destined to continue on the internet, and it became a hot topic frequently. He stretched himself. A prestigious school is not built in a day. Life must go on. He typed a few words and found that his novel had become a little popular. Many readers said they were shocked by his super-rich life. He smiled slightly. I'll keep it to myself. You can't imagine the happiness of the super-rich. He hummed a little tune and prepared to go out with girls. When he opened WeChat, he saw that the girls had sent him many messages. Every time he opened it, it was 99 plus. Almost every message was sent by super beautiful girls. He couldn't help but feel distressed. It took him half a day to reply to a message every day. In the end, he chose to go to the gym with Chin Kellen. This time he didn't go to Chin Kellen's private villa, but went to the Welsh gym in Shanghai. Oh my God, handsome men and beautiful women. So handsome. So beautiful. Many people who come to the gym have impure purposes. They either want to catch handsome men or girls. At this moment, these scumbag sea kings and scumbag female pond owners all looked at Yi Yang and Qin Kellen, talking and laughing. As they walked in, drooling with envy. Some people who thought they had means compared the difference in appearance between each other. I can only sigh. In the face of absolute strength, all skills are just fancy decorations. Many people wanted to get close to him. Girls showed off their beautiful curves, and boys showed off their strong muscles. Yi Yang smiled faintly, and after he casually blew up another punching machine, all the boys who were around and wanted to show off quietly put away their arms and ran away. Can't afford to offend. This punch weighed more than 1,000 kilograms, and it would directly hit the person's chest. How dare they get close to him and show off their skills in front of an expert, showing off their swords in front of Guangong. The girls breathed more heavily. He was so manly. I like him so much. Qin Kellen wrinkled her cute little nose. If other outstanding girls were to show off to her for favor, it would be fine, but these heavily made-up girls actually dared to show off in front of her. Hee hee. She inadvertently showed off her luxury bag worth millions, and raised her head to show off her earrings worth millions. These were just normal jewelry for her. It was not for showing off wealth. But when it comes to protecting her man, these things are surprisingly useful. Oh my God. These women think about catching rich men every day, and of course they are very familiar with luxury brands. When they see Qin Kellen showing off this supersized luxury brand, they are all shocked on the spot. This is not a small rich woman. This is a super rich woman. Slip away. Can't compare. Soon, the two of them became quiet. After exercising for a while, they went to Whale's private gym for an in-depth exercise. Only when they were satisfied did they leave the gym. Prepare to find a cafe nearby and drink some warm tea. First update. Brother, do you want to buy roses? Hey. Big brother. Walking on the street, a childish voice came. Yi Yang turned his head and looked at the little girl holding a bouquet of roses. She was the one he and Qin Kellen met in the cinema square that day. At that time, I felt that the other party's clothes were a bit thin and pitiful, so I spent 1,000 yuan to buy all her roses. I didn't expect to meet you here again today. Big brother, I see you again. The little girl looked at Yi Yang timidly. Have the difficulties at home not passed yet? Yi Yang squatted down and said with some concern. The little girl seemed to want to say something, but she had no choice but to lower her head and shake her head. Yi Yang's eyes moved, feeling that there seemed to be something hidden. But she wouldn't tell me no matter how much I asked. Are you having any difficulties? Tell your brother, I will definitely help you solve it. Yi Yang asked. Sincerely. Red tears filled the little girl's eyes. She seemed to have thought of something bad and ran away quickly. What a strange little girl. Qin Kellen also saw that something was not right. Yi Yang frowned and watched the little girl run away and disappear around a corner. Inside the corner, a pair of eyes that were staring at the little girl retracted, and she pinched the flesh on the little girl's arm. He pulled the little girl over viciously and said fiercely, Didn't I warn you? Don't talk to others. Don't say anything you shouldn't say, and restrain any expressions you shouldn't show. Do you still want time to eat? He raised his hand and was about to strike. Two people looked over. What are you looking at? Have you never seen Educating Children? Get out! The turbaned old lady yelled angrily. The two people next to them felt very unlucky, but it was hard for them to say anything when educating their own children. He had no choice but to shake his head and leave. Snort. The old lady in the headscarf curled her lips and looked sinisterly. It seems you still haven't learned to be obedient. I will punish you without eating for 2 days. The little girl's big eyes were filled with tears of grievance. The tears were rolling, but she didn't dare to shed them. You don't have to sell it today. Come back with me. The old woman in a headscarf was roughly ready to pull the little girl away. Just walked a few steps. Then he saw a young man standing in front of him. The little girl opened her mouth wide and her eyes widened in disbelief. Big brother. What are you going to do? The old lady in the headscarf was very cautious, looked at Yi Yang with suspicious eyes, and asked, Who are you to this little girl? Yi Yang basically caught everything that happened just now. It is basically confirmed that this old woman is not a good person. It's none of your business. Get out of my way. When the old ladies came up, they pushed Yi Yang away. However, Yi Yang grabbed his wrist. Yi Yang's hands were like iron pliers, and it was impossible for the old woman to break free. At this moment, her expression changed drastically. What are you going to do? I will sue you for obscenity. Be careful, I will take a video of you and report you to the internet. I will kill you. Fuck. Yi Yang rolled his eyes and was completely speechless. He waved his hand in disgust, almost knocking the old woman off her feet and staggering. Don't even think about leaving today unless you explain clearly. I'm her aunt. Are you satisfied now? If you don't believe me, ask her. The old lady lifted the little girl roughly to her and asked fiercely, Am I right? The little girl looked at Yi Yang, her mouth trembling as she wanted to say something. But the old lady made small moves behind her back, pinching the little girl's waist to remind her what to say. Yes. The little girl's eyes sparkled with tears. Haha. What reason do you have to stop me now? If you continue to be unreasonable, I will call someone directly and accuse you of human trafficking. The old lady screamed sharply. What? How dare you traffic in people? 2 or 3 fierce-looking young men suddenly appeared around them and swarmed up. Yi Yang sneered. Of course he had already discovered these guys sneaking around. In order to prevent Qin Kellen from seeing the violent scene, he asked her to go to the cafe to wait for him. Finally they're all out. Yi Yang stopped being polite and punched the young man who was walking in front of him in the face. Pung! The bridge of his nose was shattered with one punch, his whole face almost collapsed, and his whole body was hit against the wall of the alley with one punch. This move scared the 2 people next to him and took out the knives from their sleeves, and they were about to stab Yi Yang. Big brother! The little girl's eyes were shocked and she screamed in fright. She had never asked for help before, but the people who kidnapped her were extremely vicious. Every time the people she asked for help were either actors sent by these bad guys to test her, or they were stabbed and fell to the ground by these bad guys, with their lives and deaths unknown. After traveling to several provinces and cities, she had lost confidence in asking for help. She was also afraid of involving Yi Yang, so she didn't dare to admit that she was abducted just now. Human trafficking garbage. Yi Yang sneered, turned around and kicked, and the huge force broke both of their arms. The knife in his hand naturally flew out. Pung. The two people's heads were pushed together by Yi Yang, causing blood to flow out, and they fainted on the spot. Walk. The old lady immediately picked up the little girl and ran away. As a result, Yi Yang kicked her down, caught the little girl in midair, and held her in his arms. Run? A fierce light flashed in Yi Yang's eyes. He covered the little girl's eyes, and stepped down directly, breaking the old lady's legs. Ah! The old lady screamed miserably. She looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. She would never have thought that this handsome, sunny, and harmless young man would be so cruel. Yi Yang looked at the old lady coldly, sneered, and kicked her on the head, knocking her unconscious. This kind of human trafficker has broken countless families. For a little selfish desire, he did such a cruel thing. Even if he died 10,000 times, it would not be enough to atone for his sins. Unfortunately, the law rarely imposes severe penalties on such hateful dogs that are not even human beings. He walked out of the alley. The four people behind him fainted and fell to the ground, and they would definitely not be able to get up for a while. Huh. He calmed down his rage, soothed the little girl, and called the police inspector of the Magic City. Soon, the police arrived and saw four people lying on the ground in a miserable state. For a moment, they were not sure who the suspect was. The chief police inspector of the Magic City stumbled over. Mr. Yi, are you okay? Yi Yang nodded and looked into the alley with a cold look. They should be part of an organization. Uproot this organization. All those who participated in the trafficking should die. The chief police inspector felt the murderous intent in Yi Yang's voice, bowed repeatedly, and said that he would do his best to track it down. Second update. The rest of the matter will naturally be handled by the police. Yi Yang hugged the little girl and came to the agreed cafe. Qing Kellen was also startled when she saw this scene, but with her intelligence, she could probably figure it out. I didn't expect that in this day and age, there are still people who steal children. They are really vicious. She has been living in a $1 trillion family. Although she has heard such rumors on the internet, after all, such things are very far away from her. This is the first time I have seen such a poor girl appear in my life. Just now, Yi Yang already knew that the little girl's name was Yao Yao. She looks very pitiful. Where's your home? Yi Yang asked. I don't remember. Yao Yao was given money and stolen by these bad guys when she was very young. The little girl shook her head. Yi Yang patted the little girl's head lovingly. Why didn't you tell your brother just now that you were abducted by these bad people? Yi Yang asked. Before, they would find someone to pretend they wanted to save Yao Yao, but once I agreed, they would hang me up and starve me for 2 days. There are also some really kind people who were hurt because of Yao Yao. I don't want to do it because of me again. Let others get hurt. Yao Yao pursed her lips and said. Yi Yang sighed, this little girl is so kind. The family of such a girl must also be kind people, right? But such a kind-hearted family was torn apart because of a few evil thoughts and a little money. The family endured pain that no one should have to endure. Such a vicious person cannot be truly punished. So does the judiciary really still have its majesty? There was a gloomy look in his eyes. Because they are afraid that traffickers will harm the abducted children, no matter what they do, as long as they surrender, they will try not to be sentenced to death. Such a policy is something Yi Yang does not want to agree to. Anyway, It is precisely because they know they will not die if they do this, that these people commit crimes. Unscrupulously. Don't worry, I will let them get the punishment they deserve. Yi Yang patted the little girl's head. All crimes that harm their interests for their own selfish interests should be punished as they should be. Human rights are talked about with humans. What kind of human rights are we talking about with this kind of non-human beings? They harm others when killing someone. Do you respect human rights? Talking about human rights to such dehumanized non-human beings is condoning evil and the greatest insult to human rights. The little girl blinked, looking at the anger deep in Yi Yang's eyes, and nodded ignorantly. Yi Yang didn't know that his words planted a seed in the little girl's heart, which would bloom into a gorgeous flower in the future judicial world. Yi Yang also realized that it seemed inappropriate to say this in front of a little girl who had just escaped from the clutches of the devil, and smiled. You haven't eaten well lately, have you? Yi Yang handed a cup of coffee to her. Drink. Yao Yao nodded and took a sip with some restraint. She had never had such a drink. Does it taste good? Yi Yang asked. She nodded heavily, and then felt a little lonely. We have a dozen kids like me there. It would be great if they could also drink something so delicious. Yi Yang smiled slightly. Don't worry, they are all out of trouble now. In the future, they will not only be able to drink coffee, but also eat delicious food, find their families, and then start the next phase of their lives happily. Can Yao Yao do it too? The little girl's eyes were filled with endless longing. Of course, let's go find your family when we get back, Yi Yang said firmly. Qin Kellen looked at Yi Yang with full eyes. What she liked about Yi Yang was not only his handsomeness, but also his integrity and gentleness that belonged to a man. What girl can refuse a rich and handsome man who exudes charisma? Today's events made Yi Yang feel a lot more. After achieving something, helping society become a better place and helping the poor and weak have always been his deepest ideals. Today's events have awakened the power deep in his heart. He wants to do something. He had to do something. Soon, the police uncovered the den and eliminated the entire trafficking organization. Through the intersection of various information, a giant human trafficking chain involving more than 20 adults and dozens of child victims was sorted out. The next day, the Yes Charitable Foundation released a piece of news that caused huge waves in the society. Yi Shenhao invest 100 billion to establish an anti-trafficking system. Anyone who reports relevant information and proves to be useful will be rewarded 500,000 yuan. Those who help reunite separated families will be rewarded 300,000 yuan. What a big deal. Although reporting was encouraged before, there were no rewards. Now it seems that after today, many people will specialize in fighting this type of crime as their profession. Bounty hunters specialize in hunting those scum who traffic in humans. Everyone participates in anti-trafficking. Let those scum tremble in fear. The news just got out. The next piece of news spread like wildfire among the people. Criminals who participate in this kind of human trafficking in the future will most likely be punished more severely. The previous conciliatory law is being amended. Those who are worse than pigs and dogs who wipe out other people's families for their own selfishness should be killed. I really don't know what they thought when they trafficked several children before, but only sentenced them to 10 or 12 years. After ruining so many years of life, they can be considered atonement by working on sewing machines for a few years in prison? Haha, this is really satisfying. This is the justice we ordinary people need. That's right. Let's see who dares to steal in the future. Stealing children, death. Yi Yang looked at the hot comments on the internet and smiled slightly. It will probably take some time for Yao Yao's parents to be found. His anti-trafficking project was promoted in conjunction with the official family search website. With this wave of popularity, it is estimated that many people will pay attention to this website. Soon, Yao Yao's parents should be found. Sure enough, within just 1 week. Many civilian detective teams specializing in finding such illegal organizations were formed across the country, and hundreds of criminal gangs hidden across the country were all arrested. For a time, the long-standing black industry chain in China collapsed almost overnight. A big reward will bring courage. Thousands of innocent children were rescued and found. Their families through the family search website. I don't know how many people shed their tears in front of the camera. The only thing that is a little worrying is that there has been no news about Yao Yao's parents. Yi Yang comforted the little girl and helped her search for family information. First update. During the search process, Yi Yang temporarily placed Yao Yao in Yandingshan Manor. The little girl has also seen many novel things that she has never seen before during these days. I soon forgot my previous gloomy life and became extremely happy every day. Yao Yao is such an optimistic child. Yi Yang said with a smile. It would be great if the children she gave birth to in the future were as smart as her. This thought passed through him. But it made him stunned for a moment. He scratched his cheek. I have just graduated from college a year or 2 ago, and it is too early to get married, let alone have children. Forget it. He shook his head and checked the report on the progress of the new school's construction. With the epic-making architecture and architectural concepts provided by Yixinhe Technology Company, the construction of the park can be said to be making rapid progress. The construction is generally completed. Yi Yang is naturally not short of money. More than 1 trillion yuan in cash will not be spent until it is wasted. The work is contracted in modules, and each small part has a senior construction team. The speed is astonishing. It's almost time to recruit faculty and staff. Once the recruitment is completed, the basic campus will be fully completed. Although the internal details of the park have not yet been completely completed, it is enough to be publicized. Yi Yang directly opened the authorization. As long as new media traffic owners have more than 1 million fans, they can enter the park for on-site shooting, with a time limit of 3 hours per person. The school Yi Yang wants to build now is top-notch in China. Any news related to this university can easily bring strong traffic. Therefore, these traffic owners are also very jealous and sign up one after another. All kinds of big versus and big up owners spontaneously came over to shoot promotional videos. Some even broadcast live directly in the park. Every time, it can cause exclamations on the Chinese internet. This is exactly like the blueprint. Oh my God. This is so beautiful. It's really a villa accommodation area. How much does it cost this year? This laboratory is too grand. This astronomical telescope looks awesome. It's so big. The gardens and woods on campus have a fairy tale-like atmosphere. Completely futuristic Chinese style, grand and grand. Studying here is more luxurious than the environment enjoyed by ancient emperors. There are also various smart devices. It's so sci-fi. Everyone was shocked by this unprecedented magnificence. In reality, even For a prestigious super prestigious school, the promotional videos are so beautiful, but when you actually go to the school for a walk, you will find that your eyes and other people's cameras are completely different. It's good, but it's good in a way that's very common in the real world. But Jiangjing, this university, feels like a dream. Is this really a campus that can exist in this era? Too strong. Yishenhao, awesome. Everyone is boiling. The video quickly spread to the international internet, and countless people forwarded it, calling China awesome. I have never seen such a splendid and majestic building complex. Someone actually told me that this is a school. Has China developed to this point? I am ignorant. It is simply a dream university beyond imagination. If we talk about the environment alone, a Harvard master's degree student, say that although the environment on Harvard campus is beautiful, it is not as good as this. I wonder how much it costs to study abroad at this school. I think I can consider it if it's less than $10 million a year. I hope the school will post your announcement soon. Foreigners were also shocked by the school's spirit and generosity. The heat soared directly into the sky. The physical facilities and environment of this school alone are enough to crush any other school in the world. Well-deserved and undisputed environmental number one. What's the use of a good light environment? It's just an empty shell. Haha, don't end up failing to build a famous school. All the money will be wasted, and we will have to pay off our debts by then. Ha ha ha. That's right. I heard at international forums that the SARS consortium is currently engaged in educational contraction and strict control of the outflow of educational resources. I can take down this Jiangjing just by seeing this strategy. Oh? Is this SARS consortium very powerful? Oh. It's more than amazing. They are one of the top 10 financial groups in the United States, and they monopolize a lot of top resources in the world. They have a lot of educational resources in their hands. They obviously want to target Jiangjing, who doesn't know the heights of the world. So Jiangjing is not doomed. Ha ha ha, that's right, just wait and collect the money. I think the jump on the last day was all the money invested by the SARS consortium, right? We made a fortune with the SARS consortium. This is so cool. All the companies and groups participating in the gambling exchange information, and the people in charge get together to discuss. They all think so. This time the SARS consortium took action. It basically announced the outcome of Jiangjing's gambling world. That's losing. After all, that is the SARS consortium, one of the top 10 financial groups in the world. Within Yandingshan Manor, Jiangjing looked at the report in front of him and frowned. Double salary, why don't you come? Jiangjing was a little surprised. It seems that the SARS consortium's monopoly on educational resources is not just talk. The deterrent power to these scientists is simply terrible. Even with double the salary, it is difficult to get them to come. It seems that we have to think of other ways. Jiangjing pondered. China only has a part of the world's top educational talents, and most of them belong to more than 200 other countries. It is not easy to break the control of foreign countries over top scientific research talents. Go and connect with them one by one first. If 2 times is not enough, 4 times, and if 4 times is not enough, 8 times. Jiangjing said. Let's try to use money to open the way for the time being. However, he also knows that the real top scientific research talents do not care much about treatment and money. A few million or tens of millions a year is enough to eat, wear and buy luxury houses, and the rest of the time is basically spent on scientific research. Not to mention the top scientific research masters in China, who are not very interested in money. They have been working hard all their lives and have made every effort to contribute. 2 days later, some teachers from famous Chinese schools and scientists and academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences who admired Yi Yang were ready to work at Yiyang's university. The Chinese government attached great importance to this matter. Many academicians were mobilized to work in the new school. But an internationalized school must have its internationalized part. It is definitely not enough to have only famous Chinese teachers and scientific research masters. At least a dozen Nobel Prize winners must be recruited. After thinking about it, Yi Yang raised his lips. I thought of an idea. Tomorrow, meeting. Second update. The next day. The project team members were restless in the conference room. They were also very enthusiastic about building a famous school. And Yi Yang took out 1 trillion. It was enough to prove his confidence. And in recent work, the connection with various Chinese departments can also feel the urgent expectations of other departments. Many academicians expressed their desire to come here for a low salary. This kind of touching made them full of energy. The preliminary work was indeed very smooth. However, the recruitment of international teachers encountered unimaginable resistance. Most of the top scientific research talents are in Europe and the United States, but they are all firmly controlled. Even if the price is 4 times the salary, only a small part is willing to come. They tried their best, but they couldn't think of how to pull the other party over. The boss is holding a meeting today. I guess he is here to criticize them for their slow progress. They also know about the bet against the whole world. If this thing fails, the boss will have to pay more than 10 trillion. They tremble just thinking about it. The boss must be under great pressure. Alas, we can understand it. Even if we get scolded later, we will never blame the boss. They are all doing psychological work and psychological construction in their hearts. After a while, the door opened. A handsome figure walked in handsomely. Boss. Although everyone was ready to be scolded, seeing Yi Yang's face full of smiles. It seems that he is not here to scold people. Did we guess wrong? They are all a little confused. Yi Yang sat in the main seat and casually glanced at the current progress. It seems that throwing money doesn't work. Yes. Some people are trapped by capital, some are controlled by the power behind Europe and the United States, and some don't care about money. The deputy team leader concluded. We have solved the problems of those who were trapped by capital with money. Most of these people hated their original country. Now that they are liberated, they are willing to come to China to be professors. Just this group of people is enough for a famous university. However, if we want to build a world-class university, I'm afraid it's not enough. The team members reported. Yes. Yi Yang nodded. Those controlled by the official forces of Europe and the United States are generally national treasure scientists in core fields. These people are firmly controlled. Looking at the whole world, there will not be more than 2 digits. Each of them has infinite gold content. Even for the top famous schools, it is extremely rare for a school to have 1 or 2 national treasure scientists. There are already 2 such national treasure scientists in the Chinese Academy of Sciences who are ready to take up their posts. There is no shortage. Including Yi Yang, there are 3. After all, Yi Yang's achievements in controlled nuclear fusion are enough to be called a national treasure scientist. Any country that acquires such technology can make a huge change in a short period of time and stand proudly among the world's powerful countries. Counting Yi Yang. Now the school already has 3 core national treasure-level experts in medicine, biology, and physics. Even the world's top schools can only compete with them with 2 or 3. It's enough. The most difficult one is the third type. They are not interested in money, they just go with the flow, there is no motivation to make them move, and they only have a passion for science in their hearts. These people account for the largest proportion, and they will also be the core scientific research backbone of the school in the future. This third type is the scientists that cannot be recruited at all now. Do you have any good suggestions for these people? Yi Yang asked lightly. No idea at all. We have almost exhausted all means, villas, luxury cars, treatment, wages. They are not interested. Someone said helplessly. Oh? Yi Yang smiled. I do have some ways, you can try. Really? The people in the project team never expected that Yi Yang was not here to urge progress, but to help. Yi Yang nodded to Yumomo. Yumomo took out many information books and textbook-like things in the box. What is this? Everyone looked at these things, all puzzled. What strange things did the boss bring again? They picked up those textbooks, flipped through a few pages, and found that they were indeed textbooks, but the content on them was like a heavenly book. Those who can sit in this project team have a low academic degree. There are a lot of graduate students from famous universities. But they can hardly understand the content of these textbooks. Yi Yang smiled and took out the list. Send these textbooks and letters according to the names of the corresponding scientists on this list. In a few days, they will naturally come. What? Everyone found it incredible. Boss, are you serious? They spent a lot of effort to persuade those scientists to teach, but now the boss actually gave them a few heavenly books. And then directly confirmed that those scientists will come in a few days. This is too outrageous? However, the boss' words certainly make sense. They all went back to prepare. Hopefully, it will really work. Yi Yang sat in the boss chair, playing with a pen spinner. What is that? Yumomo saw Yi Yang's extremely confident look and couldn't help but ask curiously. Something that top scientists absolutely cannot refuse. Yi Yang smiled lightly. In a few days, it will be the time to witness a miracle. Puff. Yumomo smiled and stopped asking. Yi Yang nodded. There was no way to explain the system's things, and he didn't want others to know. He scanned the report yesterday and realized the problem. Since those researchers don't care about money, then use what he cares about to impress them. What they care about is higher science and technology. So, he browsed the system mall for a long time. I really found some textbooks of the future world, which are all high-end scientific principles. What he just sent out are the first textbooks of various disciplines. There are many more to come, so there is no need to worry that they will not stay here. In addition, the experimental environment he can provide is better than any other country in the world in many disciplines. The parameters of the laboratory are also sent over. There is no need to worry that those scientists will not come. The result came out faster than Yi Yang expected. That night, many scientists from neighboring countries were scrambling to apply to come here. Some even booked their tickets that night, and flew here directly. When the European and American countries reacted the next day, the top leaders were all stunned. Where are our scientists? All ran away? So many ran away overnight? Hurry up and keep an eye on the rest. On the Sal's Foundation building, Miro Sal's was leisurely smoking a cigar, and the secretary ran up. In a panic. First update. How can this be? Milo Sar stood up quickly, not even bothering to smoke his cigar, and looked at the list of scientists who had left Europe and the United States for China. Among them are many celebrities in the scientific community and super bosses from top schools. Top backbone. Crazy. Crazy. He threw the cigar to the ground angrily and stamped it out. Didn't I warn them? How dare they go to China? We followed up with those scientists before, and they all expressed that they were not interested in the conditions offered by China, so we did not continue to follow up. We only focused on ensuring that those national treasure-level scientists would not be poached. I don't know what kind of magic Yi Yang cast. It's like these top scientists were possessed by evil spirits. They basically all packed up their clothes last night, and some of them flew away overnight with their families. Is this your attitude when working around me? Milo Sar slapped the table. Do you want to use the word magic to excuse me for such a major mistake? The secretary was also aggrieved. It's not her fault. Who would consider such a surreal element as a system? Without the system Mal, Yi Yang would not have been able to produce this time-honored scientific knowledge. So, Salsa's approach of controlling educational resources is simply unsolvable. There is almost no other person in the world who can solve this problem so quickly. It is normal for the secretary to be confused. What are you still doing? Let me check. Milo Sars was so angry that his face turned red. Yes. The secretary turned around repeatedly and went down. What a new Chinese will. You really have a good method. Milo Sars gritted his teeth and looked towards the east of the world, with anger in his eyes. He originally thought that this blockade would be enough to completely kill Yi Yang. With just one word of his own, this heroic and ambitious tenth will of China could be defeated. It seems now. Not only did he underestimate the other party, he was absolutely wrong. He felt his face burning with pain. As one of the top 10 shadow emperors, he has not been so embarrassed for who knows how many years. Only the last card left. He exhaled and sat on the sofa. However, this card is also a fatal card. No matter how awesome you are, you will never be able to solve it. In the end, you will still lose. The right to speak in the world is still in your hands. In the hands of the top 10 financial groups in the United States. He sneered and slowly lit up a cigar again, his cold smile flooding the noisy smoke. China. In the past few days, scientists from all over the world, bringing their families with them, came to China resolutely. They were all received by Yi Yang personally. Science is the primary productive force. When these talents come to China, they will profoundly change China's future. Whoever masters these cutting-edge scientific talents will have a say in the future direction of the world. Yi Yang is not short of money at all. The resettlement fees and benefits will naturally be paid in full as promised. There are so many big guys coming to China from all over the world, far exceeding our expectations, we can hardly handle them anymore. The people on the project team exclaimed. They all thought of Yi Yang's confidence and strategizing expression during the meeting 2 days ago. Boss, you are really amazing. I really don't know what those things are. These top scientific research leaders in the world seem to be possessed by demons, and they came to China without hesitation. Haha, maybe. That's why the boss can sit in that seat at such a young age. Maybe the boss really knows magic? Haha. What kind of magic? If it's magic too. Anyway, the number of top scientists recruited this time has almost doubled than expected. We were worried about too few people before, but now we should worry about too many people. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the project team threw their heads back and laughed. Happy. What a pleasure. In the hall, scientists from all over the world looked worried when they heard that the bidding amount had been exceeded. Especially afraid that Yi Yang will not want them and drive them back. Although the language used in those textbooks was more like encrypted cipher text, Yi Yang gave them the decryption key in the letter. After translating the language in those textbooks, they were all shocked. That is a further truth in various disciplines. If you really read that book thoroughly, you can easily win the highest award in each category. That's what they want all their lives. Unfortunately, what was sent to them was only a small part of the first part, not all. Therefore, they all rushed to China extremely crazy. They all know that if they are too late, they may be stopped by European and American high-level officials. When even Chinese scientists wanted to return to the country, the United States put them under house arrest and forced them to remain in confinement, preventing them from returning to the country, let alone their own scientists who were originally from Europe and the United States. You won't push us back, will you? I brought my family here with me. It's a desperate move. Don't abandon us. Scientific truth. The only thing I want in life. Even if it means staying as a security guard, I will accept it. A group of scientists are constantly expressing their opinions. All the project team members were stunned. That's not what you said when we went to do your work a few days ago. Don't you all think there is nothing in the world that I care about anymore? Aren't they all? Stop wasting your efforts and go back? These are simply two faces. They all shook their heads and smiled bitterly, but they felt extremely happy inside. Damn, you were indifferent to me the past 2 days, but you can't stand up today? Although this statement is a bit earthy, when it actually happened to the project team staff, it still made me feel so happy. Boom. The door opened. Yi Yang's figure walked in. These scientists all knew that these things were taken out by this young man. At this time, they all looked at him with admiration. Don't worry, I will accommodate you as much as you have. Yi Yang stood on the stage and reassured many scientists, China can afford to support you. Call. The scientists were all relieved, it would be great if they could stay. They all applauded. You must be more concerned about whether the experimental environment I mentioned in the letter can be fulfilled 100%. I don't like nonsense. Let's go directly and talk to you in the experimental area. Yi Yang waved his hand. All the scientists' eyes brightened. They thought that after coming to China, they would have to accept China's complicated procedures. At least, they would not be able to escape from listening to the leaders talking loud and empty words for a whole day. This was part of the reason why many of them did not want to come to China. After all, truth seekers who study science hate spending their time on useless things. This Yi Yang really broke their traditional impression of China. Second update. Is this really a laboratory that can be built in this era? After taking a tour, all the scientists were confused. They are the most cutting-edge part of the world. The world's top professor. They may not dare to say to what extent Earth science has developed, but they know very well what level the limits have reached in their respective fields. But here it is. The accuracy of these instruments is almost an order of magnitude higher than the previous experimental instruments. Many auxiliary instruments have never been touched before. It is said that China is very backward in the manufacturing of precision instruments. Did you expect that it has reached this level? It's incredible. It seems that living in a corner makes me view the world like the frog at the bottom of the well in the Chinese proverb. This is the future. All the scientists were extremely excited. Yi Yang also smiled slightly. In the manufacturing of scientific instruments, China's current level is indeed far behind the world's top level. Even if there are some that can catch up with Europe and the United States, there are only a few. After all, some of the manufacturers of precision scientific instruments in the United States have been around for hundreds of years. Many of China's scientific research instrument manufacturers have only been around for decades or even more than 10 years. These instruments were built overnight by a black technology company using ultra-rare concepts. Some parts are even made by factories directly under the black technology company. There are even only one or two in the world now, and they were all moved here directly by Yi Yang. After the top school construction projects are completed, these manufacturing methods will be sold to the outside world in the form of patents, first to China and then to the world. This will enable China's scientific research instrument manufacturing level to surpass that of Europe and the United States. We must stay. This is simply a paradise for scientific research. Mr. Yi, I don't want any of those benefits. As long as I can do research here and not be disturbed too much by others, and don't let me go to those boring meetings and the like, I'll be satisfied. Many top scientific research leaders spoke one after another. Extremely enthusiastic. Yi Yang smiled. The salary must not be reduced. Otherwise your old employer will think that China cannot afford scientists. He turned around. The future of science is at your feet and mine. That's right. Many top scientists have not been as bloody as they are today for who knows how long. All excited. Yi Yang said, if you don't mind, you can submit your project today and use these laboratories. The scientists cheered and all went back to write reports. From today on, most of the world's top disciplines and the top scientific research and experimental data will be in China. And the top-level construction of our own top university has been completed. Just need to recruit students. With the layout and work ahead, he didn't believe anyone could resist the call of this kind of school. As long as he is determined to study. Facing a campus with the best environment and the strongest teachers in the world, where you can have access to Nobel Prize-winning masters. Anytime and anywhere, you will be crazy. Boss, do you want to start recruiting students? You asked silently. Yi Yang sneered, what's the hurry? I haven't played the last card yet. Since you want to hold back a big move, then hold back a big enough one. Umo blinked his eyes and nodded suddenly. The boss is right. Enrollment is the last step before a school is built. As long as the enrollment information is released, it will be completely revealed. Yi Yang, on the other hand, pursues a one-hit kill. When recruiting students, you can kill with one blow and seal your throat with one sword. Let those who dare to bet against you be immediately cooled down. In his imagination, There is one last step. Only after completing that step can the ultimate move be considered completed. He looked at the west of the world with an expectant smile on his lips. Milieu, I look forward to the look in your eyes when you see me wielding my sword. A year and a half ago, who would have dared to believe that an ordinary young man who had just graduated from a university in China would spend trillions in cash flow and make the top 10 shadow emperors of the United States change their minds? Just think about that scene. Yi Ying's heart was full of expectations. After all, this is his first official confrontation with the most powerful force in the old world. Resettlement fees continue to pour out of the trillions in cash flow. The system has been quiet. The next round of rewards should be given out after all the placement fees have been spent. Yi Yang is not anxious. Now he has enough knowledge in his hands, and he has enough patience and confidence to control the excitement off the anticipation of new rewards. 2 days passed. Media from various countries finally reacted. All kinds of news flow to all corners of the world. However, it has not been confirmed yet. The top professor of high-energy physics in the United States left Stanford and came to China to teach. The supermaster of electronics in the Kingdom of the Sun left China overnight the night before. The top professor of new materials in England settled in the top university, founded by Yi Shenhao. News like this is running wildly on the internet in various countries. At first, everyone thought this was Yi Shenhao's smoke bomb to win the bet. However, as the news becomes more and more, they weren't sure either. Did he really summon so many big guys to the school he held? It's incredible. Yes, it's incredible. How did you do that? There's no official announcement yet. Is it just a rumor? I think these overwhelming rumors are no different from official announcements. If the world's top experts in so many disciplines really gather together, this school will already have teachers that can surpass all the top universities, and they are still crushing. I really can't imagine. I think it's just a smoke bomb. It's definitely a smoke bomb. This is absolutely impossible. Europe and the United States jointly issued a ban, and the SALS consortium personally banned it. There is no way he can get so many top bosses to agree. Even if these big guys agree, the top leaders of various countries will never agree. I think it must be made-up news. On the internet, there is a lot of noise. The people in charge of monitoring scientists in various countries all had blushing faces. Looking at these news, they wished they could crawl into the cracks in the ground. They know that the person really ran away. Originally, they were only trying to prevent Yi Yang, a lunatic, from sending people to rob the scientists. They knocked the scientists unconscious with a stick on the street, put them in sacks, and took them back to China. But no one expected that those scientists, like crazy, would take the initiative to drill into China. I can't even look at it. Following the escape of scientists a few nights ago, in the past few days, there have been many top professors and bosses who, like taking ecstasy, would rather go to China illegally. It's crazy. The forces under Yi Yang are not vegetarian. As long as a scientist expresses his desire to go to China, he will disappear the next day no matter what, and then reappear with the photos taken by intelligence officers at the emerging university in China. How on earth did he do it? Show me. If you do it again, your salary will be deducted for a year. The person in charge roared. First update. Just when the rumors reached their peak, The official website directly published the relevant news. The university founded by Yi Yang has now recruited more than 3,000 professors and lecturers. Among them, there are 20 to 30 Nobel Prize winners. Almost all of them were well known in the academic world before. How many Nobel Prize winners are still alive in the world? Everyone was stunned. The rumors in the past few days are actually true. This environment, this faculty, absolutely crushes all schools, Harvard, Stanford. Compared with this faculty, they are no match. Ahem, among these 3,000 people, many are from these two schools, right? This is a comparison, it's even more embarrassing. Puff. The comment area laughed. But they couldn't figure out how Yi Yang did it. It's simply a miracle. Relying on money? It's impossible. In the past few days, as the popularity of Yi Yang's school building has risen, many people have been educated about the SALS consortium. This is a super consortium, truly rich enough to rival a country. Money is just a piece of paper to them. No matter how rich Yi Yang is, he can't compete with this terrifying giant. In terms of financial resources, the top 10 consortiums together can set off a world economic storm. If you ask me, Yi Shenhao is a legend. Maybe the country is behind it? Don't guess blindly, it's useless. Yi Shenhao YYDS is over. Awesome. It said in the video that many of the professors who came here have signed contracts, even lifelong contracts. The general trend has been determined. Those forces participating in the bet are all wilted. They sat on the chairs, dejected. The general trend has been determined, and becoming a top school is just a matter of time. We still have a chance. Their school is too shallow, it is impossible to be rated as a top school. We don't even know how many students they can recruit by then. That's right. Moreover, the SALS consortium is obviously targeting Yi Yang this time. What level of existence is the SALS consortium? How could they just admit defeat like that? That's right, there must be a chance to turn the tables. We can still win. Everyone was excited. Although now they can only put their hopes on the SALS consortium, which makes them feel unsure. But they can only hope that the SALS consortium will be stronger. That's one of the top 10 consortiums. How could they lose? They all consoled themselves in this way. The next day, the official website of the famous school project team issued another announcement, reporting the amount of expenditure for the second round. This time, the resettlement fee and the recruitment funds spent, plus all kinds of messy expenses. A total of 280 billion. This is really a waste of money. Oh my god, the initial construction, plus the recruitment of talents, this is 600 billion Chinese yuan. It's more than that, right? The infrastructure costs in recent days have not been counted, only the second round of expenses for resettlement fees and recruitment funds and other talents have been counted. It's terrible. The cost of building a world-class university is really terrible. The super-large project that involved the whole of China back then, the South to North Water Diversion Project. All the expenses added up, was only 300 billion. Even considering inflation, it's not as expensive as this school. After all, it's the future of science, and it's going to be the world's #1. Yi Shenhao is really bold. I admire you so much. Not bad. Yi Yang smiled slightly. 600 billion may indeed be a lot, but it's not a lot compared to the money to be earned. There are 1.5 trillion in the betting pool, and winning is 3 trillion. It's really a big win. Ding. It is detected that the host has spent 288.8 billion Chinese yuan on recruiting talents. The reward is the position of the president of the International Academic Evaluation Organization, plus a targeted identity card, plus 50,000 face value. Yi Yang's heart moved. Spending the same amount of money, the rewards are getting more and more stingy. However, the occasional special critical hit will also give people unexpected surprises. He complained in his heart. This time, he spent a lot of face value on buying those textbooks. These rewards are just enough for me to make back my money. Yi Yang sighed. Why not reward face value for spending face value? He smiled and thought jokingly. He checked the International Academic Evaluation Organization. The content of its daily work is to evaluate academic institutions in various countries in the world. It is the world's authority in this regard. It even works part-time to monitor and review the release of some authoritative papers. It is the largest organization to maintain world academic fairness. Of course, the above are of no use to Yi Yang now. The point is, this organization is still the most credible school ranking list production organization in the world. His last worry was also solved. The evaluation agencies have the final say in Europe and the United States. If the South Foundation cheats and refuses to rate his school, it will be hard to explain. Even if his school's hard power and soft power are really the best in the world. If they don't recognize it, this bet will become a mess in the end. However, Yi Yang was not worried about this matter. He had a plan from the beginning, but with the system's reward, he didn't have to go to great lengths to implement his final plan. Is there another directional identity card? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. As long as you use this card within the limited scope of this identity card, you can get the corresponding. For example, if this card is in the financial direction, you can designate any financial company on the earth and become its boss. Although there are restrictions, it is also a magic weapon. Yi Yang put it away carefully. Boss. The project team walked in. Now that we are about to enter the enrollment stage, should we give our school a name? The person in charge asked. Yi Yang pondered for a moment and nodded solemnly. There was only one project name before, but the school needs a name to have its cohesion. According to foreign traditions, since this school was established by you, the boss, it should be called Yi Yang University. The person in charge suggested. Yi Yang shook his head. Boss, aren't you going to call it this name? The person in charge was a little surprised. This is a good opportunity to leave a name in history and be remembered forever. The name of this university is destined to shine in the world for many years in the future. The boss is not going to name this university after himself? Yi Yang smiled slightly. He already had an answer in his heart for the name of this university. Second update, weekly no prize quiz. Guess what the name of the school is in Yi Yang's mind. Then, boss, what name are you going to give this school? The person in charge adjusted his glasses and asked. Diyu ruled the 9 states, and Yanhuang opened China. Yi Yang said lightly, since we want to be a world-class school, our school will be called China 9 States Academy. The person in charge was shocked by Yi Yang's courage and admired him very much. It is really admirable that he can give up his own name and spread the name of China 9 states to the world. He solemnly recorded the name. As you wish. After he turned around, the whole person seemed to have more strength than before. This school is not built just for the boss. It is the business card of China's future. In the future, every Chinese will be proud and honored. He was fortunate to be the person in charge of this project, and at this moment, he felt the boss's determination and glory. Yi Yang himself is the official core, and the news of the approval of the school name came down soon. Then, the name of Huaxia Jiuzhou University spread all over the streets. Before this, people who knew about this thought that this school would be like Stanford University in foreign countries. Named after himself. After all, this school was founded from the project to the completion. It was completely his own idea. He provided all the funds, and recruited the teachers himself. No one would say no to naming this school after him. But he still used a name that can represent Huaxia's business card. Just this courage and responsibility, this feeling. It is moving. This person is good. I want to go even more. Now it's not whether we want to go, but whether they are willing to accept us. Yes, now their environment and teachers are the best in the world, and they only lack the empty things such as reputation and years. It's really not something that ordinary people can go if they want to. This name spread farther and farther. Many people have heard of the name of this school. Many people are tempted. And the people who bet against it are completely panicked. This Yi Yang has really become a force to be reckoned with. It's probably very difficult to stop him. Damn it, who knows if he really has 1 trillion. Maybe. He didn't have 1 trillion originally, and all he spent was the money we put in the bet. This? On the Sal's building. Miro Sal's watched the intelligence coming in one after another. He was no longer as calm as he was a few days ago. He sat there gloomily, and the whole person fell into the shadow. This Yi Yang is really good at tricks. He took a puff of his cigar. If I didn't have the last card in my hand, he would have almost won this game. A man who can stand at the backbone of the world, every one of them should not be underestimated. He has now put away his pride and contempt. It's a pity that it seems that it's too late to face this opponent. The only thing missing is enrollment. No matter how powerful and influential the Sal's consortium is, it's impossible to order everyone in the world not to enroll in their school, right? If he had that ability, he would not be called one of the 10 shadow emperors of the United States, but directly called the world emperor. Half of the battle has been lost. Even if the other half will definitely win. But the ending is doomed to be inglorious. Facing the inquiries of the other 9 shadow emperors, he felt a long-lost anger. Since he succeeded to this position, he has never suffered such a failure. He sighed. The secretary next to him came up excitedly. I found out. These scientists left because of some secret packages. After receiving those secret packages, they were taken away to China. Miro looked at the report, which was very detailed. Which force took away which scientist at what time and in what way. However, after reading it, he was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. It's already this time, what's the use of you finding it? He wanted to kick this big-butt secretary off the roof of the building. The secretary lowered his head and pouted helplessly. The forces under Yi Yang were also extremely powerful. How could it be so easy to find out? You old idiot, you sit on the building smoking cigars every day and do nothing. If you are so capable, why don't you check it yourself? She cursed in her heart and turned into a telegraph operator in Huagua Mountain. After Moreau calmed down, he said, okay, keep the remaining people safe. It's better to put them all in solitary confinement than let them run away again. But this violates the democracy and freedom we promised them, the secretary said. They value this very much. Freedom? What is freedom? Did I say that? Miro waved his hand impatiently. Go and do it. By the way, get me a package. I want to see what's in the package. Those packages are automatically destroyed after reading. We can't intercept the specific content. We only heard during intelligence collection that it seems to contain the future of various disciplines, the secretary said. What the hell is the future of science? When did your efficiency become so low? Milo * sales slammed the table. The majesty of the top 10 financial groups is too great, and you have become accustomed to comfort and have completely lost the ability to fight, right? Don't explain to me. If it doesn't work, bring the CIA and FBI to me. I must see the specific future of science. Looking at the furious Moreau, the secretary didn't dare to say anything more and had to turn around and leave. While walking, he cursed Moreau in his heart. You old man, I'll make you angry to death. These days, Yi Yang has been very comfortable. The most difficult stage has been passed. The rest of the things can almost be done in a logical way. Just follow the steps. Soak in the hot spring with the maid and feel the happiness with the toys exchanged in the system mall. After the 81 styles, Shou finally relaxed completely. Boss. You're too strong. Haha. Yi Yang put away the car repair tools and said with a smile, you're not bad either. You look weak at ordinary times, but when you get serious, your strength should not be underestimated. Tisk. Shou gave Yi Yang a charming look. That Yi Yang pinched her little face. Go wash it. It's all stuck on your face. Ah. Shou's face turned red instantly, and she hurried to the bathroom to take a bath as if she was escaping. Yi Yang shook his head with a smile, stretched his waist and walked to the balcony. Looking at the manor. It will take some time for the campus to be completely repaired and the teachers to be settled and handed over. During this period of time, everyone should be more relaxed. Just when I was thinking about how to have fun these days. A message rushed into his message list. First update, did everyone guess the name correctly? Hee. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Shou Company and Shou Company jointly issued a letter to the public. 8G technology has been successfully developed, and communication technology may enter the next era. This is a publicity draft. Just last night, the 8G technology jointly developed by Shou Company and Shou Company was successfully developed. However, it has not been publicly announced yet. The official announcement time is tonight. This draft is also intended for Yi Yang to make the final finalization. After all, in this process, the advanced technology concept provided by Shou has contributed greatly. It's quite fast. Yi Yang was a little surprised. It's only been 2 or 3 months. It has been completely developed successfully. Recently, Shou Company has been making breakthroughs. Every small breakthrough will increase the stock price. Now, he has made a lot of money. After hearing the news from Yi Yang, Buffett couldn't stop laughing. Once this news is released, it will cause countless waves. Yi Yang flipped through the announcement. A smile also appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now the United States has barely developed 5G. This is a super progress that transcends the times. Moreover, it is an important pillar industry like the backbone of the world. In the meeting room of the Joint Development of Shou, and Shen Tuesday, the United States is probably going to panic now. That's right. However, this is both an opportunity and a threat to us. If the United States is jealous, we are afraid that we will have a hard time. Yes, it is true. There are also many worried people in the meeting room. Then can we just give up like this? We can't stop progressing and developing just because we are afraid of his threats, right? This is impossible. The person in charge of Shen, too, frowned. Shou is also a big company. When there are many people, there are many internal opinions. If you dare not announce it, Shen too can announce it on your behalf and attribute all the credit for the research and development to us. In this way, if the United States wants to swing the sword, it will be on our heads. He said lightly, we are not afraid of them. After all, Shen too has no business dealings that require the United States to intervene. All the technology is self-developed. That's awesome. This sentence made all the people who were worried at the scene dare not speak. In the end, all eyes were on Ren, the general manager of Shou. After all, 8G technology is still the main research and development of Shou company, and the person in charge of Shentu also looked over. We developed this technology just to use it. Mr. Ren said in a deep voice, tonight, hold a press conference to announce this matter. The final word was made, and no one else dared to say anything. That night, the news that Shou company's 8G communication technology research was successful was instantly spread. All parties were shocked. This is super big news, even more awesome than the 5G event back then. This spans 3 eras at once, isn't it too awesome? The United States is probably going to go completely crazy this time. Haha. Everyone who got the news had a premonition that something big was coming. There have been so many big things recently, including the establishment of a world-class university, and breakthroughs in core technologies. China is blessed by God, and will soon break through those restrictions and rise completely. Haha. I think you are just blindly optimistic, and you laughed too early. How awesome are Europe and the United States? What the hell? It's just a small communication technology. People don't care at all, just use 2 tricks to knock you down. Report the above. Maybe it's 500,000. Haha. Don't dream, I'm just a pure idiot. I haven't received a penny, I just can't stand seeing China do well. What's the matter? Europe and the United States are awesome. Long live the European and American fathers. What can you rubbish do to me? This idiot. Many people downstairs were furious when they saw this message, but it was true that there was no way to deal with him. The law is not sound now. There is no way to deal with scoundrels. People can disgust you at will without taking any responsibility. However, soon, a comment was pushed up by a high like. Everyone who saw it was very excited. The light of righteousness. Everyone looked at the comment and the comment ID, and they were all excited. Yi Shenhao, a new law has just been passed, specifically targeting idiots like you. You will be exiled immediately for insulting the motherland. From now on, you will no longer be a Chinese citizen. If you like Europe and the United States, go there and bark and beg for food to see if anyone will give you food. Yi Shenhao, you are really the light of righteousness. It's so cool. I have long wanted to sanction these idiots. It's better to exile them. This kind of trash, foreigners don't want him, just starve him to death. Yi Yang put down his phone indifferently. This person has made such remarks more than once, and it has caused a bad influence, which is a serious case. The punishment of exile is not excessive. The stock rose in response. The next day, it rose a lot. This epoch-making breakthrough is so exciting. Due to the time zone difference. America. The news was received one step later. What? How long has it been? They have come up with 8G? Are they kidding? This is too outrageous. It's simply a fantasy. All parties in the United States immediately gathered for a meeting. Chairman of a high-end technology company, China's technology in this area has completely surpassed ours. 7-star Admiral, last time we had no way to deal with the divine land, but this Xia has it, there must be a way to deal with it. That's right, this kind of pillar industry must not be lost again and again. It's only been more than a year, and China has made 3 or 4 core breakthroughs. If we don't give them a head-on blow and let them know who has the final say, our blockade will really be broken. A senior official of the United States said lightly. The top 10 financial groups have also put pressure on us. We must not lose this battle. Do our best to sanction. Completely cut off the supply. Stop all the wafers. No company in the world is allowed to provide them with wafers. Even parts and any related support are not allowed. Whoever provides them will be sanctioned. A group of senior officials of the United States made decisions one after another. At this moment, they had no time to care about their gentlemanly image, and their evil faces that were desperate for profit were exposed. Soon, the sanctions notice from the United States was announced. For a time, the storm was about to come. Sure enough, it's coming. This time the sanctions are many times more severe than the last time, and they are almost completely locking us down. Without Jingyuan, almost all the mobile phone, computer, and tablet businesses will be forced to stop. The faces of Xiaoyu senior management were all serious. Second update. It's not like we haven't had our share of challenges. Mr. Ren said in a deep voice, don't mess up your position. It's really not possible. We still have self-developed wafers. But our wafers are indeed not as good as foreign technologies. Many people in China are taking the lead. It will be a disaster for us when the time comes. Yes, we managed to survive last time, but this time it was even more vicious. We cut off the supply completely, and even the raw materials for producing wafers were not allowed to be exported to us. The wafers we currently have in stock are only enough to last 3 months. If we cannot catch up and develop world-class wafers within 3 months, we may really have to abandon the largest mobile phones, computers, tablet business. Yes, that is such a heavy loss for us. Xiaoyu Company's business itself is very diversified. From various electronic devices to communication base stations to various smart living homes. In addition to precision-level wafers such as computers, mobile phones, and tablets, you can develop and produce wafers needed by other electrical appliances by himself. But if you really cut off the part used to make profits, then Xiaoyu Company will really be in turmoil. These high-level concerns are justified. Mr. Ren sighed, how could he not know this truth? However, there is no good solution to think of. Within 3 months, we will do our best. Even if we are forced to use our own backward wafers in the end. We must not hand over 8G technology to the United States. Mr. Ren slammed the table and set the tone. This. Although the executives wanted to say something else, they could only remain silent. Although they have shares, they have no equity. Xiaoyu's company's equity is all in the hands of President Ren. In other words, they share the money, but the decision-making power rests with Mr. Ren. Soon. News of the super sanctions imposed by the United States instantly filled the internet. Haha, Xiaoyu is going to be doomed now, right? Trash Xiaoyu. He is bound to be patriotic every day. I wish he would die quickly. Apple mobile phones are the gods forever. Those patriotic garbage, go and buy it. If you don't buy it, Xiaoyu will go out of business. You won't have anywhere to buy it in the future. Are the people upstairs crazy? Those who praise them are all about their mentality? Anyway, I will support Xiaoyu company. The enemy of our enemy must be our friend. What's more, Xiaoyu is still our country's own company. That's right. This is not about sanctioning a company. It is clearly an attempt to curb the technological development of our country and bully us Chinese people. I want to ride on our necks forever. We will never agree. I will definitely buy this summer's mobile phone. I hope it can survive. This is one of the few companies in our country that is completely ahead of the world in cutting-edge technology. If he fails, who will dare to spend money on innovation in the future? Who will have the courage to fight against the United States? That's right, no matter what he is. He has naturally become a representative of China's future technology. Hope to break through the blockade. Even if you don't support it, you won't slander others, right? What kind of traitor is there? I just vomited. Those who had previously attacked Xiaoyu company for various reasons became even more arrogant. Obviously. American Daddy recharged them again. However, it is clear that there are still many people who understand the overall situation, and the country's years of compulsory education are still effective. Yi Yang flipped through the comment sections and shook his head. These guys who talk out loud are all self-righteous and smart people. Some of them are paid. And some of them are simply led to the rhythm. The black man yelled, "If you don't buy Xiaoyu, you are unpatriotic." Then a bunch of brainless people believed it, and a few more rhythmic ones came, and everyone followed suit and attacked. Regardless of whether supporting Xiaoyu company is patriotic or not, supporting Xiaoyu company is resisting U.S. sanctions. The United States is the biggest obstacle to China's development. In other words, no matter whether Xiaoyu company itself is good or bad, if you help him, it will have a positive effect on Huaxia's development. Anyone who denies this is either stupid or bad. But for these people who have simple brains and are unwilling to think too much, they just want to follow the crowd and become an internet mob. There are no laws or regulations to sanction it. After all, if a person is born stupid, it cannot be said that he is born to commit a crime, right? In this case, one can only show the sword to the punisher. Completely smash the sanctions imposed by the United States and tear their conspiracy into pieces. Soon. Yi Yang received the report from Shintu. 3 months, things are really urgent. Yi Yang nodded. Now Xiaoyu company has long had wafer drawings, but it has never had the manufacturing tool of a photolithography machine. The accuracy of the photolithography machine determines the level of the wafer. Looking around the world, no country can independently manufacture lithography machines. But the United States is still the world's hegemon. As soon as he spoke, those younger brothers immediately did not dare to provide lithography machines to China. Do you need a high-precision photolithography machine? Yi Yang thought for a while. He now had two choices. The first is to invest in the acquisition of a photolithography machine company, but no matter which one he buys, U.S. sanctions will follow. Those lithography machine companies also import parts from all over the world to assemble their lithography machines. If the United States orders those countries not to sell parts to Yi Yang's lithography company, then the acquired company will still not be able to make lithography machines. Only the second method can be used. Yi Yang's eyes were fixed. From scratch, he thoroughly developed every part and had the ability to completely develop lithography machines in his own country. He stretched out his hand and took out the directional black technology card from the system space. This is the first round of the construction of Huaxia Jiuzhou University, which cost 30 million and was one of the system rewards. I didn't expect that you would have a place to use your skills so soon. Yi Yang did not hesitate. Being able to completely independently manufacture lithography machines is of infinite significance. It can even make the market value of Shou company rise to a higher level. Those companies that rely on assembling parts from all over the world to make lithography machines, such as TSMC, have a market value that has been listed in the world's top 10 companies. What a terrifying position will the market value of a company that can completely independently manufacture lithography machines from scratch reach? Just thinking about it makes people look forward to it and excited. He directly used the directional black technology card. The technology unlocked by these black technology cards, all the principal details, will spontaneously enter Yi Yang's mind. This is true for nuclear fusion technology and photon technology. The same is true for photolithography, machine manufacturing technology. When the information transmitted by the black technology card is finished, in Yi Yang's mind, he has completely understood what to do. How can China be sanctioned so easily? He stood up, his eyes sparkling. The counterattack starts from this moment. First update. The next day, the official website of Shou released an announcement. It will invest in the wafer production project from scratch to help friendly companies survive unreasonable sanctions, and named this project the Falcon Project. The meaning of helping Xia Yu to fight against the United States is obvious. After all, the United States is now called the eagle among the Chinese people. Falcon is naturally a major counterattack against the sanctions against the United States. For a time, the internet was boiling. How is it possible? This is too ridiculous, isn't it? I think it's just for attention. Shou, a game company, actually wants to develop a world-class problem from scratch. It's simply a fantasy. And ridiculous. Yes, I also think they are just trying to attract attention. It's just a pipe dream. I don't know where this rubbish company came from. It said it can build a lithography machine. I'm dying of laughter, clown. Hee hee. Many of the guys who mocked Xia Yu company showed up again and continued to mock Shou company. Those people above are so funny. They probably only receive their American father's salary every day. They don't read the news or pay attention to the market. They don't even know about Shou. Why, this company is awesome. How can TSMC, one of the top 10 companies in the world, be awesome? TSMC can't independently develop cutting-edge lithography machines. How can Shou, who came out of nowhere, do it? Haha, TSMC? Shou is now the world's top super company, with a market value of more than 10 trillion. TSMC has to call itself its younger brother in front of it. You don't know anything, but you are still a frog in the well, arrogant. What? Many people were shocked. After all, Shou is just a newly emerging super company, and its main business is gaming equipment. Therefore, it is very famous among young people and the business community. However, in other circles, its reputation is far less than that. Many middle-aged and elderly people have never heard of the name of this company. Of course, they may not know what Tingshuan is at all. Shou's cash flow should be the largest among all the private companies in China, right? They might really be able to create a miracle. Even if what you said is true, this thing can't be solved with money. Shou company has money, but they haven't developed a cutting-edge lithography machine, right? That's right. The black fans were still not convinced and kept talking back. Just watch, I believe in Shou. They will create miracles. I believe it. 2. Yi Shenhao seems to be a major shareholder of Shou, right? He has been building a top university and a system to combat human trafficking during this period, so he must have made a lot of money. Now he has to spend money on lithography machines. I'm really worried that he will become poor because of this. Yeah, unknowingly. He has spent nearly 1 trillion in such a short period of time recently. Wow. This is definitely more awesome than any richest man in China. I didn't even see his name on the previous Forbes list. It said that many real big groups and tycoons in China will not be included in any rankings for many reasons. Top wealthy families and pillar industries, great power, one company under your control may not be big enough, but if all the industries are added together, I wonder how much more money you have than those richest people. I didn't believe it before, but I believed it after seeing Yi Shenhao. I thought he was only worth hundreds of billions before, but now it seems to be at least trillions, which is terrible. How much money does he have? He has done so many things, I guess he won't give out red envelopes in the live broadcast room in the future. He works for the country and the people, but you are thinking about the red envelopes in his live broadcast room? A little? Brother, the total value of the red envelopes is more than 10 billion. If you are lucky, it will be millions. Life will turn around directly. Ahem, anyway, you are paying attention to the wrong point. Yi Yang was scanning the posts, and he was frowning. After all, there are still many idiots on the internet. Seeing their comments is really unpleasant. But while browsing, I actually saw someone worrying that he would go bankrupt if he spent so much money. Worried that he was too poor to give out red envelopes. He raised the corner of his mouth. Let's not say anything, just start broadcasting. I'm very touched to see that everyone is worried about me recently. Yi Yang said with a smile. Yi Shenhao, you are so awesome. Donated 100 billion yuan to build an anti-trafficking system. Spended another 600 billion yuan to directly invest in building the world's top universities, betting against the whole world. Now, you are going to independently develop cutting-edge lithography machines. This is too awesome. That's right. But can you still hold on? That's money. I dare not even dream of making so much money. Yes, yes. Seeing that fans are so worried about him, Yi Yang smiled slightly, and without saying anything, he sent out 1.5 billion red envelopes, no more words. The red envelopes are proof. Oh my God. Yi Shenhao is generous. It seems that my worries are unnecessary. The Rich are rich, not what I can imagine, woo woo. Yishan held YYDS. Countless praises floated across the barrage. After interacting and chatting with fans for a while, Yi Yang went off the air. America. High-level meeting. This sacred land. Again. Why is it everywhere? The 7-star general slammed the table. I want to use nuclear bombs to flatten their company. Don't be impulsive. They are now China's top company. If they use nuclear weapons against China, we won't survive. The business representatives below were trembling with fear. They just want to make some money, not to die. If China retaliates with a nuclear bomb, who knows who will fall on the head? Humph. The 7-star general was just talking tough. He didn't really dare to launch a nuclear bomb, he was afraid of death. Okay, let's talk about reality. Is it likely that this sacred land can develop a photolithography machine? A senior American official asked. Almost impossible. At least in the next 3 to 5 years, I'm afraid it's impossible. The cutting-edge wafer expert next to him said. Lightly, it's not that I look down on him, but it's a fantasy for any country to independently manufacture the most advanced lithography machine. Even if we are the United States, with the whole country's strength, it is extremely difficult to completely independently manufacture the most advanced lithography machine within 3 years. It's just a company. Even if there is official support from China, it's a joke to want to build a lithography machine by itself. That's right, it used to make gaming equipment, and it didn't use coating technology at all. There are no wafers in the equipment. I don't believe that such a company can make a lithography machine by itself. Second update. Yes, it's so funny. This Shou has never been exposed to anything related to Jingyuan before. Their gaming equipment is a completely different set of technology systems. They actually brazenly talk about building a photolithography machine. Looking at the world, there is no comparison. This is a funny joke. Ha ha. All the high-end American scientific advisors laughed loudly. They don't know that it took them several generations to start from scratch to maintain their current leading edge and cutting edge technology. A god wants to develop such a product that gathers the highest wisdom in the world and is the pinnacle of mankind's current scientific creation within 3 to 5 months. It's simply a fantasy. Don't get any funnier. So, I feel relieved. All the senior officials and generals nodded. If this core technology is surpassed again, it will be really difficult for the United States to sanction China again in the future. One sanction will lead to another breakthrough. If this continues, it won't take long for everyone to break through, and they will impose sanctions. Well, if we conclude that they have no chance at all, we will step up the offensive. We must make him hand over this technology. The 7-star general said calmly. Don't worry, General, I've concluded that Shou company will never survive 4 months. After 4 months, either he will go bankrupt, or he will have to surrender to us and hand over his technology. The wealthy businessman representative rubbed his hands and chuckled. After the discussion, many high-level officials dispersed. The 10 shadow emperors, who had been secretly observing the meeting through video, also withdrew their gaze. This new Chinese will is too capable of causing trouble, one after another. Although the scientific team said that the divine soil cannot be created. But, although this madman named Yi always does crazy things, he does have great abilities. After all, even the battle in the education industry under the control of the Sol's consortium has not been won. All the shadow emperors have dark eyebrows. It is indeed a problem, but we have no way of getting involved in this matter. He is doing research on his own in China. We can't send agents to blow up his factory. In wartime, this behavior is par for the course. But now, despite the economic sanctions on both sides, there will definitely not be an open fire. Therefore, many shadow emperors also knew that this was an immature proposal. We can only hope that the judgment made by our scientific team is correct. The consortium that controls Jingyuan industry said calmly. Doyle Mason glanced at the people in the field and shook his head helplessly. Only when facing a common enemy can conglomerates like the United States speak so calmly. Once you taste the sweetness of monopoly, your oligarchic heart will no longer be silent. Although these guys monopolize many core industries, they will never stop being greedy and want to annex more industries and monopolize more core industries in order to achieve greater power. From different interest perspectives, the top 10 financial groups will form different camps. Before the rise of China, the top 10 financial groups were like a girls' dormitory with 10 girls. It was estimated that hundreds of groups could be formed in private. If we can work together, it won't be so troublesome. Doyle Mason shook his head, but he also knew that this problem cannot be avoided. In any organization composed of multiple people, even in high positions, many people still put their personal desires above collective interests. It is clear that the collective can exert the power of 10,000 miles, but due to the pull and internal friction of the internal fragmentation, it may only be able to exert the ridiculous power of 3 to 5. Me in the end. Thinking of this, he felt a little envious of Huaxia. Of course, this thought was just a passing thought. China. The investment and production lines on the Shinta side are already being set up. It has the technical details provided by itself, plus the working ability and completion ability of Shintu. It is only a matter of time before Jingyuan is produced. Xia, you can just wait until the photolithography machine and wafer are developed before taking care of the matter there. Yi Yang's eyes turned to the Huaxia Jiuzhou Academy again. It's time to give the SARS consortium a gorgeous critical attack. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. Master, are you going to start using your ultimate move? UMO asked with a smile from the side. Yi Yang nodded. Let's pass on the news. The day after tomorrow, there will be a live broadcast promotion meeting in the lobby of Huaxia Jiuzhou. Yi Yang said lightly. Yes. Yumomo was very excited. The boss has been preparing for what happens the day after tomorrow for a long time, and he will definitely make everyone involved in the betting bloody. From the day after tomorrow to the end of the 3-month bet, I am afraid I will have trouble sleeping and eating. This day, many people have received invitation emails. Inside, there are detailed explanations. In Yida's office, Wang Silan flipped through the email sent by Yi Yang. So that's it, the boss is really good at causing trouble, haha. Those who dare to bet against the boss will probably roll their eyes in fear. At Huaya International Investment Headquarters, several deputy directors looked at this email and praised again and again. As expected of the boss, I dare to make a bet. It turns out that I have thought about the plan from beginning to end. When this sword is released tomorrow, the world will be what a surprise. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences, several deans and vice deans gathered together. It's time for Mr. Yi to meet us. He has made outstanding contributions to China's scientific research. It's time for us to give him something in return. Instruction documents also appeared on the desks of major companies with strong backgrounds. Well, this is something that has been notified a long time ago. We will attend. For a time, the news that China Kyushu University was going to hold a public live broadcast conference set off a wave of enthusiasm. Is it going to be open enrollment? It's possible. The faculty and environment are world-class now. Even the most advanced students in China will be tempted. It can be said that it is the most advanced scientific research holy land. In China, many Nobel Prize winners are there. Alas, I don't think I am even qualified to apply. But I haven't heard about the news of open enrollment. I don't think it's this. What else could it be? Huaxiajiuzhou University already has all the conditions required for a university. The country strongly supports it and even has a special evaluation level for it. Only Huaxiajiuzhou University meets this demanding condition. That is to say, if the quality of students meets that requirement after enrollment, Huaxiajiuzhou University will become the top one in China beyond Tsinghua University and Peking University. There is constant heated discussion online. Everyone is speculating on the root cause of this matter. This live broadcast will also be synchronized with the external network. Almost everyone in the world who pays attention to the academic world is waiting for the start of this press conference. First update. Time passed quickly. 2 days later. China Jiuzhou Lecture Hall. The conference was arranged in a grand manner. Service staff ran in the lobby, and the live broadcast equipment had been set up. The clock in the lobby also reached 9 o'clock in the morning. The live broadcast officially began. Countless viewers who were waiting at the entrance of the live broadcast all rushed in. This matter involves the height of China's future education. Education and scientific research involve everyone's future and the future of the country. There are so many people paying attention to this matter. At this time, not only in China, but also internationally, there are countless viewers squatting in the live broadcast room. Almost instantly, the number of people online at the same time in the live broadcast room reached millions. Moreover, this number is still increasing. If it weren't for Shou's complete optimization of the line in advance, such a terrifying viewing traffic would instantly overwhelm any network. One after another, big guys began to enter. The first to appear were several figures that were extremely familiar to Chinese people. Wang Xilin, Mark King, Zhang Ming, Ma Jieka. The richest people in China came out in droves. Oh my God, so many richest people, all of them are here. Awesome. This scene is really amazing. Behind the richest people were the top figures in China, all of whom were representatives of the top companies in China. Among them, there were all kinds of companies. From the strongest companies with national backgrounds, to the most awesome companies in some emerging industries. After these Chinese companies finished their appearance, then the scientific research leaders, wearing various scientific research clothes, entered the scene, sitting next to the entrepreneurs. This, a gathering of big shots. Those sitting in this hall are almost all the top talents in China. Mr. Ye's connections are really amazing. This is the first time that the Hall of China Jiuzhou University has held a conference, and celebrities have gathered. It really deserves to be the world's top school. You called too early. Those who bet with Mr. Yi will probably be scared to death when they see you say this. Haha. It's too real. Don't scare those guys who can't stand. China's good. That's right. The comments were all dazzled. After all, there were too many big shots entering the venue. Now I can't find them all by searching Baidu. After the Chinese big shots entered, the international big shots entered. One after another. I checked, isn't that the director of Gulfstream International Airlines? Who is that? I don't know him. But he must be a super boss. There are also some international richest people and international celebrities. This network is too strong. It's simply overwhelming. Even Buffett is here. Isn't he a stock trader? Is he here to show his support? Hiss. This is the technology madman Elon Musk. He is here. Is he here to promote Tesla? Domestic audiences are not very familiar with international bigwigs. However, in the live broadcast room of the external network, the barrage is flying. Many people are extremely enthusiastic about the bigwigs who entered later. They are often the heads of world-renowned large companies and large groups or business leaders of major countries. The entire Jizuyuan lobby, thousands of seats, are almost full. Everyone present is an absolute bigwig. Such a grand occasion is unprecedented. If the wealth of these people is converted into money, the whole hall can be filled up. Even a Tyrannosaurus Rex will be crushed to death. It's too small. I think it can at least crush 10 Godzillas. The comments were all playing jokes. Happily. However, for a moment, they couldn't think of Yi Yang's fundamental intention. But for the first time, they had a concrete perception of Yi Yang's connections. It's simply too scary. Can you invite all of them? Can you invite so many? These two sentences became the most common words in the comments. Haha, I think these big guys saw that the school invested more than 600 billion yuan, and they were shocked by this big deal, so they just came to watch the fun. Yes, I think so too, just to join in the fun. After all, they are human beings, and human beings can't help wanting to watch the fun. Various statements were flying. Various speculations were everywhere. After all the big guys arrived and sat down, the door opened again. In the bright sunshine of the morning, a tall and handsome figure walked into the hall together. Behind this figure, 4 super beauties followed closely. It made people drool. This is life. Although the other big guys present are also awesome, they are still a bit miserable. Compared to Yi Shenhao, who is handsome, young, and accompanied by a group of peerless beauties. Ha ha ha. Only Mr. Yi lives a life that transcends reality. I want to do this too. If I can catch up with Mr. Yi by 1/10,000th in the future, I will be satisfied. Don't dream. It's better to think about grabbing more red envelopes. In the live broadcast room, Yi Yang glanced at the big guys in the venue. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. Then, his eyes looked at the camera. He knew that behind the camera today, there were not only spectators and passers-by who were watching the excitement. Those groups, big guys, and even the shadow emperors of the top 10 consortiums who chose to bet with him were all looking here. The top of the Sal's consortium building. Milo Sal's frowned. Even for him, it was not easy to gather so many big men together. After all, the United States is a monopoly of the top 10 financial groups. Behind Yi Yang is a united China. What exactly is he going to do? He frowned. China's confidentiality work is too good. The whole nation is catching traitors. If you want to find out some confidential information, the cost is very high. Fortunately, through the output of values in the early years, a lot of second dogs and kneeling people were cultivated, otherwise, I am afraid that I would not be able to get any intelligence in the past few years. The number of online viewers in the two live broadcast rooms of China and the international has exceeded 20 million. It is absolutely unprecedented. Come on, Yi Shenhao. China Jiuzhou Academy will definitely succeed. Come on, come on. Ollie go. Yi Yang's fans are all rewarding and leading the rhythm. In the live broadcast room, many people are driven by this atmosphere and also start to reward. Not long after the broadcast started, the total amount of gifts from around the world was approaching 10 billion Chinese yuan. Of course, there were also many gifts from Yi Yang's good brothers. Hey, I gave brother Yi 1,000 carnivals to help him lead the way. Wang Xiaozong laughed. How can 1,000 be enough? I'll give 2,000. Qin Folon, the side said repeatedly. The grand occasion in the live broadcast room made many bigwigs sigh and be greatly shocked. Yi Yang walked up to the podium step by step, nodded to the host on the side. This battle of swords officially started at this moment. Second update. Today, Huaxia Jiuzhou University held this meeting just to solve one thing. Yi Yang got straight to the point without any delay. Everyone who was watching this scene looked over. After all, they were very curious. That is, Yi Yang glanced around and finally said lightly, the future. The big guys in the audience were invited over and knew the news in advance. They were not surprised at this time. Instead, they were all applauding. And the audience watching this scene were enlightened and suddenly realized. They all got excited. Are they going to guarantee a job after graduation? Invite so many big guys to endorse, will they really agree? If you can really get a job in these companies, even the top students in the country will be tempted. You are too narrow-minded. If it is really as we guessed, there will be no student in the world who will not be tempted, right? I don't think it is realistic. With so many big guys and big companies here, why should they change their recruitment rules because of Huaxia Jiuzhou University and recruit directly here every year? Why not? Regardless of the teaching history, Huaxia Jiuzhou University, looking at the world, is now the undisputed world's #1 in terms of hardware conditions and teaching background. People from such a school are, I think it is the object of competition among major companies, right? But many big guys can't just be satisfied with employment, right? Many want to take different routes. Some want to take the postgraduate entrance examination, do scientific research, and start their own business. If they only want to work, those top students can easily enter these companies after graduation, right? You think too much. Scores cannot represent everything. Many top students are nothing after graduation. A job in a top company is precious to a person with no background and only ability. Yes, now it is more and more diluted, and there are more and more talents. Even if you are a top student, you have to go through layers of selection to get a real top company and a good position. The live broadcast room was noisy. Behind the live broadcast room, those gambling opponents and shadow emperors who were watching all felt a tremor in their hearts. This is a big move. From admission to future, it is clearly arranged. There is only one such school in the world. In Huaxia Jiuzhou Academy, all your dreams can be fulfilled. As long as you are qualified to come here, you will get the future you want here. Yi Yang said lightly, whether it is work or scientific research, whether it is entrepreneurship or other The university is in Mingming, which is itself a place to realize life planning and future path. Huaxia Jiuzhou Academy should be the real university in the world. Not only strive for the needs of others, but also strive for your own achievements and dreams. Teach students in accordance with their aptitude and make the most suitable life plan for each student. This is the university. This is the original intention and meaning of my founding a university. I dream of changing the world. The change of the world will also start from this school. Yi Yang's eyes were firm and his tone was sonorous. The audience applauded. In the live broadcast room, countless people burst into tears. This kind of chicken soup-style speech may have been heard so many times that the ears are calloused. But in reality, it is rare to see a big man really do something similar to the example in the chicken soup article. It seems that everyone is used to being constrained by the unspoken rules of life, and is used to following seemingly incorrect conventions in life. Even universities are gradually becoming utilitarian. The purpose of learning has become to conform to society, but gradually forget the true voice and dream in the heart. Learning for ideals is what learning itself looks like. Yi Yang waved his hand. In order to ensure the realization of the promise I just made, I invited friends from all walks of life. Come and realize this concept with me. No matter what your life plan is, you can find your answer in the future provided by these people. Yes, we will recruit 30 students of corresponding majors from Huaxia Jiuzhou University every year to enter our research institute. Our company will provide high-paying jobs in corresponding majors every year to support Mr. Ye's layout. Most of the people in the audience actually follow the old-fashioned thinking in their hearts. They may not support dreams or believe in the future. But many of them are Yi Yang's subordinates or partners. In short, even if they don't want to provide these jobs, they have to support Yi Yang. Fuck. Really? I'll directly provide jobs. If you get into Huaxia Jiuzhou University, it's basically equivalent to getting a ticket to be a winner in life. 2. Strong. Yi Shenhao is really a ray of light. I'm about to cry. Don't cry. The above, according to Yi Yang's description, Huaxia Jiuzhou College is destined to only provide elite teaching, and can only recruit a small number of students every year. If you don't get 700 points in the college entrance examination, I don't think you can apply to this school. Well, okay, but it's also a seed. If all universities in the future are like this, wouldn't it be great? Haha, stop dreaming. The power of one person can't change the world, even if he is very rich. You said before that he couldn't establish a top international university with his own power, even if he was very rich. This. I just don't believe it anyway. It's just a spark. Do you really want to start a prairie fire? In the live broadcast room, there were a lot of voices, including those who were envious, some who were not optimistic, and some who were supportive. And those competitors all had dark faces. I was really disgusted. Judging from Yi Yang's speech, gambling is just incidental, and he himself is trying to realize his dream from beginning to end. These clowns, people have never looked at them. What a madman. I've never seen anything so outrageous. It's so unreasonable. If you jump like this, you will be punished sooner or later. Instead of mocking him, I think it would be more realistic for us to think about how to compensate the other half of the bet now. Get ready. He hasn't won yet. Who recognizes that he is a top international university? That's it, the judging criteria are controlled. by the Sal's Foundation. They don't recognize Jiangjing University as the best in the world. What can I do? In the end, it will become an unsolved case, with no loss to either party. 2. Everyone involved in the bet was completely panicked. They also understand that now it seems that only the SARS consortium can make themselves invincible. By cheating. Want to win against Jiangjing? It's impossible. Center of the venue. Jiangjing waved his hand and the big screen lit up. I have prepared a 100 billion entrepreneurial dream fund. After strict evaluation and review, all students from Jiangjing Institute can apply for entrepreneurship. Children from ordinary families can't afford to lose, so I'll give you a chance to lose. Each person has a maximum of 3 opportunities to start a business. You really have the dream of starting a business. Every senior person in the industry here below will be your instructor. First update. The entire live broadcast room was full of heated discussions. When will the enrollment begin? What are the enrollment criteria? For a university this awesome, everyone must be trying their best to get in, right? How can we guarantee that there are no backdoors? Is it going to be like the education system in Europe and America, where only the children of the elite are educated, and the children of powerful families can easily get in? Children from ordinary families have no chance at all? Jiangjing glanced at the barrage and directly announced the enrollment rules of Jiangjing University. Jiangjing University will openly recruit students within a week, and the admission standards are as follows. Regular college entrance examination scores will be used for admission, and each province will set a maximum score line. The difficulty in this regard will not be lower than that of Tsinghua and Peking University. Secondly, we will select professional talents. If you are extremely biased in a subject, and the subject you prefer is very good, you can apply for our review process. After passing, we will grant you the status of special professional talents for further study. Thirdly, we set up an admissions team all year round to go all over the world and carefully look for talents worth exploring and cultivating among the people. The information of every student at Jiangjing University will be published on the official website and subject to supervision by any citizen. Anyone who feels that he is better than someone in the recruited students can also apply for admission. We have our own review process. For all those who fail in the application, we will provide you with the reasons for the failure. We guarantee that everyone will be convinced. Jiangjing had already thought about all this, and he was talking about it at this time. It made everyone feel at ease. Elite education is a privilege of the elite circle. But for students of Jiangjing University, we only care about their talents and character, regardless of their background. After Jiangjing announced the admission details, everyone was excited. No matter how you look at it, this is an absolutely fair and just plan. A gentleman should be virtuous and have both talent and virtue. Jiangjing said calmly, if you only have talent but have bad intentions and no inner pursuit of fairness and justice, Jiangjing Academy will definitely not accept you. The speech was over. The whole audience applauded. Everyone felt that a new chapter in the education industry was about to begin here. The future will no longer be an era where Europe and the United States have absolute discourse power. In the future, countless seeds of ideals that are about to flourish will take root and sprout in this university. This press conference has set off a discussion frenzy that has lasted for several days on the internet. Some people are reflecting, some are mocking, and some are looking forward to signing up. Some people are afraid, and some are ecstatic. Miro *Sal's put out another cigar, and watched the video of the press conference repeatedly, with melancholy in his eyes. It seems that it can no longer be stopped. Although he holds the power to judge the standards of famous schools, he will definitely not lose this bet. But he understands that if Yi Yang does this, he will completely lose in the overall situation. Because Yi Yang is challenging the current education system, the SALS consortium, which monopolizes most of the international education evaluation rights, may lose miserably in the education industry in the future. But this is also an open conspiracy. It is just like the development of nuclear weapons by China in the past. Can't we really stop him and his country from rising? The wind blew across the top of the building. This fight made this emperor, who was addicted to the shadows, feel the changes of the times for the first time. Perhaps his concept is really a bit outdated. These days, the online heat has swept the earth like a flame. The reputation of Huaxia Jiuzhou Academy has been thoroughly implemented in the land of China. It has even spread far to all corners of the world. Such an environment, teachers, and future prospects. Who wouldn't be excited after hearing this? I don't know how. Many academic geniuses and great talents are preparing for the enrollment of Huaxia Jiuzhou University in the next few days. As for Yi Yang, he rode a mare in the manor and played golf, constantly studying and practicing the posture and strength of entering the hole. His golf skills have been further improved, and his experience has become more and more profound. From time to time, he played a good shot that made the maids and secretaries of the manor scream, and they said that the boss was too strong. After playing 18 holes of golf again, Yi Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. He stretched his waist. Flipping his phone, there were many messages again. Community party? Yi Yang was a little surprised. This message was sent by Fang Xijin, saying that the tenants of Linjiang community wanted to organize a party and wanted to invite himself, the landlord, to participate together to keep in touch. What kind of relationship do you have with me, the landlord? Could it be that you are greedy for my body? Yi Yang shuddered when he thought of the beautiful and rich women among the tenants. There was also one who offered a dowry of 88 W to marry his daughter to him. He still remembers it vividly. But I have been free for the past 2 days, and there is nothing to do. It's okay to attend a tenant party. By the way, I can feel the feeling of being the long-lost owner of the community. Okay, I'll go. Yi Yang took out his big box of luxury car keys and picked and chose. Which one should I choose? Boss? I'm already at the gate of the manor, I'll take you there. Fang Xijin's work attitude is very positive, not to mention Yi Yang, the man at the top of her heart. It's just right, no need to worry about it. Yi Yang has a bit of choice entanglement, and every time he goes out, he has to choose a car for a long time. Just follow Fang Xijin and save the trouble of choosing a car. At the gate of the manor, Fang Xijin drove a red Honda Civic and waved to Yi Yang. This car was what she had always wanted to buy. Of course, in Yi Yang's eyes, it was very cheap, less than 2 million. Yi Yang also wanted to give her a better luxury car. But this girl is very ambitious, and she wants a big flat from Yi Yang. It's more fulfilling to drive a car that she has worked hard for. For this kind of stubborn girl with a fighting spirit, Yi Yang also admires it very much, and naturally he won't mention changing cars again. Let's go. Yi Yang smiled. Okay. Fong Sijin stepped on the accelerator and hummed a little song. Although she was usually busy running houses and running business, she was very happy to see Yi Yang. Only in front of Yi Yang, she is not a career-oriented woman, but a simple, gentle, and kind girl who is 1 year younger than Yi Yang. Second update. Soon, the car drove to the gate of Linjiang community. There was already a car waiting nearby, a McLaren 720s. Costing more than 4 million. Next to the car, a man was leaning against him. When he turned around and saw this red-labeled Civic approaching, he stood up straight. He walked over in stride. "Why is he here?" Fong Sijin muttered. A ghostly expression on his face. "Huh? Who is he?" Yi Yang asked with a smile. "A demolition household." Fong Sijin shook his head. He said he wanted to discuss business with me before, but later I found out that his purpose seemed impure, so I ignored him. "Oh." Yi Yang nodded. The two got out of the car. I saw the man with the gold chain approaching directly. The man looked Yi Yang up and down, looking quite unhappy. It's really outrageous to actually get out of a woman's car. Obviously, he regarded Yi Yang as a pretty boy. However, Yi Yang is so handsome that it is inevitable that he will be mistaken for a pretty boy. Occasionally. After all, in modern society, those who can rely on their appearance to make a living are very few. People who rely on their ability to make a living. How have you considered what I told you? The demolition household raised his head, showed off the luxury watch he just bought, and said in a sultry voice. "What are you considering? Didn't I say I won't take your order? I have nothing to do with you anymore, right?" Fong Sijin frowned and said calmly. "Oh. You're so heartless." The demolition tenant took out a bracelet worth hundreds of thousands from his pocket. "But I fell in love with you at first sight. Accept my gift." Fong Sijin sneered and raised the jewelry given by Yi Yang. "Your bracelet is not as expensive as 1/10 of what I have. Stop pretending to be a nouveau riche and disappear from my eyes." The demolition households were not reconciled. "Xiaojin, you also know that a unit of the school district building of my house was demolished. 1 unit, 24 households. The average per household is close to 20 million. That's 4 to 5 billion. You can't earn this amount even if you work as a gold medal salesperson for many years. It's better to stay with me," upstart Zhao Chong said confidently. Yi Yang was speechless. It's been a long time since I met a pretentious player with such a low rank. With a net worth of 4 to 5 billion, you dare to hang out in the Magic City. As expected, this kind of nouveau riche were ordinary people before and had no idea how deep the water in the Magic City was. There are only about 20 buildings. I advise you to take care of yourself and be in. Ah. Yi Yang said lightly. Now he is completely too lazy to get angry with this little ant. The mentality of people when they first get rich is completely different from the mentality of people after they have money for a long time. Even he is not exempt from vulgarity. This is especially true for this low-quality upstart. What's wrong with you? You little pretty face, you deserve to teach me a lesson. The demolition tenant shouted angrily. Do you know this car behind me? McLaren 720s. 4 to 5 million. You can't afford it in your life. I have more than 20 buildings. How loud are you? Do you look down on 4 to 5 billion? I really thought you were the second generation super rich with a net worth of tens of billions. Why are you so crazy about Me. Do you have the qualifications? Fong Sijin and Yi Yang looked at each other. Then everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? The demolition households were originally very imposing and felt that they had crushed this pretty boy in every aspect, causing him to retreat in spite of the difficulties. As a result, Yi Yang and Fong Sijin laughed out loud as if they were laughing at fools, leaving him at a loss. Let's go, there's no need to waste time with this guy anymore. Fong Sijin took Yi Yang's arm and said, with a smile, don't leave. Tell me clearly, what do you mean by a guy like me? Zhao Chong was furious. He used to live in a large and dilapidated house with extremely low value in the suburbs of Shanghai. He was at the bottom of the class, earning a salary of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month, and food was not a problem. Until there was a sudden big renovation project there, and his dilapidated house was demolished. Just one unit of the building was demolished here. All of a sudden, he went from the bottom of the pile to the rich man he once thought he was. This is when your self-confidence explodes. I met Fong Sijin again and had a dousy mentality. He just wanted to challenge this kind of goddess that he couldn't get before, to prove that he had completely turned over. But, apparently, he hit a nail on the head. Why? Obviously I have completely turned over. I have struggled for 20 years, and finally earned hundreds of millions of wealth through my own persistence. I should be the best among men. How could this happen? He looked at his hands and watched Ji Yang and Fong Sijin walking inside holding hands. Totally incomprehensible. However, soon, several people trotted up behind him. Mr. Zhao, have you met Mr. Yi? Zhao Cheng came back from his days when he saw these people. It turned out that it was the relevant departments of the Magic City who were responsible for his dispatch this time. The specific house he demolished has not yet been decided. Today happens to be the day to discuss specific information on demolished buildings. Director Qian, what Mr. Yi? Zhao Cheng asked in confusion. That's the one in front. Director Qian scratched his hair and said in confusion, Mr. Zhao, he is the only owner of this Linjiang community. If you want to exchange the house in this community to offset the demolition, you must get Mr. Ye's approval. What? Zhao Cheng was confused. He just found out that Fong Sijin often came to Linjiang community and should live here, so he suddenly had an idea to exchange his demolished house for a house in Linjiang community. He contacted the staff and came to see the house today. The only owner? What does it mean? Zhao Cheng was a little confused. Literally, the entire Linjiang community belongs to Mr. Yi. Director Qian looked at Zhao Cheng's face, which turned pale in an instant, and couldn't help but tighten his face. You won't offend Mr. Yi. Zhao Cheng's face became worse and worse, and he could only nod in acknowledgement. This Mr. Yi has more than just this community assets. He is a well-known figure. A big boss in the entire Magic City. You are looking for death. Director Qian was also shocked. He was not very clear about Yi Yang's reputation in the Magic City, but he was well known. He knew that Yi Yang was a super boss. He was also very scared at this time. I don't believe it. How could the whole community belong to him? This is too exaggerated. Zhao Cheng was still stubborn, obviously not wanting to accept the fact that he was still a loser after turning over a loser. Just as he was stubborn, a group of people came out of the community. He had seen these people when he walked around the property, and they were all residents of the community. Brother owner, it's really not easy to wait for you. Come in quickly, come in quickly. Many rich women were very enthusiastic and welcomed Yi Yang into the Linjiang community. This? Zhao Cheng opened his mouth wide. And now he had to believe it. There is such a terrible super boss in the Magic City. You nouveau riche, you don't know how to be respectful just because you have some money. Director Qian sighed fiercely, go. And apologize before Mr. Yi gets angry with you. First update. Haha, I won't go. So what if he is rich and powerful? I haven't broken the law. Anyway, I am still taking advantage of hundreds of millions. What can he do to me? Zhao Cheng sneered and straightened his back. He was so frightened that he cried for his father and mother, but the arrogance of the Diaosi after he turned over made him have to pretend not to care at all. Director Qian shook his head, you are such an ungrateful person. Mr. Yi can suggest the implementation of this project and replace it with just one sentence. When the time comes, you will have to go back to live in your dilapidated house. Demolition? I think you want to eat shit. Of course, there is no need for him to say this. As long as today's incident is spread by someone who is interested, someone will naturally handle it for him. You can't resist the energy of this big boss. Even though Mr. Yi may disdain to get angry with an ant like you, anyone who wants to be courteous to him will be destroyed in this magical city. Following Director Qian's words, Zhao Cheng's whole body turned cold. He finally managed to transcend the days when he once lived in a dilapidated house. When he was about to be demolished, he didn't have to make any efforts. He could become a master just by relying on a lottery ticket. Those who graduated from Tsinghua University and Peking University will never catch up with themselves if their family conditions are not good. Thinking that all of this would disappear, his whole body shivered. Director Qian, please save me. He shouted. I can't save you. Don't let Mr. Yi know about the relationship between you and me. Just think of any tricks you have. After saying that, Director Qian flicked his sleeves and left directly. This? Zhao Cheng was immediately stunned. What can he do? A man who suddenly became rich has no connections to use. Even the 24 houses promised to him may be gone now. He collapsed on the ground, completely stunned. Within the community, an open space by the river. This is the rest area in the community. Parked next to it was the first cruise ship Yi Yang bought. Looking at the cruise ship, Yi Yang felt a little emotional. At that time, he had just gotten rich, and his mentality and outlook had changed drastically compared to those days. The tenants prepared a sumptuous barbecue. The autumn breeze was blowing, the vegetation on the shore was green with yellow, the autumn water flowed along the river, and the aroma of barbecue filled the open space. The atmosphere is extremely relaxed and warm. The rich women dragged the little rich women and dangled them in front of Yi Yang. From time to time, girls came over to cut meat for him. Those who rent houses here are usually female college students, and they are top academics, so there is no need to say much about their temperament. Yi Yang likes many of them, his cute and pure face. And the young women who still have charm are asking Yi Yang if he is married. As for those who asked him if he had a girlfriend, there was no one. They communicated with each other whenever they had nothing to do, and they all knew that Yi Yang had several girls placed in several large flats. Relationships are very deep. However, before getting married, wasn't it all about competition? In response, Yi Yang just smiled. Slightly. He has his own plans in this matter. However, these people invited Yi Yang over today not entirely because they wanted to give their daughter a blind date, and they were not very interested in meeting Yi Yang. It turns into communication. Yi Yang's reputation is getting bigger and bigger, and he is becoming more and more famous in Linjiang community. Especially the establishment of Huaxia Jiuzhou University this time has raised his popularity to another level. In the Magic City base camp, anyone who is doing well in the business world basically knows Yi Yang's reputation. Many of these young rich wives and husbands are from the business world, and they are passed down from one person to another. Everyone wants to get to know this super boss who dominates China. That's why I asked Feng Xijin to invite Yi Yang over. This barbecue meal lasted until the evening, and we talked and laughed by the river. Very happy. At night, Yi Yang also went up to see Lin Shuer and collaborated with Lin Shuer on the live broadcast for a while, which added a lot of popularity to her live broadcast room. The live broadcast ended very late, so I simply stayed on the flat floor and discussed biology in depth. When I see you, brother Yi Yang, every few days, your skills have improved greatly. Your knowledge has improved greatly. Lin Shuer was so upset that she felt extremely happy. You haven't seen anything more powerful yet, Yi Yang smiled. This water pipe must be repaired frequently, otherwise it will rust. The repair method is also particular. Clean the outer layer first, then go deep into the inner layer. Finally, you can let the clean water flow out smoothly to achieve the best effect. I was so busy that I was sweating profusely. Finally, the dredging was completed. At noon the next day, Yi Yang took Lin Shuer, who had just woken up, to go shopping for a day, enjoying delicious food and experiencing some exciting games at the amusement park. After watching another movie in the evening, I sent her back. Most of the stories in the following days were the same. But the heroine is different. Well, there are too many girls who are obsessed with themselves. Yi Yang can't help it. During this time, Shintu was also constantly sending him messages. Almost every day. There is good news and breakthrough progress. Machine tool construction, parts grinding, component assembly. Boss, our first batch of lithography machines has been completed. Please come and check it out. Finally, one day, exciting news came. It's quite fast. Yi Yang nodded. No more procrastination. The Jingyuan problem has been plaguing China for several years. The solution to this problem is of great significance. He had already foreseen the coming of the next carnival. Aston Martin 187 roared all the way and soon arrived at the Shintu R&D department. Behind Shintu, there is the most first-class black technology support from black technology companies. The speed of establishing new departments and new factories cannot be calculated based on the efficiency of this era. The senior executives of Shintu were waiting at the entrance of the lithography machine research and development factory. Early. Seeing Yi Yang get out of the car, everyone gathered around him. The efficiency is good. Yi Yang nodded in affirmation to them. These high-level officials all feel extremely glorious. In their hearts, Yi Yang is a god. A superb figure who single-handedly led them to the top of the world. Boss, come with me. In front of you is where our first batch of finished photolithography machines will be stacked. Someone is leading the way. Second update.